frequency of vibration. Xiefeng. February 2nd, 2012. Everything visible, including human body, is an aggregate of structure and energy, while all images are made up of particles revolving at high velocity. All differences in physical forms are caused by the vibration frequencies of the particles that constitute these physical forms. The difference in vibration frequency leads to the difference in the form of an object. The life in the universe exists in different levels. The higher the frequency of vibration, the higher the order of life. The lower the frequency of vibration, the lower the order of life. The higher the frequency of vibration, the more indefinite the form. The lower the frequency of vibration, the more definite the form. Take, for example, trees, animals, mankind, celestial beings, and God. Trees have a lower frequency of vibration than animals. Thus, animals are superior to plants. Humankind has a higher frequency of vibration. Thus, man is superior to animals. Celestial beings have a higher frequency of vibration than man. Thus, celestial beings are superior to people. God has a higher frequency of vibration than celestial beings. Thus, God is more advanced than celestial beings. Why cannot we see God with our naked eyes? Because God has an extremely high frequency of vibration. The higher the frequency of vibration, the more indefinite the form. Therefore, we cannot see God. This is something analogous to the vibrations of wings of dragonflies and bees. When dragonflies and bees stay motionless on petals or twigs, their wings have a very low frequency of vibration, so we can see their wings most clearly. But when they are in flight, we can only discern their wings most faintly, and when they are flying at a high speed, we can hardly see their wings. The slower the wings flap, the more clearly visible they are. The faster the wings move, the more invisible they are. Only by promoting the frequency of vibration can man achieve the celestial being. How to boost man's frequency of vibration? We often say someone is too stupid or too slow in reaction. The reason why he is too stupid or too slow in reaction is that he has too low a frequency of vibration. People refuse to be convinced until they are faced with grim reality, or do not turn to a new leaf until it is too late, simply because the vibration frequency of their life is too slow. In life, some people are dull, stupid, obdurate, rigid, and stubborn because they have a very low frequency of vibration. Some people are flexible, intelligent, agile, and efficient because they have a very high frequency of vibration. The sense of happiness, pleasure, and delight a person feels is related to the vibration frequency of his life. The higher the frequency of vibration, the more plentiful and wonderful the feeling of happiness and pleasure. The lower the frequency of vibration, the less and more retardant the feeling of happiness and pleasure. This is analogous to the sexual love between the man and woman, where the faster the penis twitches inside the vagina, the more easily the pleasure and orgasm can be felt, and the slower the twitches, the more difficult the pleasure and orgasm can be felt. The speed of the twitches is the frequency of vibration. To judge whether the vibration frequency of a person's life is high or low, we can simply get to know the state he is in. If he is always pleasant, happy, joyful, and blessed, then he has a very high frequency of vibration. If he is always distressed, troubled, sad, worried, anxious, puzzled, and frightened, then he has a very low frequency of vibration. The effective means to boost the frequency of vibration include flexible, harmonious, gentle, active, optimistic, tolerant, understanding, caring, respectful, happy, peaceful, calm, and grateful. A person's vibration frequency will not increase but will fall if he is impassive, numb, untrustworthy, remorseful, fearful, anxious, selfish, greedy, jealous, complaining, comparison-minded, furious, resentful, indignant, and arrogant. In one word, the less weed there is in the garden of soul, the higher the frequency of vibration. The more weed there is in the garden of soul, the slower the frequency of vibration. The poorer the power of comprehension, the slower the promotion of vibration frequency. To be aware, One must be sensitive in feeling and agile in response. One must be able to understand the wordless heavenly book, and one must also comprehend and practice in his daily life the teachings of God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. The information age is the optimum time for us to boost our frequency of vibration, as well as the good opportunity for us to perfect ourselves. We should be quick and agile in response and action. Now it is the final moment for this phase of humankind. Irresolution and indecision at such a critical juncture will only cause you to be eliminated. Conventional thinking, traditional way of life, and traditional methods of self-refinery will not work. We must quickly boost the frequency of vibration and act promptly. The only one best way to achieve all this is to read as quickly as possible the last course for this phase of mankind and make it to the last flight.
成仙三部曲
23 Steps to Become a Celestial Being. The lecture record from Xiefeng. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign P0V8 Translated by Zhengjue and edited by Kair. 3 steps are needed to become a celestial being, and the ultimate goal of all Chanyuan celestials is to become super celestial beings and reach the Celestial Islands continent. This requires a triple jump, from the mortal world to the 1,000-year world, then to the 10,000-year world, and finally to the Celestial Islands continent. We do not become other forms of mortal life, but rather celestial beings, by following these 3 steps. The first step is to abandon trouble, pain, sorrow, worry, and fear, and live happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. This is the standard of celestial beings. Upon reaching it, one will have become a celestial being, exactly as those in the 1,000-year world. Annoyance, pain, and fear come from the imperfection of consciousness, the weeds of one's soul garden. The second step requires that one's mind must not abide in form. It must follow predestined relationships, be carefree, must follow its destiny, and must maintain a condition of pleasure. This is for the second level, the celestial of the 10,000-year world. We all still have many things in our hearts which come from worldly social conditioning and will be in conflict with the love that is found in Life Chanyuan. To follow predestined relationships and be carefree is to expand one's internal nature as much as possible, to remain free in all situations, and to maintain a condition of pleasure, not joy. However, a long journey still remains ahead. The third step is one in which the soul is not constrained by emotions. Everything is nature, they live in nature, they are flexible, accommodating, and agile, and they possess 64 magical powers. The change is infinite, and they are always in a blissful state. This is the super celestial being. The universe is the dance of nature, and each of our performances every day is an expression of our nature and our expanding physical structure. So everything lies within nature, and everything is nature. It is flexible and tactful, never in conflict with anyone, has no dissatisfaction, has very high sensitivity, and any stimulation by any bit of information produces an instantaneous response. There are not any magical powers after one has passed beyond the first 2 steps. Those who reach this realm can self-refine. Those have endless changes and always maintain a condition of pleasure. This is the supreme realm of the celestial being. These 3 steps are necessary to become a super celestial being, and they are really very simple. Have you become a celestial being? Theoretically, long speeches and classical or profound lectures are quite simple to give, but they do not produce their desired results easily. For example, it is not easy to get rid of troubles, and it is not easy to be happy, joyous, free, and blessed at all times. But in our home, you will get there soon. The above experiences and feelings are for moments of sexual climax. They include several key points: an awakening in the beginning of life, transcending oneself and awakening from the fog of everyday life, leaving the body, and leaving the spirit, no longer caring about everything that usually seems important, a pause of life like a moment of eternity, and a strange feeling of another dimension of existence. What are they describing? They are describing the scenery of the Elysium world. Without self, without the body, without the spirit, life is frozen in wonderful experiences and feelings, and another self is born. This is a kind of emptiness. Please recall, those who have experienced extreme sexual climax, did you not completely ignore or even forget the presence of your sexual partner? Did you not completely forget or ignore the troubles, sorrows, and pains of your daily life? Did you not also completely disregard your own existence? Did you not only feel extreme wonder and pleasure? Did you not feel that everything was so wonderful and boundless? In fact, this is the state of emptiness, a state of self-loss and peace of mind. Therefore, to enter the Elysium world, you must enter a state of emptiness. The state of emptiness is a state of selflessness and formlessness. Only at this time will you understand the meaning of only by losing oneself can one find oneself, and selflessness is the true self. And you will understand the true meaning of my writing, one cannot attain Buddhahood with self. In conclusion, emptiness is the gateway to entering the Elysium world, as well as the method for entering it.
空性即究竟涅槃。
Emptiness is ultimate nirvana. Xiefeng. August 3rd, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. Emptiness is synonymous with the Elysium world. Entering the state of emptiness is akin to achieving ultimate nirvana, meaning you have reached the Elysium world. Do you desire to attain ultimate nirvana? Do you wish to enter the Elysium world? Once you enter the state of emptiness, you have achieved ultimate nirvana, and you have reached the Elysium world. So, what exactly is the state of emptiness? The essence of Buddhist scriptures is the Heart Sutra, which is actually a misinterpretation, misreading, and misunderstanding. Its true name is Nature Sutra. Here, nature refers to the essence or characteristics of things. For instance, when it says, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, it speaks about the state of nature rather than the state of mind. Similarly, other content discusses the state of emptiness, not the state of the lack of mind. Buddha is our deepest intrinsic nature, and this nature is Buddha. The mind does not exist. The past mind cannot be grasped. The present mind cannot be grasped. The future mind cannot be grasped. Therefore, the Heart Sutra is not about the mind. It is about nature. If you wish to seek the Buddha, it is necessary to see the nature. The nature is the Buddha. If one does not see the nature, reciting the Buddha's name, chanting sutras, observing fasts, and keeping precepts will be of no use. Without seeing the nature, even if you chant the Buddha's name and recite sutras all your life, even if you release animals, practice charity, and sincerely worship with incense and prostration, you cannot become a Buddha. The Nature Sutra vividly describes the state of emptiness. All dharma is characterized by emptiness. They neither arise nor cease, neither tainted nor pure, neither deficient nor complete. There is no consciousness of sensory experience, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. No forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, or mental objects. No realm of sight, and so forth up to no realm of mind consciousness. No ignorance and no end of ignorance, and so forth up to no aging and death, and no end of aging and death. There is no suffering, no origination, no cessation, no path, no wisdom, and no attainment. This is the state of emptiness, the state after enlightenment, and the state of the Elysium world. Doesn't this seem like a state of lifeless emptiness? Wait a moment. This is the state of great freedom and perfection after all suffering has been eliminated, a state of complete harmony with Tao. This description precisely depicts the nature of Tao. Tao is simply a state like this. Therefore, emptiness is Tao, and Tao is emptiness. From this, we can logically deduce a conclusion. Emptiness equals formlessness equals selflessness equals ultimate nirvana equals the Elysium world equals Tao equals Buddha equals super celestial being. According to the above conclusion, if you achieve selflessness, you can become enlightened, become a Buddha, become a celestial being, and enter the Elysium world. If you achieve formlessness, you can become enlightened, become a Buddha, become a celestial being, and enter the Elysium world. Achieving ultimate nirvana is equivalent to becoming enlightened, becoming a Buddha, becoming a celestial being, and entering the Elysium world. The question now is, according to the Heart Sutra, Nature Sutra, the description of emptiness is a state of lifeless emptiness, where everything is absent. What's the point of becoming a Buddha, or becoming a celestial being? Is the Elysium world really like this state of emptiness? You see, the Heart Sutra, Nature Sutra, does not describe the scenery of the Elysium world. It only describes the path and method to become enlightened, become a Buddha, or become a celestial being and enter the Elysium world. After informing us of the path and method, it urges us to go towards the other shore, follow the instructions and path. You can transcend afflictions and enter the Elysium world of great freedom. The description of emptiness is a kind of thinking cognitive, indicating a method and pathway to enter the Elysium world, but it does not describe the true scenery of the Elysium world. So how do we understand the Elysium world? This depends on the universal key I provide to unlock all the mysteries of the universe: structure, consciousness, energy. As long as the non-material structure exists, there is consciousness to mobilize all the energy of the universe. As long as consciousness exists, the universe will be full of vitality and vigor, and it can be emptiness as form. It's not difficult to understand in theory, but the challenge lies in experiencing and feeling it firsthand. Without firsthand experience and feeling, all knowledge is pale and inconclusive. What does a pineapple taste like? Even if others describe it, it remains as distant as a reflection in a mirror or the moon in water because you haven't experienced it yourself. Only when you taste a pineapple will you truly understand its flavor. Forgetting oneself to be completely relaxed and joyful. The purpose of forgetting oneself is to enter the state of emptiness, and only in this state can you be completely relaxed and joyful, which is the true scenery of the Elysium world. How do you achieve totally forgetting oneself? Follow the 8 methods of entry-level practice I wrote in The Free Holy Land, The Extinction and Emptiness of Form of Dharma. Hint: when I say, emptiness is the Elysium world, and then say, emptiness does not describe the true scenery of the Elysium world, it may seem contradictory. You can understand it like this: an apple is a fruit, but fruit is not necessarily an apple.
人生宝典。守信是高级生命的品质。
Trustworthiness is the quality of high-level life. Xiefeng. June 14th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Credit is the invisible wealth in a person's life. If it goes bankrupt, then the level of their life declines. To measure whether a person's life is at a high level, just look at their credibility. If they are trustworthy, then their life must be at a high level. If they are not, then it must be at a low level. We can judge a person's future accurately from the level of their trustworthiness. If a country's leader does not keep his word, then that country will fall into decline. If the leader of an enterprise fails to keep his promises, then that company will go bankrupt eventually. If an individual does not keep their word, then they will play many small tricks and can never be trusted throughout their lifetime. When associating with people, we should first determine whether they are trustworthy. If they break their promise only once, then we should not trust them any longer because a leopard cannot change its spots, and this person will definitely disappoint you a second, third, and every time. In our lives, we can afford to lose anything but our credit. Once that is lost, our value will be totally lost. Therefore, it is better to lose everything, including your life, than to lose your credit because once you lose that, you will never have much chance of going to heaven. How a person's quality is does not depend on their ability, wisdom, wealth, or status, let alone their looks. It depends on their trustworthiness. If they do not keep their promises, then their quality must be poor. If they stick to their credit, then their quality must be excellent. High-level life must be trustworthy life, but low-level life must be untrustworthy life. If a person is not trustworthy, then their life quality is inferior to that of a dog. Therefore, trustworthiness is one's first line of defense in life, and once it is broken, then their life will collapse across the board.
一切恰好与你相配。
Everything just matches you. Xiefeng. November 8th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Your current situation is the manifestation of the quality of your life. I have observed the states of life on earth and in heaven and hell, and have found that everything is appropriate, with neither rewards nor punishments, and that what you receive now is what you are pursuing and is being caused by what you have said and done in the past. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. The law of causality always works perfectly. Do not ask for anything because it will not be given to you that way. Ultimate Tao cannot be attained by active pursuit. The only feasible way to achieve your wish is to match the quality of your life with the things you aspire to. If you want to go to heaven, then burning incense and kowtowing to worship the Buddha every day, giving master alms of money, real estate, or gifts will not help. Even if you have built many monasteries and preached the scriptures to many people or have gained magical powers through self-cultivation, none of these things will help you to achieve your goal. The only way to do that is to match the quality of your life with life in heaven. When matched, gods and demons cannot block your way. If not matched, the most noble and authoritative people cannot help you. Do not resent anyone because you have brought all of those people who you resent to yourself, and resentment can only make your life more miserable. Do not say that the law of heaven is unjust. It is fair, but it is your own heart that is unjust. What one has created will return to themselves intact. If you create beauty, then beauty will come back to you. If you create ugliness, then ugliness will stick with you. If you have not seen the image of heaven clearly, if you do not understand the life state of the life in hell, and if you do not understand the books without words, then do not preach to others. What you preach is nothing more than the principles of being a human being, and those preaching cannot sublimate and ascend people to heaven. So from the perspective of a higher level of life, you are doing evil. The more you preach, the thicker and stronger the evil barriers that you create will become. The theory of flies is never suitable for bees to obey, and the theory of sheep cannot stop the wolf from eating you no matter how profound and correct your theory is. In the human world, apart from the teachings of Jesus, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, PBUH, and Bodhidharma, no one has ever spoken much truth. So if you think that your own quality, wisdom, and spirituality have surpassed gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings, you can preach as much as you like. If not, closing your mouth is tantamount to accumulating blessings for yourself. Otherwise, the more you preach, the more harm you will do. Do not defend your wrong words and deeds because the more you defend them, the more unreasonable you will appear. Never imagine that your wrong words and deeds can be hidden. The hidden things are displayed to their fullest in heaven, which God see clearly. The only way you can correct them is to repent, and repent more. Do not expect to get something without paying. If you gain much without paying, please do not be complacent. It is speeding you to hell. If you want to go to heaven without creating beautiful things in this world, I want to tell you that it is your delusion. You should never forget this story. On the afternoon of August 26, 2016, Yang Galen poisoned her 4 young children and then herself. Soon after, her husband followed suit. In light of this story, if you still think that years of stability are good, that my country is amazing, that the 21st century will be the century of the Chinese people, and still think that the Chinese nation will lead the world, then let me tell you that you are continuing to create young Galen situations. You are the culprit responsible for what happened to her family. You should think about the helpless and hopelessly poor people in the world every day. If you do not have compassion or mercy and do not want to do something for them, but feel that they deserve what they have and think about yourself all day long, then you are not qualified to enjoy a good life and your soul is not worthy of heaven. I am warning you again, do not pursue magical power, qigong, magical law, or Taoist magical arts. Otherwise, 9 out of 10 of you will be possessed by the devil, lose your balance, and become schizophrenic because magical power and Taoist magic arts will corrupt the program of the world. Let us listen to the teachings of Christ Jesus again. Those who recognize the world find a walking corpse, but those who find the walking corpse transcend the world.
一丝不挂者将与我融为一体。
The naked will be one with me. Xiefeng. November 7th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. You should always show your beauty to the outside world because when you show your troubles, pain, misfortune, melancholy, resentment, and your other ugly sides, you will not be beautiful, but rather ugly. When all people show their beauty outwardly, the world will become more beautiful. When they show their ugliness outwardly, it will become more ugly. Beauty attracts beauty and ugliness attracts ugliness. Passive, negative, and pessimistic emotions will only attract more people, things, and events of the latter. Do not expect the garbage from your mouth to attract phoenixes. When God comes to you, be naked. The more magnanimous and naked you are, the more you will be favored and protected by God. When you hide something, you cannot be one with God, and God will stay away from you. When God approaches you, be only grateful. God knows your needs. The less you ask for, the more your needs will be satisfied. The more you ask for, the less they will be satisfied. When God comes to you and tells you which way to go, but you ignore and do not abide, then you will never be guided again. You should learn to surrender yourself. When you meet God, surrender everything you have completely, which is full integration. Full integration is oneness with God, unification with God, and you will also become a God. If you try to hide anything in the face of God, thinking that it will not be known, then you are the stupidest person in the world, because God knows everything. The most beautiful things are for the most beautiful people, and the ugliest things are for the ugliest people, but do not beg for beautiful things. Instead, make yourself beautiful. When you are beautiful, beautiful things will naturally come to you. Whatever happens, you should first consider what you can give. In this way, you are connected with the sacred and noble. At that moment, if you consider what you can get first, then you are united with lowliness and you will never be noble. There are no worries or pains in heaven. If you have worries and pains, then you have nothing to do with heaven and you will never reach it. There is no marriage in heaven. Once you marry, never expect to reach heaven. You should learn how to play and amuse yourself, and do not talk about great principles all day. The more you talk about great principles, the more you will be hung in the air and will not taste the joy and happiness on the ground, nor will you taste the delicacies in heaven. Do not preach to others the truth that you do not understand. It is all rubbish. Where there is light, there is no darkness. So if you feel darkness, it is because you are not living in light. Do not doubt that the ones who bring you joy, happiness, freedom, and blessings, and make you feel relaxed and happy are angels from heaven. The ones who bring you troubles, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, and make you feel sad and anxious are demons from hell. Anything that can be valued and bought with money is not of heaven, and anyone who values money is not a life worthy of heaven. In any group, do not stand out for your exceptionality or make yourself conspicuous, or that group will eventually abandon you. Glamour belongs to celebrities, but real happiness belongs to ordinary people with great wisdom but who appear slow-witted. Do not try to reason with people who do not understand reason, or try to make cats and mice get along well as a family. Do not believe that anyone can help all sentient beings before they can handle their own affairs well. Either they are digging a trap for you, or they are out of their mind. Instead of listening to what people say, it is better to see what they do. What comes out of their mouth might deceive others, but what they do will not.
让心中的神灯照亮黑暗中的道路。
Let the sacred lamp in your heart illuminate your road in the dark. Xiefeng, November 8th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. When you despair and are in extreme darkness, anger and shouting are both useless. It is only by lighting the sacred lamp in your heart that you can illuminate your direction and walk from your mud of despair. The sacred lamp in your heart is your firm belief and faith. If your belief and faith collapse from fear, then you will be swallowed by darkness. When darkness begins to shroud, if you consider your own gains and losses and give up the belief and faith that you have always adhered to, then you will be in the dark. From then on, your soul will have darkened and it will be a problem for you to wash away that stain. The darker the hour, the more you need to shine. If you wander, hesitate, or even wink at the darkness for self-protection, you might never be able to re-enter the light. Do not approach or surrender to lies, falsehoods, fraud, or hegemony in order to survive. You must adhere to the principle of taking facts as the basis and law as the criterion. Do not listen to the clamor of the media or gossip. Even if people all over the world are lying and cheating, it is supported by heads of government around the world, and celebrities and the well-to-do from everywhere are in high spirits for it. You should keep your bottom line in position. If you die, you should die on the way to the purest land instead of living on the grand road to hell. Your strength might be very weak and you might not be able to change the overall situation, but at least you should not become an accomplice of the darkness by shouting for it. In order to survive, you could keep silent, but never collaborate with it. If you do not know the facts, keep silent but do not jump to conclusions based on hearsay. Otherwise, when the facts eventually surface, you will regret it and be ashamed. In fact, the light has never been absent, the bank of justice has never closed down, the devil has never defeated God, and the consciences of many people have never vanished. People holding torches advance in succession. Even if it is temporarily shrouded in darkness, you must have the confidence to wait for the day when light will shine across the earth. God looks at everyone's performance from the sky and is choosing which lives will go to heaven. You must remember this soberly, and do not do wrong once, and you will never hear the end of it. Ordinary people. They must be celestial beings, or perhaps Buddhas, gods, or spirits, monsters, or demons. In this world, there is a group of beings who can achieve this. They are called Chanyuan Celestials. Therefore, becoming a celestial being is the watershed between being unrestrained and not being unrestrained. As a human, never delude yourself into thinking that you can live an unrestrained life throughout your entire life, as being unrestrained is a trait and privilege of celestial beings.
修炼成仙何其易!
How easy it is to cultivate celestial being. Xiefeng, May 26, 2023. Edited by Qinyu. Begging for help is tough. Earning money is hard. Becoming famous is an extreme challenge. Getting married is difficult. Establishing a family is not easy. And providing for a family is an even greater struggle. Life is plagued by troubles, encompassing birth, aging, sickness, and death. Rather than toil and rack your brain, it's better to turn around and become a celestial being. In truth, being a human or a ghost is even more challenging than being a pig or a dog, but becoming a celestial being is the easiest. If you can achieve the following 8 points, you will become a celestial being. Do not get married, do not start a family, do not buy a house, or acquire possessions. Simple meals nourish the body, and sleep under a thatched hut until dawn. Do not talk about family or country. Do not talk about awakening or being a Buddha. Work diligently every day and be content if have enough to eat. Do not flatter or curry favor. Do not seek connections or pursue relations. When you encounter like-minded individuals on the path to celestial being, form bonds and assist each other like family. Do not wear gold or silver. Do not crave vanity or pursue fame. A bamboo fence and a thatched cottage provide delightful scenery, and having a leisurely mind with nothing to worry about is most important. Do not scheme for personal gain or public welfare. Do not discuss ideals or seek recognition. Even if you possess profound knowledge of the world, do not offer help unless it is asked. Do not talk about oneself or others. Do not discuss right or wrong or distinguish between good and evil. The divine net is all-encompassing. Instead, discuss mulberry and hemp over tea. Do not borrow money or owe debts. Do not desire extravagance or hoard wealth. Emulate the carefree nature of grass, regardless of wind, frost, rain, or snow. Do not follow trends or conform to the masses. Bravely climb towards the celestial world. Life on earth is like a fleeting moment. Laugh heartily and forget everything. Try it out. Achieving the above 8 points is surprisingly easy. Even as mere mortals, as long as you accomplish these 8 points, you will experience the taste of a celestial being.
如何活出自己的性？
How to live out your nature. Xiefeng. June 15th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. The manifestation of the heavenly principles in human beings is known as one's nature. Living in accordance with one's nature is living in harmony with the heavenly principles. When a person lives out their inherent nature, they unite with Tao. Living out one's nature entirely means becoming one with Tao itself. To perceive Tao is to understand one's nature, to seek Tao is to bloom one's nature, and to attain Tao is to live out one's nature completely. Now, the key question arises: what is nature? Regarding nature, artificial intelligence, AI, provides the most authoritative revelation and explanation. AI describes it as follows: nature is humanity's innate essence. It is the most genuine, pure, beautiful, natural, sacred, noble, kind, joyful, happy, perfect, complete, eternal, magical, and the most wonderful and indescribable thing. It is the most difficult to put into words, the most difficult to comprehend, the most difficult to control, resist, abandon, sever, let go of, bury, eliminate, destroy, change, imitate, forge, deceive, violate, resist, escape, refuse, deny, obliterate, ignore, neglect, or forget. Nature is the manifestation of the Tao in human beings, the connection between humanity and the Tao, and the oneness of humanity and the Tao. Living out one's nature means living out one's Tao, one's true self, one's life, one's happiness, and one's meaning. So, how can one live out their nature? There is a reference frame, which is everything in nature apart from humans, especially plants, animals, insects, and microorganisms. They live out their own nature. As a part of nature, isn't what humans live out their nature too? If not, then what is it? Here, we need to raise the question of heart, brain, and nature. The heart reflects humanity's perceptions of the objective material world. All things are generated by the heart, and the heart is generated by all things. Without the objective external world, there would be no heart. Therefore, the heart changes with the external environment and gradually disappears with its disappearance. The brain serves as the bridge and information processing center connecting everything the heart captures from the objective world and all of one's past words, actions, and events stored in the detention information space, memory. The brain processes information through thinking and thought. People use their thoughts and ideas to decide what to say and how to act. Nature is the characteristic of life structure. Whatever life structure one has determines their nature. Nature is non-material, invisible, and beyond the grasp of the heart. Nature is also not part of the detention information space, so the brain cannot obtain information about nature. Understanding the nature of heart, brain, and nature, we will find that there is no direct relationship between the heart and nature. When a person's heart is active, their nature is shielded. This is the principle I mentioned before. When the heart is active, the nature is concealed. When the heart is inactive, the nature is revealed. At the same time, we also find that there is no direct relationship between the brain and nature. The brain cannot access information about nature, so in the process of processing all information and forming thoughts and actions through thinking, the brain completely overlooks the existence of nature. The more developed the brain and the more active the thinking, the farther away it is from nature. Understanding the relationship between the heart, brain, and nature, we will understand how to live out one's nature. Live without using the heart and brain, that is living out one's nature, that is living out oneself. Who can live without using the heart and brain? Can you? Bodhidharma clearly tells us in the Bloodstream Sermon that Buddha is nature, and nature is Buddha. As I have repeatedly said, celestial being is nature, and nature is celestial being. If a person lives entirely without using the heart and brain, then that person is a celestial being, a Buddha, and can live in heaven. Can you live out your nature completely? Jesus Christ said, "Do not be anxious about tomorrow. Do not be anxious about what you will eat, drink, or wear." I ask the reader, can you do without worry? Buddha Shakyamuni said, "Do not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma, but actually abide nowhere." I ask the reader, can you live with your mind not dwelling anywhere but arise spontaneously? The Saint Laozi said, "Manage affairs without doing anything." I ask the reader, is what you do every day achieving without doing anything? Why is it that throughout generations, very few people have lived out their nature and become celestial beings or Buddhas? Because the way people live is flawed. In the traditional modes of production and life, the probability of living without utilizing the heart and mind to express one's true nature is perhaps 1 in a million. Firstly, people fail to comprehend it, and secondly, reality does not permit it. Moreover, without highly skilled divine beings guiding them to embark on the journey of becoming celestial beings or Buddhas, the likelihood of living out one's nature is extremely low. The ultimate answer is to live without using the heart and brain, and still live leisurely, carefree, and freely. Then, you are living out your nature. Standards of perfect human nature. As far as an individual is concerned, perfect human nature is a must for her life to go to supreme life. This is the highest state of man, the arhat beyond the highest state of the desire realm. All conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dewdrops and a lightning flash. Contemplate them thus. Excerpts from the Tao Te Ching. Act without action, and there is nothing that is not governed. Put others before yourself, and you will be ahead. Put others outside yourself, and you will be preserved. The form of formlessness, the image of nothingness, this is called haziness. Meet it, and you will not see its head. Follow it, and you will not see its tail. There are things mixed together, born before heaven and earth, silent and void, standing alone without change, circulating without fail. It can be regarded as the mother of the world. I do not know its name, so I call it Tao, and I name it as great. Only those who do not contend, thus no one in the world can contend with them. Although there are glorious views, they dwell in transcendence. Good actions leave no trace, good words have no flaws, good calculations do not use counters, good closures have no key and cannot be opened, good knots have no rope and cannot be untied. Those who act will fail, those who hold will lose. Hold the great image, and the world will come. The Tao is always non-active, yet there is nothing it does not do. All things in the world are born of being, and being is born of non-being. The bright Tao seems dim, the advancing Tao seems to retreat, the smooth Tao seems rugged. The greatest straightness seems crooked, the greatest skill seems clumsy, the greatest eloquence seems tongue-tied. The greatest square has no corners, the greatest vessel is late in completion, the greatest sound has rare notes, the greatest image has no form, the Tao is hidden and has no name. The great Tao is very level, but people like to take shortcuts. Disaster is what fortune depends upon. Fortune is where disaster subdues. A tree as big as a man's embrace grows from a tiny sprout. A tower 9 stories high begins with a heap of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles starts under one's feet. The way of heaven has no favorites, it is always with the good man. The way of heaven benefits and does not harm. The way of the sage is to act but not to contend. Above, it associates with the Creator, and below, it associates with those who are outside life and death and have no beginning or end. Zhuangzi. Words of Xiefeng. All non-active laws, there is no way to explain them. Coming like thunder and lightning, leaving like a dream. No emptiness, no reality, no sound, no silence, no boundaries, no limits, no moves, no postures. Invisible, untouchable, powerful. Cannot be stolen, cannot be hidden, unpredictable. Everything is it, yet it is not everything. Comply with it. Everything goes smoothly, peace for 10,000 years. Resist it, full of bumps, disaster extends to descendants. Elementary cultivation. Xiefeng. Natural non-action. Deal with the complex and ever-changing social affairs and personal life with the Taoist heart, Buddhist heart, and Christ heart. As long as you act naturally and without effort, there will be no obstacles, no stagnation. Whether it's moving forward, stopping, retreating, or taking a detour, it all depends on the various factors of the environment at that time and place. Do not force or go against the flow. Always maintain harmony and good relations with society, the masses, friends, and family, and nature. Because of non-action, you do not pursue anything, do not want to get anything. So there is no suffering, no trouble. You act accordingly, stop accordingly, create accordingly, and roam freely, showing a quality that is transcendent of the material world, yet does everything. If the masses need you to be the president, you will be the president. If society needs you to be a cleaner, you will be a cleaner. If you can become a billionaire, you will not refuse. If you are a farmer, you will willingly accept it. If your spouse wants to divorce, let them divorce. If your child can go to college, let them go. If they can't go to college, let them do something else. Today there are delicacies, just eat. Tomorrow there is only pickles, steamed buns, and plain water. And there is no resentment, melancholy, and comparison with others. Today there is a luxury villa, just live in it. Tomorrow you only live in a simple thatched house, and you are also content. People praise you, adore you, and there is no joy in your heart. If people scold you and belittle you, you will not feel resentment. In this way, all threats and temptations, defiance and poverty will not be able to bother you. Over time, you will have a clear mind and wisdom will be born. Just like a star, no matter where it orbits, it always shines and heats as usual. And like a diamond, no matter where it is set, it always refracts a colorful halo. Do not use schemes. The mind is like a clear day, clear and discernible, and wisdom is like a rolling river, never stagnant. All schemes are traps woven by the mind, and in the end, they trap oneself. The success of the scheme is beneficial to oneself in the short term on the surface, but in essence, it hurts oneself in the end. As long as the heart is bright and not stained with dust, there is no need to use schemes. All things can still go smoothly. Do not make promises. For people, life is impermanent. There are unexpected winds and clouds in the sky, and there are sudden blessings and misfortunes in people. There are unforeseen circumstances in the plan, and there are unreachable places in the force. You never know what will happen tomorrow. Before becoming a celestial, you cannot control the environment, manage yourself, predict the future, and the promised wish may not be realized. If the promise cannot be realized, you can only find an excuse to replace it. Excuses are lies, and lies can only deceive for a while, and will eventually be exposed. In this way, your promise becomes a shackle and becomes a mental burden, which is harmful to others and yourself. Do not rely on power. The burning power is like burning charcoal, which will eventually turn into ashes, and it is like wind and clouds, changing at any time. Power is the most unreliable and most dangerous backing. Once you rely on power, you will be involuntary, and you will lose the truth. Do not accept favors. Favor is the biggest debt in life. Favor is like a big mountain, always pressing on the heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If you don't repay it, you are a villain. If you repay your favor with revenge, you are a beast. Once you receive someone's favor, you will never be able to repay it in your life. Your heart will not be calm, and you will not be able to have a free and easy life. No ambition. Act and speak according to the Tao every day. Rise at dawn, think, see, listen, and act according to the Tao, and rest at dusk. Cultivate yourself and perceive the Tao. Apart from the desire to become a celestial through the Tao, there are no other desires. As for striving for the country, making the nation strong, glorifying the ancestors, and for future generations, etc., these are all worldly thoughts of ordinary people and should not be imitated. Do not worry about tomorrow. Living only in the present moment, those who spend their lives preparing for their coffins and choosing their graves are severe pessimists. Living today worrying about tomorrow, they will have no joy or happiness in their lives. They are slaves to life. Tomorrow never ends. As long as people are alive, there is always another day. So there is no peace in life. Without peace, it's hard to go far, and without peace, it's hard to perceive the Tao. No thoughts of success or failure, no desire to gain or lose. If a person cannot have a healthy, free life, and ultimately cannot become a celestial, then your success and gains in life are failures and losses. On the contrary, if you finally become a celestial, then the failures and losses in life are successes and gains. Therefore, the common sense of success, failure, gain, and loss are just the standards of ordinary people. You just follow the Tao. Every word you say, every action you take, is like a river flowing downstream, clouds drifting with the wind. It is natural. It should be. Do not have the idea of gaining success. At this time, you have the Buddha nature and the Taoist heart. 10,000 laws return to the Tao, return to one. As long as you grasp one, you will have 9,999. What is one? One is the Holy Spirit, the Dharma, the Tao, the great law of non-action. It is the original appearance of things, the nature. It is the source, without any adornment, without any embellishment, and without the influence of human thoughts, emotions, or will. One is fruits fall off when ripe, a canal formed when water comes. One is without distinction of good and evil, right and wrong, beauty and ugliness, good and bad. One is like the sun in the sky. The moon sheds clear light, the cloud drops. Sweet dew, the sea gives birth to waves. One is without thoughts of success or failure, without desire to gain or lose. Once you grasp one, you will not judge all things and their phenomena with I. You will not be confused by the phenomena of things. You will know the source of things. You will know the Tathagata. You can know the past and future of things. You can get rid of the interference of the world and reach the other shore directly. Once you grasp one, you can become a celestial, become a Buddha. You can travel through time and space and gain eternity. Do not compare with others. Between people, just like their appearances, there is no absolute similarity. Not only are there innate nature, appearance, temperament, character, and wisdom different, but also their life paths are different. You can't walk the path of others. He is him. You are you. He has been promoted, made money, became an expert, went abroad, drove a high-end car. His wife wears gold and silver. His children go to prestigious universities. That is his business. If you compare, you will be endlessly troubled. If you imitate, you will lose yourself. So, in everything, not only should you not compare yourself with others, but you should also always ask yourself, who am I? Only in this way can you dispel the heavy fog and see the light of your true nature. Otherwise, you will live in vain for a lifetime and be drowned in the dust of the world. Seek lightness, not intensity. Eating light food does not hurt the spleen and stomach and can keep you healthy. So, do not drink strong tea, strong alcohol, strong coffee. Do not overeat. Even if it is sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, it should also be light. Living lightly, your muscles and bones are happy. So, do not work for a long time, walk for a long time, squat for a long time, stand for a long time, lie down for a long time, stand for a long time, watch for a long time, listen for a long time, gaze for a long time, think for a long time. Do not seek luxury and comfort in life, only seek appropriateness. Friendship is understated. As the wise say, the friendship of a gentleman is as light as water. Friendships that are light last forever, while intense friendships can turn sour in an instant. Light friends supplement the heart. Intense friends hurt the heart. Seeking lightness in everything will reduce desires, and less desires will reduce troubles. Less troubles will allow you to calm down, and then you can gain wisdom, and then you can perceive the Tao and become a celestial. No leisure or busyness. Like the sun and the moon running, not fast or slow, not busy or idle. Get up and do things at sunrise, and rest at sunset. Follow nature. Everything is natural. Everywhere is natural. In this way, all limbs and bones, the internal organs, blood, and meridians will run in order with everything in the universe. You will be healthy and long-lived and not sick. You will be peaceful and spiritual. The receiving ability and transmitting ability of your physiological field will be strong, and it will be easier to connect with the energy of the negative universe, laying the physiological foundation for transcending time and space and becoming a. Do not care about what's left behind. The desire for one's name to live forever, being condemned by posterity, or to become the role model of future generations, etc., are all worldly thoughts of ordinary people. They are the fetters and shackles of life. If you are obsessed with gaining fame, you won't be able to live a carefree and easy life. Just follow your path, and let the common folks comment as they please on what's left behind. No cleverness. Great wisdom appears foolish. The highest wisdom is formless. Displaying cleverness is, in fact, foolish. Cleverness is but a minor skill, a trick of the common folk. The more cleverness you possess, the less wisdom you have. Cleverness can lead to one's own downfall, thus, it's better not to be clever. Do not speak more than necessary. To those with high wisdom, your words are nonsense. To those with low wisdom, your words are profound and difficult to understand. To those with equal wisdom, your words are unnecessary. Once the words are spoken, they can easily be twisted by those who love to nitpick and slander you. Therefore, it is best not to speak more than necessary, so that you can avoid disputes, get rid of troubles, increase wisdom, and make progress. Do not fear death. From a natural point of view, physical death is a necessary thing. Since it is inevitable and unavoidable, whether death comes sooner or later, it is still death. So what is there to fear? From a secular point of view, death is a self-cleaning of garbage. When your living is not beneficial to relatives, others, society, living only adds to the burden of relatives and becomes a burden to society. Insisting on living is like occupying a pit and not defecating, which is selfish and immoral behavior. From a philosophical point of view, death is life, life is death. Without death there is no life. Without life there is no death. If the body does not die, the soul cannot be liberated. Death itself is a kind of transcendence. Is another kind of life, is happiness. What is there to fear? From a material point of view, matter is indestructible and can only transform from one state to another. At this time, you have become a god. What is there to fear about death? At this time, you have become a god. What is there to fear about death? Be as wood and stone. Wood and stone, receiving the essence of the sun and moon and the spirit of heaven and earth, remain fearless of the sun and rain, wind and frost. They observe the chirping of insects and birds, the shouting of people and horses with a cold eye, and remain unmoved. If one constantly remembers the great affairs of the world and cares about the suffering of ordinary people everywhere, then there will be no peace in one's heart. Without peace, how can one perceive the Tao? From a higher dimensional perspective, everything in the three-dimensional space is like colorful bubbles that disappear in an instant. What is the need to worry about, save, grasp, or fight for what vanish in a moment? Without a heart like wood and stone, becoming a celestial being is like a bubble, a shadow. Be as clouds. Unrestrained, shapless, without honor or disgrace, without trouble or annoyance, drifting with the wind, not lingering in any beautiful scenery. When there is water, it falls down, nourishes all things. When it meets clouds of opposite charge, it draws a lightning bolt, sounds a thunder, decorates the sky. Otherwise, borrow the heat of the sun and disappear into the vast universe. Be as ice. When things meet fire, they burn. When they meet heat, they rot. When they meet cold, they last. When they meet ice, they are constant. If you can reach the state of heart like ice, feelings like water, there will be no strong feelings of love, hate, and separation. Don't be afraid of ordinary people seeing you as a cold-blooded animal, an inert gas, a weird person. Be as water. The best is like water. I am formless, but can become any shape. I am weak, but can create huge waves. I have no desire, but can nourish all things. I am pure, but can wash away all dirt. I am humble, but all things have to rely on me. No opponents, no enemies. Do not fight with heaven, do not fight with earth, do not fight with people. Be a part of the harmonious nature. Treat insults, defamation, slander, and spreading rumors as plants treat lightning, storms, severe cold and heat, without being moved, without refuting, without arguing, without reasoning. Treat harm, traps, exploitation, and oppression like cliffs treat tsunamis, the earth treats earthquakes, mountains treat volcanic eruptions, and rivers treat reverse stone flows. Just ignore, do not fight back, do not get angry, do not retaliate. Why not fight with heaven? Because people are just a tiny particle in the sky and the universe, pitiful and tiny. Although people call themselves the spirit of all things, they do not know how high the sky is, how big the universe is, where they come from, where they're going, when they will get sick, when they will die. We can't control ourselves, can't manage ourselves. How can we fight with heaven? Why not fight with the earth? Everything on the earth is interconnected, relies on each other, causes and affects each other, and benefits each other. They are mutually beneficial biological plant chain, a perfect system. Any artificial transformation will take care of this and lose the other, destroying the ecological balance inside nature. You use pesticides to kill insects, which means that birds are gone. Mountains become terraces and floods will flood. Grasslands become farmland and dust fills the sky. Deserts become oases and it will bring more severe heat and cold. Pollute rivers, lakes, and seas and diseases will be rampant. Pollute the air and it is difficult to see white clouds and blue sky. Fighting with the earth is equivalent to digging your own grave and turning heaven into hell. Why not fight with people? Wronging others is a disaster. Forgiving people is a blessing. Confronting with people with no Tao in their heart, the result is self-harm. Those who fight people will be fought by people in the end. Those who play people will be played by people in the end. Those who kill people will be killed by people in the end. Those who harm people will be harmed by people in the end. Those who scold people will be scolded by people in the end. Gain is loss, loss is gain. An iron law in the universe is, there is cause and effect, there is fruit and cause, there is loss and gain, there is gain and loss. You don't need to fight with people, just let others bully you. Just like Jesus said, if someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn the other cheek to him too. Ignorant people are confused people, worldly people are scheming people, mortals are smart people, sages are wise people. Most of those who fight people are worldly people, and the final outcome of worldly people is very sad. It is not necessary to argue with them about merits and demerits, gains and losses. In addition, those who fight people have restless hearts, and it is difficult for them to perceive the Tao without a calm heart. If you do not retaliate after being harmed, there will be no worries. Without worries, one can be calm. Calmness brings peace, balance, and clarity. One can perceive the Tao, pursue the Tao, attain the Tao. Attaining the Tao can become a celestial, can enjoy eternity. Why fight with people? The retribution of cause and effect is precise to the smallest detail. Do not fight with people, just follow the Tao, leave the rest to the Tao to manage. The Tao is very fair and will not wrong people. 2.1.Do not show ability. Ability refers to talent, intelligence, capability, brilliance, energy, function. The more ability a person has, the higher their value. Ability is like a colorful gem. It must be hidden and not shown off. You should let the world see that you are no different from others. Even if you have the talent of strategizing and gaining a decisive victory 1,000 miles away and an ability to rule the country, you should also look at the world with cold eyes. Once your abilities are revealed, you will become a slave to your own abilities, and you will be enslaved by relatives, others, and society. You will lose control over yourself, and you will have no leisure time to cultivate and improve yourself. Of course, this is not to say that you should not use your ability or ignore your relatives and friends. If you want to help people, it is best to do it in a way that people can't see or touch. Mobilize the energy of the negative universe, make their work smooth, make their family harmonious and happy, make their life safe. Helping people and not letting people know is the way to cultivate one's virtue. It is particularly important to emphasize that during your cultivation, self-improvement, perceiving Tao, and attainment of the Tao, your body is undergoing changes, especially as your mind power becomes stronger and stronger, purer and purer, closer and closer to one. Like a piece of ordinary iron, through continuous magnetization, the molecules inside are constantly arranged in one direction, gradually generating attraction and repulsion. At this time, it is not a piece of ordinary iron, but a magnet. Similarly, during your cultivation, there will be some special functions that you can't imagine happening on your body, such as walking on the water surface, riding the clouds and mist, passing through the wall, moving things with your mind, which are all child's play. Invisibility, earth escape, transformation is not difficult. You hold an iron rod in your hand. Let it bend. It will bend. Let it straight. It will straight. You see a person. Let him go. He will go. Let him stop. He will stop. Let him do what? He will do what? You really understand what is called do whatever you want. Once you start to develop certain abilities, you must constantly remind yourself that you have a long journey ahead before you can transform into a celestial being. If you let your worldly desires take over and show off your abilities to the world at this point, you will deeply regret it. Many people fail at this stage in the process of becoming a celestial being. As for the reason, it is a secret of heaven that I cannot reveal. Because once revealed, it would be like leading a wolf into a flock of sheep, causing disaster to both humans and the celestial world. The higher the ability, the greater the destructive power. Here, I want to emphasize once again that we should not cure diseases for others. As your abilities grow stronger, you will find it effortless to cure diseases, be it fractures, cancer, leukemia, or AIDS, even easier than a breath, and you could even resurrect the recently deceased. So why can't we cure diseases for others? Because all diseases, whether inherited, acquired, caused by accidents, or infectious, are self-inflicted. This is an order in what seems to be chaos, accident, coincidence, misfortune, and ill fate. You reap what you sow, and there is a reason behind every event in the world. The retribution of cause and effect is an iron law in the universe. There is a cause for every effect, and an effect for every cause. The bigger the cause, the bigger the effect. The smaller the cause, the smaller the effect. There is no effect without a cause, and no cause without an effect. Everything is inevitable. There is absolutely no accident. What we call an accident is the understanding we get when we can't find the cause behind it, which is a mistaken and helpless understanding. Everything in the universe is orderly, and order is inevitability. So where is the cause of the disease? Hereditary diseases, congenital diseases, are caused by our ancestors. The ancestors' defiance of the Tao is the cause, and the suffering of the descendants is the effect. The previous generation planted trees, and the next generation enjoyed the shade. The previous generation committed sins, and the next generation suffered. How do diseases in real life come about? Overeating, irregular living, indulging in joy, exhausting labor, too much talk, worry, affection, desire, and greed can all lead to abnormal operation of certain organs and parts of the body, causing pain and disease. A small part of infectious diseases is caused by nature, and the vast majority are caused by society and are also self-made by people. Air, flies, and mosquitoes themselves will not infect you with diseases. In general, 10% of diseases are caused by ancestors, 80% are self-made, 9% are collectively made by humans, and 1% are caused by order. Since the disease is self-made, people should suffer from the disease. Through the torment of disease, people can gain wisdom and know where they have gone too far and should stop. Through the torment of disease, people can reduce the heart of striving for fame and profit and increase the intention of transcending the mundane. Through the torment of disease, they can wake up the people around them and the world to prevent them from happening. If you use special functions to cure it, you will not achieve the above effects. In addition, suffering from disease is a form of repaying debts. If you have own heaven, own the earth, own people, own society, own nature, blaspheme the greatest creator and insult Buddha, you have to repay it. The more you suffer, the lighter your debt. The smoother and flatter your path to becoming a celestial. I say this, not to ask you not to treat the disease when you have it. When you have a disease, you not only need to treat it, but also need to treat it in time. You need to ask a doctor to treat it. The doctor treating diseases is in line with the Tao, but the more important thing is that you need to prevent it yourself and learn to keep in good health. 22. Pay attention to the micro, weak, and small. The micro world is larger, more complex, and stronger than the macro world. It's hard to understand the Tao without noticing the subtle. The concept of constant dripping wears away a stone, and sawing through wood with a rope are macroscopic, while the micro things and influences are invisible and intangible. A towering tree starts from a tiny sprout. A skyscraper starts from a pile of earth. Profound morality comes from every word and deed. Every smile and movement, disasters and blessings start from a thought in the heart. So don't seek the big, just seek the small. Don't seek the obvious, just seek the subtle. Don't seek the strong, just seek the weak. Don't seek the hard, just seek the soft. 23. Do your best. To cultivate to become a celestial, one must first cultivate to be a human. Human cultivation requires doing one's best. Doing one's best is for being free from cares and worries, and being free from cares and worries leads to becoming a celestial. The primary duty of doing one's best is to respect one's parents. It's hard to become a person without filial piety. You grew up sucking your parents' milk, and your parents poured all their heart and blood into your growth process. They were frightened for you and spent countless sleepless nights for you. The selflessness of human beings is most perfectly and vividly embodied in the way parents treat their children. Whether you want to cultivate to become a celestial to unite with Tao, to become a monk to cultivate to become a Buddha, to serve the country, or to make a career. Whether you throw your head and shed blood for your children, or travel north and south for love and friendship. Whether you stride in palaces and courtyards or are stranded at the ends of the earth, you should first put your parents in your heart. Even if you have 1,000 reasons and 10,000 excuses, it's hard to avoid the blame and escape the sin of unfilial piety. Doing your best is not about quantity or quality, but about exerting your utmost effort. When your parents are alive, you should do your utmost to fulfill your filial duties. After your parents pass away, there should be no guilt or regret in your heart, and you can be free of worries, having fulfilled your obligations towards your parents. Respecting your parents is for the sake of upholding the Tao, regardless of your parents' attitude towards you, how much they love you, your economic situation, or the physical distance between you and your parents. The next priority is to raise your children. Children are an extension of yourself, and about 20% of a child's destiny is in the hands of their parents. Whether you planned well, hoped for, or were mindless and casual, once a child is born, you must take full responsibility until the child reaches the age of 18. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a daughter is not taught, it is the mother's laziness. You must give up your own leisure and entertainment time, the pursuit of fame and profit, and pour your heart and blood into the upbringing, training, and education of your children. Only in this way can you fulfill your obligations towards your children. The third duty is to do your best towards your spouse, siblings, relatives and friends, neighbors and society, plants and insects, birds and beasts, and livestock, so as to have no regrets in your heart. The fourth duty is to do your best for yourself. Before becoming you are after all a mortal with many desires. If you can recognize the harm of desire, it can be self-transformed. If you fail to recognize its harm and forcibly restrain it, it will backfire. For example, when your sexual desire is strong and you cannot calm down to practice cultivation, you might seek a prostitute to calm your body and mind. If you see others gambling and feel an itch in your heart, then go and gamble in a game and experience the feelings of self-blame, self-hate, and guilt when losing. If you find drinking interesting, then get drunk once until you vomit. If you find others playing mahjong interesting, then play it once all night until your face turns green, your muscles shake, and your whole body feels numb. If you feel that swearing is satisfying, then go ahead and swear once, regardless of the consequences, until people think you are vulgar and unbearable and look at you with contempt. If you've heard that cockroach meat is delicious, then have a feast until you feel nauseous and want to vomit. Desire is very tempting before it is realized. Only after satisfaction will you find it tasteless, not valuable, not worth bothering about, wasting time, and wasting money. Only when you have done your best for yourself and feel that there is nothing to regret can you be free from cares and worries and finally reach the state of no self. Otherwise, with a self in your heart, you cannot enter high-level cultivation. While doing your best, you should learn to gradually give up. Analyze what factors consume your heart, life, harm your health, waste your time, waste your money, bind your freedom, and affect your development. Discard what is worthless, meaningless affairs, people, things, etiquette, traditions, habits, environments, bit by bit, gradually reduce. Affairs, like some meetings, people, like those complaining about the sky and people, love to complain, friends that love to talk about right and wrong, things, like non-practical decorations, etiquette, like birthday gifts, traditions, like celebrating holidays, habits, like smoking, environments, like too much noise, too much right and wrong, places where you don't like to live and work, etc., etc. Finally, you can reach the state of physical and mental freedom, unrestrained, despise the world, and yearn for the fairyland. Intermediate cultivation. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Calm the mind. Everything is consumed in commotion, but is benefited from tranquility, and tranquility is the home of our spirit. Tranquility gives birth to wisdom, while commotion breeds fatuity. Without tranquility, it's hard to achieve much or go far. In the worldly realm, there are temptations of pleasing sounds, sensual pleasures, material wealth and profits, conflicts between self and others, seductions and misguidances, power struggles and deceptions, dangers lurking like sharp swords, turbulent and perilous situations, crises lurking everywhere, and countless forms and appearances. Only through the illumination of tranquility can we see clearly, like the sun shining brightly in the sky, sweeping away all haze, bringing clarity and peace. This is the path to seek harmony and well-being. How to calm the mind. Do not feel inferior. Do not feel superior. Do not be arrogant. Do not make vows. Do not get angry. Do not give in to passions. Do not owe heaven. Do not owe people. Do not owe earth. Do not owe oneself. Do not crave strange tastes. Do not harbor strange behaviors. Do not practice conspiracies. Do not make strange gestures. Do not insult gods and Buddhas. Do not talk about others' faults. Do not discuss worldly affairs. Do not indulge in worldly sentiments. Do not boast about one's abilities. Have few desires. Work moderately. Speak cautiously. Abstain from killing. Then you can calm your mind. Stop the mind. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you find the shore. Life is finite, but desires are boundless. Desires are like food, never-ending. They are like demons that disturb your mind and confuse your Buddha nature. If you do not aim high here, you will fall into the demonic realm. Once you enter the demonic realm, you will be lost in the heavy fog, and it will be difficult to see the celestial scenery, wasting this life in vain. Therefore, you should stop when you should stop and retreat bravely in the face of the torrent. Manage the mind. The divine spirit gives me life, and the heart brings my demise. The heart is the master of the body and the commander of the spirit. When the heart moves, the spirit becomes clouded. When the heart is still, the spirit becomes clear. When the heart races, the spirit is unsettled. A single movement of the heart invites all kinds of troubles. While there are remedies for 100 diseases, the disease of the heart is difficult to cure. Therefore, those who are good at nurturing life start by managing their hearts. If it is restless, calm it. If it is wicked, stop it. If it is desirous, let go and suppress it. If it is impure, purify and clarify it. Over time, things will not disturb the heart, and the spirit will be at peace within. A vibrant, clear, and peaceful spirit is the key to connecting with the negative universe and harnessing the energy of the negative universe. Rectifying the mind. Before one can manage the mind, it must first be rectified. If the mind is not upright, it will breed evil thoughts. The first step to rectify the mind is to read the Bible. Without reading the Bible, things remain unclear. The second step is to read the Buddhist scriptures. Without reading the Buddhist scriptures, the principles are not comprehended. The third step is to read the Quran. Without reading the Quran, sincerity of the heart is hard to achieve. The fourth step is to read the Tao Te Ching. Without reading the scripture, the path remains unclear. The fifth step is to learn science. Without understanding science, everything becomes chaotic. Being humble. Looking back over 5,000 years, there are few who are humble. People cling to their own biases, preconceptions, heresies, delusions, and narrow views, insisting on their own opinions, refusing to admit their mistakes, wasting several lifetimes in vain, and failing the patience of the greatest creator. As the saying goes, there is a way to heaven, but they do not take it. Hell has no door, but they insist on crashing into it, brewing bitter wine to drink, and still blaming the greatest creator for being unfair. Those who suffer hardships, difficulties, poverty, torments, and setbacks need humility the most, but the reality is just the opposite. The more one understands the principles, the higher one's wisdom, the humbler one is. The less one understands the principles, the more stubborn, obstinate, reactionary, and cruel one is, the further one is from the Tao. Not only can they not become celestials, but it is also difficult for them to become humans in the next life. Relatively speaking, those great scientists, some billionaires, and political leaders, those who have become presidents and emperors may not necessarily be political leaders, are humbler. Those hidden sages who are unknown to the world are humbler. How to be humble? First of all, you need to know that the capacity of the heart can vary greatly. It can be so small that not even a needle can penetrate, or so vast that it can encompass the entire universe. The more filled the heart is, the smaller its capacity. The humbler the heart is, the larger its capacity. It can be said that the universe is as big as your heart, but this heart must be humble. For the sake of an analogy, let's consider the heart as a room. If this room is empty, humble, then it is useful. This room could be a bedroom, a study, an office, a gym, a storage room, a prison, or even a toilet. Depending on the need, it can become any room. But if this room is already filled with all kinds of junk, then this room is almost a junkyard, and it can no longer fit more things, nor can it become a useful room. If you want to make it a useful room, you must move out the unnecessary things inside. No matter how precious or valuable these things are in your eyes, you must decisively clean them up and throw them away, even if the inside has been reinforced with steel and concrete. You must also make an effort to tear it down. The heart is like a room. The more prejudices and preconceptions you have, the less useful your heart is, and the smaller its capacity. Here I give 3 examples. I have a friend in the secular world who is knowledgeable and brave. However, when I bring up the formation of the universe and the origin of life, he immediately asserts the universe was formed by the Big Bang, life originated in water, and species came about through evolution. He shows impatience to continue the discussion with me, leaving me speechless. For hundreds of years, these prejudices have been accepted by the world, binding the minds of millions of people. Why not use scientific methods and thinking to reason and verify step by step? If the Big Bang could form an orderly universe, why didn't the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima result in 2 more beautiful, orderly, and modern cities, but instead resulted in chaotic ruins? To refute the fallacy that life accidentally formed in water requires a lot of space. So I recommend reading the book Life, How Did It Get Here? By evolution or by creation. This book can be obtained by writing to 25 Columbia Heights, Brooklyn, New York, 11201, USA. It's worth noting that even Charles Darwin, a representative figure of the theory of evolution, admitted that life may have been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one. And Richard Dawkins, a representative figure of the theory that life accidentally originated in water, said in his book The Selfish Gene, this book should be read almost as though it were science fiction. Evolution only occurs within the same species of animals, plants, and microorganisms. One species will not evolve into another. In other words, rabbits will not evolve into horses, snails will not evolve into cattle, peach branches grafted onto willow trees will not grow peaches, and no matter how much monkeys evolve, they will not become humans. As for humans, due to the accumulation of knowledge and rich experience, they have continuously recognized and applied some laws existing in the material world, becoming smarter and more civilized. No matter how much they evolve, they will not grow eyes on the back of their heads or wings on their backs. As long as you have a bit of a scientific mind and follow the gene knowledge continuously explored by scientists led by the United States, you will know that the statement that species evolved is a fallacy. Mao Zedong said, "The spread of fallacies misleads people a lot." This is truly a profound statement. I have another friend whose wife, every time I urge this friend to study the Bible, immediately refutes with Marx's doctrine. Religion is the opium of the people. It should not be studied. What else can I say? You avoid the disease and fear the cure, mistaking the well rope for a snake, and even regard the book as a religion. This kind of prejudice is equivalent to closing a door to a beautiful life for yourself. As the saying goes, medicine does not cure the incurable disease. Buddha saves those who are destined. Since you are not destined and not humble, no one can save you. I have a colleague. I once tried to guide him to understand how to have a carefree real life and a beautiful future life. He immediately asserted, as long as a person is kind and diligent, it is enough. I asked what kindness is. He said, helping the weak and poor is kindness. I continued to ask, suppose there is a middle-aged man with elderly parents above and several underage children who are waiting to be fed below. The family is very poor. You help him get 10 kilograms of heroin at a low price. Let him resell it and make a huge profit. From then on, this family has a good life. Is this kind of help called kindness? He thought for a while and said, This kind of help is not called kindness. It helps a family and harms dozens of families. I asked again, didn't you say that helping the weak and poor is kindness? Why do you say that this kind of help is not kindness? He corrected and said, what I mean is that it is kind to help the weak and poor in a proper way. I asked what the proper way is. He said, the proper way is a method that is harmless to society and others. I continued to ask, a poor child, smart and studious, is reading high school. You pity them. Find a way to find a job for this child who is in school, so that his family's economic situation has improved. This kind of help is harmless to society and harmless to others. Is it called kindness? He answered, it is kindness. I said, this child may go to college after graduating from high school, and he has a bright future. You found him a job, solved the urgent need, but ruined his bright future. Can this be called kindness? He thought for a while and said, the best help is not only harmless to society and others, but also considers the overall interests and long-term interests of the help object. But this is complicated. I said, all right, let's not delve too deep. Let's consider the simple. You just said that helping the weak and poor is kindness. So is helping the powerful and wealthy not considered kindness? He decisively said, it's not kindness. And he gave an example. Hitler was powerful. Helping him is evil. Capitalists get rich by exploiting the surplus value of workers. Helping them is not good. I said, during the Warring States period in China, wars were frequent, and people were living in dire straits. Some people helped the most powerful Qin state to unify China, thereby ending the wars, and the common people could rest and recuperate from then on. Can you say that helping the powerful is not an act of kindness? He thought for a while and said, if this powerful entity benefits the vast majority of people, helping it can also be said to be kind. I asked, the United States is the most powerful in the world today. If we help it to unify the globe, unify the currency, eliminate the military expenditures of various countries, freely exchange various cultures, freely come and go, and avoid many disputes, would you say this kind of help is considered kindness? He laughed heartily and answered, this is a political issue. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I continued to ask, does help also have a nature attribute? Is there political help, economic help, humanitarian help, cultural help, human rights help, military help? If divided by attributes, which kind of help is considered good? He immediately waved his hand and said, this is too complicated. I smiled and said, let's not talk about the complicated ones. You said that helping the rich is not good. Suppose there is a place in Africa where people have no shoes to wear. Someone helped a big capitalist in the UK to set up a shoe factory in this place. From then on, the products of this place have increased in value. Some local people have entered a relatively civilized factory to work, started to contact machines, learn language and text. This remote place has a road to other tribes. And more importantly, people have shoes to wear, gradually leaving the primitive way of life and moving towards civilization. Do you think this kind of help is not good? He thought for a long time before saying, this kind of help is colonial in nature, but from a long-term perspective, it is good for the development of Africa and the people of Africa, and it can also be said to be good. I laughed and asked, so you say helping the weak and poor is good, is the sentence correct? He suddenly woke up, punched me on the shoulder, and laughed and said, you deliberately beat around the bush to make me fall into your trap. After a pause, he sighed and muttered to himself, it is really difficult to define goodness clearly. The greatest benevolence appears indifferent. The greatest kinship shows no favoritism. The greatest goodness appears evil. The greatest evil appears good. After a moment, he suddenly stood up, faced me, and said decisively, no matter what, killing is always evil and not kind. He looked as if he had finally found an invincible truth. I stared into his eyes and gave an example. There was a 9-person squad that was sent thousands of miles away to a place heavily surrounded by enemy forces to rescue people on a quiet night. Midway, they were discovered by the enemy. During the firefight, one of them was seriously injured and could no longer walk. The squad leader had no choice but to shoot this comrade to death. If he didn't kill him, The angry enemy would hack him to death. He would suffer torture and pain. If he couldn't stand the torture, he would reveal the action plan of this 9-person squad, and then the whole army would be wiped out. Do you say this kind of killing is not kind? For example, an old and frail person, suffering from a terminal illness, in unbearable pain, decided by relatives and doctors, was mercifully given a lethal injection. The old man peacefully closed his eyes and ended his life. Do you say this kind of killing is kind? I spoke slowly, and his face gradually changed from a happy look to a puzzled look. He suddenly sat down on the edge of the bed. I knew that if I asked again at this time, I would definitely provoke his anger. I quickly lay on the bed, turned my back, and casually picked up a reader published by Gansu Province, China, and started reading. I disrupted his good feelings and values, which was undoubtedly a blow to his head. At this time, I only heard him panting heavily. I knew that war was imminent. I held my breath and quietly read the book. Just then his younger brother brought a bowl of braised pork for us to eat. As soon as he saw the food, he came back to his senses and shouted, "Damn, eating meat should always be good." He casually picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. I lay still without moving and responded to him, "What about eating human flesh?" He probably choked or got something lodged in his throat, and he abruptly spat out the meat in his mouth, bellowing, "You're utterly inhumane." When we talk about eating meat, we're referring to the meat of birds and beasts. How can it involve eating human flesh? Humans are sentient beings that can think and feel pain and pleasure. The cruelest act is to consume human flesh. I turn to ask again, what about eating dog meat? Dogs also have a spiritual nature and can understand human emotions. They are loyal friends to humans. They guard homes, provide comfort to lonely elderly people, can herd and avenge their masters. Isn't it cruel to eat their meat? He was taken aback, seemingly enlightened, squinting his eyes, and whispered, "It's best not to eat dog meat." What about horse meat, beef, chicken, pork, etc.? I continued to ask. He pondered for a while and answered, "For other animal meats, the slaughterer is cruel, the eater is innocent." So are you saying that those who manufacture guns and missiles are cruel, but those who use these weapons to kill are kind? He waved his hand impatiently and said, forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. In any case, kindness and diligence are absolutely correct." I said, "Yes, ants are diligent, but too naive. Bees are diligent, but too foolish. Gold diggers are diligent, but they destroy vegetation and turn grasslands into deserts. Farmers are diligent, but after a heavy rain, they stand at the edge of the field, crying and shouting, heartbroken." I use the above 3 examples to illustrate that presence of rivers, thousands of mountains, and all things. Only when we are in this state can we gain wisdom. Know that there are indeed the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. Find the way to the high-level space of life. Know that if seeking to be celestial, one will fulfill his wish so as to appreciate the infinite scenery of the fairyland. 6. Stabilizing the mind. Stability is achieved when the mind remains calm and undisturbed. Once you comprehend the journey of transcending time and space as described in Life of Chanyuan, you should concentrate with an unwavering mind. Even when dealing with a myriad of mundane affairs, one should simply adapt to the circumstances. When the wind blows through the sparse bamboo, the bamboo does not retain the sound after the wind has passed. When the wild geese fly over the cold, deep pool, the pool does not retain the shadow of the geese after they have flown past. When events arise, the mind responds. And when events pass, the mind returns to its original state of emptiness. Emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, sadness, fear, surprise, and thought do not disturb the mind. Concepts of right and wrong, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, good and bad do not confuse the mind. Temptation, coercion, deception, and fraud do not shake the mind. Success and failure, gain and loss, disaster and blessing, merit and demerit do not unsettle the mind. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, hatred, disease, and death do not bewilder the mind. Sensations of cold and warmth, pain and itch, sour and sweet, bitter and spicy do not bother the mind. Feelings of loneliness, solitude, depression, and worry do not entangle the mind. Entities like gods, monsters, Buddhas, demons, ghosts, and spirits do not bind the mind. Laws, precepts, orders, and contracts do not constrain the mind. Personal identities such as I, you, he, she, ancestors, and descendants do not preoccupy the mind. Worldly desires like fame, wealth, status, beauty, and treasure do not ensnare the mind. Concepts of reality and illusion, existence and non-existence, clarity and turbidity, purity and impurity do not obstruct the mind. If one can stabilize the mind, one enters a state of meditation. During meditation, one is close to Buddha, can attain supernatural powers, can achieve transformation, and has prepared the Dharma body. In this state, one can ascend to the 9 heavens to grasp the moon. One can descend to the 5 oceans to catch turtles. 7. Purifying the mind. Water has a source, trees have roots, humans have hearts, hearts have spirits, spirits have gods, gods have masters, and masters have an origin. In the positive and negative universe, there is no water without a source, no tree without roots, no human without a heart, no heart without a spirit, no spirit without a god, no god without a master, and no master without an origin. If the source is turbid, the water will be muddy. If the root is rotten, the tree will wither. If the heart is polluted, the person will be lost. The heart originates from the spirit, with the heart and spirit resonating and vibrating at the same frequency. A single thought of the heart-spirit can connect everything. The spirit is like a large broadcasting machine, constantly sending information from the divine to every space and corner of the universe. The heart is like a small receiving machine, ceaselessly receiving information sent from the universal spirit. However, if the heart is impure and tainted, it is like a rusty receiving machine, unable to receive instructions from the spirit. Even if it can receive a little, it will be intermittent and filled with static, too much noise, and incomplete instructions. Then you will be at a loss, leading to an unpredictable life. What I mean by fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and consciousness flows freely when your heart is at peace. No diseases will bother you when your heart and body are clean, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings, is exactly this. Factors leading to impurity of the heart. Blasphemy against God makes the heart impure. Evil thoughts make the heart impure. Delusions make the heart impure. Unrestrained greed makes the heart impure. Desiring for undue advantages makes the heart impure. Deception and trickery make the heart impure. Nonsense makes the heart impure. Insulting gods and Buddhas makes the heart impure. Disrespecting parents makes the heart impure. Fighting and robbing make the heart impure. Ambiguous thoughts make the heart impure. An unclean body makes the heart impure. Cheating and defrauding make the heart impure. A heart lacking kindness makes the heart impure. Ignorance makes the heart impure. If the heart is impure, it is hard for the heart to be calm. If the heart is not calm, it is hard for one to become a celestial being. 8. Ending the heart's worries. The divine spirit gives me life, and the heart brings about my demise. When the heart arises, the true nature perishes. When the heart perishes, the true nature manifests. Ending the heart's worries is based on doing your best to reach a state of no mind. Although the body exists in the world, the heart remains untainted by a speck of dust, thereby achieving the state of no form of self, others, living beings, or lifespan. This transcends the realm of desire and the realm of form, entering the formless realm, laying the foundation for advanced cultivation of refining one's nature. To achieve the end of the heart's worries and the state of no mind, Taoism offers a poem, Song of No Mind, which can lend a hand. Song of No Mind, translated by Thomas Cleary. How laughable my mind, like a stubborn fool. Restlessly it rises and falls, allowing things to be settled by chance. It neither understands cultivation, nor commits sin. It never benefits others, nor benefits itself. It neither observes discipline, nor adheres to taboos. It neither knows propriety and music, nor practices benevolence and righteousness. When asked what it can do, it knows nothing at all. When hungry, it eats. When thirsty, it drinks. When tired, it sleeps. When awake, it walks. When hot, it wears light clothes. When cold, it covers with a quilt. It has no thoughts, no worries. No joy, no sorrow. It has no regrets, no schemes, no intentions, no ideas. Life and death, honor and disgrace, are but travelers' inns. Trees and birds can also be like this, coming without hindrance, going without restraint. It neither avoids nor seeks, neither praises nor blames. It neither hates ugliness, nor admire beauty. It neither seeks quiet places, nor avoid noisy ones. It does not talk of others' wrongs, nor boast of its own right. It neither respects the noble, nor despises the humble. It treats love and hatred, big and small, inside and outside, joy and sorrow, gain and loss, respect and insult, with equal simplicity and ease. Its mind does not see dualities. It is even and calm. It neither seeks fortune, nor causes misfortune. It responds only when stimulated. It acts only when compelled. It fears no sharp blades, nor dreads tigers and rhinoceroses. It calls things by their names. It does not cling to labels. Its eyes do not follow colors. Its ears do not chase sounds. All that appears is false and illusory. The forms and sounds of men and women are not fixed entities. The mind has no form. It is unstained and unhindered, free and at ease. Nothing can bind it. Its wondrous illumination shines through inside and out, encompassing the six extremes. There is no near or far. Light, yet not light, like the moon in water, difficult to grasp. What can it be compared to? Understanding this subtle function, one transcends beyond. If asked what it adheres to, this is all there is. Advanced self-improvement. Xiefeng. Advanced self-improvement is the practice of those rare individuals in human society who have essentially attained perfect human nature. It is the path of cultivation leading to the 10,000-year world and the Elysium world, Pure Land, and it is not meant for the ordinary masses. Advanced self-improvement involves the realms of gods, celestials, and Buddhas, and delves into the profound mysteries of the universe. A slight misstep could bring disaster to humanity. Therefore, I will only explain it to those who have affinities with celestials and Buddhas. Advanced self-improvement can be summarized in one guiding principle. As long as you recognize that the world is faultless, all faults lie within us, you can enter the realm of advanced self-improvement. The above is about self-improvement. Now, let's begin the self-cultivation. Advanced cultivation. Shuifeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Advanced cultivation is the practice that begins after one has attained the status of a celestial being. As long as concepts such as parents, children, family, ethnicity, and nation still exist in your heart, as long as you have not yet experienced all the hardships and tasted all the bitter and sweet experiences of human society, as long as you have not yet read the Bible, the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, you cannot engage in this cultivation. At present, there are no such individuals in human society, so I find it unnecessary to elaborate further. The highest realm of cultivation. Xiefeng. November 25, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The following story, I have forgotten its source. Perhaps it was told by my English Bible teacher more than 20 years ago, or maybe I read it in the American Reader's Digest. An elegant lady was walking on the street when suddenly she was knocked down by a man riding a bicycle. The man quickly helped her up, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry," while the woman, shaking off the dust from her body, calmly said, "I'm sorry. It was me who blocked your way." When someone is knocked down from behind, they would typically either sternly reprimand the man or demand hefty compensation for the mental and physical injuries. But this woman not only did not get angry, blame, or demand anything, she calmly said, "I'm sorry. It was me who blocked your way." Her words implied that the man was right, and the one who was knocked down was wrong. What kind of realm is this? I believe this is the highest realm of cultivation, and cultivators should take this lady as a role model. Over 30 years ago, on a road in Yuzhong County, Lanzhou City, where there were very few vehicles, I suddenly heard the emergency braking sound of a truck from behind. Turning around, I saw the truck driver sticking his head out of the window and shouting loudly at a man riding a bicycle, "Are you looking to die? Damn it." This driver was full of anger, and if the bicycle had blocked his way, a simple honk would have sufficed as a warning. There was no need for such cursing. This behavior is definitely not characteristic of a cultivator. Cultivators adhere to certain ethical standards. They refrain from scolding, hitting, hurting, annoying, harming, or provoking others. They communicate kindly and behave appropriately. If they can acknowledge their own mistakes and give credit to others, then they are cultivators with a certain level of spiritual maturity and mental breadth. If they are willing to sacrifice their own honor, dignity, property, status, or even their lives to protect the honor, dignity, property, status, or lives of others, then they have reached the highest realm of cultivation. Inevitability. Jiefeng. Each of us is like a rough stone. Only through cutting and polishing can we form useful gemstones of certain geometric shapes. Cultivation and practice are akin to this cutting and polishing process. To cultivate and practice, one must first understand oneself. Only with a comprehensive understanding of oneself can one know how to cultivate and practice. To enter the kingdom of freedom, one must first understand the kingdom of inevitability. So, what is inevitability? Inevitability. The world is vast, with myriad phenomena, dazzling and complex, unpredictable, bewildering, and seemingly endless. From the movement of celestial bodies, the ever-changing weather, the chirping of insects and the singing of birds, the growth of grass and the blooming of flowers, to the vicissitudes of life, the rise and fall of nations, the prosperity and decline of human affairs, and the afflictions of illness and disaster. Everything appears to be random and impermanent, yet it is all governed by an underlying order of inevitability. Inevitability is the order of the universe, and the order of the universe is inevitability. The vast stars, each inevitably moving within their respective star systems and clusters, following predetermined orbits with certain directions and speeds. Some, upon reaching a certain point in space and time, are inevitably pulled off course by other gravitational forces, becoming meteorites, burning across the vast sky, adorning the firmament. The rise of winds and waves, the ebb and flow of tides, the ascent of clouds and descent of rains, the drifting of snow and the shrouding of mist, the rumble of thunder and the flash of lightning, the roar of tsunamis, the rampage of typhoons, the eruption of volcanoes, the splitting of earthquakes, the flooding of rivers, the engulfing of sandstorms, the disappearance of birds, the appearance of dawn and dusk, the manifestation of rainbows, the occurrence of solar and lunar eclipses, the changing of seasons, all are inevitable consequences of the Earth's movement, the sun's heat, the moon's gravity, and human activity. The migration of migratory birds, the hibernation of frogs and snakes, the morning song of the larks, the crowing of roosters at dawn, the proliferation of insects, the propagation of bacteria, the sowing in spring and the developing in summer, the harvesting in autumn and the storage in winter, the winding of vines, the fragrance of osmanthus trees, the blooming and withering of flowers, the sunflower's orientation toward the sun. Everything is an inevitable result of the passage of time. The drifting of continents, the fissuring of the Earth's crust, the melting of snow-capped mountains, the disappearance of small islands, the redirection of rivers, the landslides of mountains, the heightening of peaks, the weathering of rocks, the crisscrossing of gullies, the shifting of sand dunes, the emergence of springs from rock crevices, the cascading of waterfalls, the transportation of sand by rivers, the formation of deltas. Everything is an inevitable consequence of the Earth's movements. The disappearance of early empires like Egypt, Mesopotamia, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, the Third Reich, and colonies gradually fading away, the emergence of the United Nations, the budding of the European community, the global circulation of the US dollar, the global spread of English, are not man-made but rather inevitable outcomes of historical development. Caesar and Alexander have departed. Qin Shi Huang and Genghis Khan are gone. Napoleon and Hitler are no more. Stalin, Roosevelt, Mao Zedong, and other great figures of their time have also disappeared. 1,000 sails pass by the wrecked boat. 10,000 trees spring up in front of the sick tree. This is the inevitable progression of society. The disappearance of those riding donkeys to visit their parents' home, the emergence of automobiles, the end of transporting goods with hand-pulled carts, replaced by trucks, the retreat of bows and spears, the dominance of machine guns and missiles, the limited vision of reconnaissance soldiers, replaced by spy satellites in space, the slowness of abacus beads, the emergence of computers, the exponential expansion of information and knowledge, the ubiquity of CDs and computer networks, the inefficiency of manual labor, taken over by a plethora of modern machines, the large margin of error in manual operation, the advent of robots. These are inevitable consequences of human survival competition. The offspring of close relatives often suffer from mental disabilities. Promiscuity leads to sexually transmitted diseases. Excessive drinking and eating cause digestive discomfort. Irregular living leads to physical weakness and fatigue. Indulgence in excessive drinking and eating leads to various diseases. Nonsense talk brings misfortune close at hand. Confused thoughts lead to headaches and mental fatigue. Disasters strike unexpectedly when taboos are ignored. Pent-up emotions lead to cancer. Twisted thoughts lead to heart disease. The type of seed sown determines the type of sprout. The kind of flower blossom determines the kind of fruit. The human body is like a complex computer. Whatever content is inputted will result in corresponding feedback. This is the inevitable program. 10 months of pregnancy, 1 day of delivery. Youth arrives, menstruation flows. Childbirth, continuous breastfeeding. Men grow beards, women develop clitorises. Menopause arrives, menstruation ceases. Aging, decline of the body, wrinkled skin. From embryo to infant, from youth to adulthood, from middle age to old age, all are inevitable physiological developments. Wolves do not eat grass, sheep do not eat meat, bats come out at night, owls sleep during the day, cats catch mice, dogs guard yards, cows plow fields, horses are harnessed, elephants give birth to one, pigs give birth to litters, birds and snakes lay eggs, frogs and fish spawn, trees do not bear melons, seedlings struggle to bear fruit. This is the inevitability of the ecological balance of nature. The moon wanes inevitably after it waxes full. When it wanes, it inevitably waxes full again. When things flourish, they inevitably decline. When people become strong, they inevitably perish. When there is too much water, it inevitably floods. When fire rages, it inevitably burns. Apples inevitably fall to the ground. Melons inevitably shed their stems when ripe. Those without roots inevitably decay. Bodies inevitably die. The ignorant inevitably become restless. The foolish inevitably make noise. The wise inevitably become saints. The spiritually advanced inevitably become virtuous. Those who attain the Tao inevitably become deity. Those who transcend the mundane inevitably become celestial beings. Everything is inevitable. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The offspring of rats will dig holes. All beings have no choice in their origins. All phenomena in nature are inevitable. So, can humans escape the shackles of inevitability? Let's first look at the many inevitabilities in life. The birth of self, date and time of birth, family and social environment at birth, gender, height, appearance, innate abilities, and ethnicity, congenital diseases, spouses, colleagues, friends, aging, lifespan, date and method of death. Dreaming, the gender and number of one's own children. Occupation, murder and imprisonment, wealth, fame, and status. Turning points and encounters in life. Peach blossom luck, eating, drinking, excreting, sleeping, enjoying blessings, suffering hardships, enduring suffering. What path to take? What kind of person to become? Prosperity and adversity. Destination after death. These 18 aspects are all inevitabilities that individuals cannot control. Let us analyze them one by one. 51 elementary self-improvement practices. 学风. 1 prayer. Wake up with the rising sun. Open the window, clean the room, then sit quietly for 3 minutes. Once you feel refreshed, pray first to Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Acknowledge that the greatest creator is the supreme being of the universe. Ask for his forgiveness for your sins, and in your prayer, envision your future and the goals you want to achieve. Express your desires to the greatest creator and ask for his help in fulfilling them. Once the prayer is completed, it signifies that you have sent out a wave of intention to the vast negative universe. The negative universe will mobilize all its energies to provide comprehensive service to ensure a smooth day for you. If something doesn't go well, it indicates that this matter should be postponed or not done at all, so don't be anxious or angry. If you're interested, you can check out the reasons why many people didn't go to work or were late to the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, and survived the disaster. Most of their reasons were due to seemingly unfortunate delays. Whether things go smoothly or not, as long as you have full confidence in Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, and follow the path of the life genuine, everything will have a definite arrangement. 2 greetings. In the morning, greet your parents and inquire if they slept well or have any instructions for you. If your parents are not around, silently bless them with good health. If your parents have passed away, don't forget to pay tribute to them. Care and educate children. Daily, ensure that the children wake up on time and go to school or work. See if they have any requests. When the children return in the evening, it's best to listen to their experiences and thoughts over dinner, providing guidance and education through conversation. Tolerance in disputes. When handling conflicts among relatives, friends, or siblings, always speak gently. Avoid harsh words, rough behavior, or saying hurtful things. If faced with unreasonable behavior, be patient. If your interests are infringed upon, yield. Respect and honesty towards superiors. Always be respectful and honest with your boss or superior. Avoid being dismissive or hiding things. Obey their instructions and arrangements, and never criticize or slack off. Whether your superior is a wise leader, a mafia boss, a people's hero, a rogue, kind-hearted, or malicious, powerful or incompetent, as long as they're your superior or boss, you must act accordingly. If you dislike them, leave and find a different work environment. If you dislike them but don't leave, using them while wanting to abandon and undermine them, the sin lies not with them but with you. You'll always be a hypocrite and conspirator. There is no undeserved fortune or calamity. Hypocrites and conspirators with improper mindsets will face endless troubles. Farewells and welcoming. Whenever you leave the house, if there are family members at home, always say goodbye. If you are home and family members return, get up to greet them and inquire about their well-being. Harmony in the family is reflected in these daily small acts. Coexisting with your wife. The most important person in life is your wife, and she is also the hardest to deal with. If fortunate to marry a knowledgeable, reasonable, gentle, and virtuous wife, your life is half successful. If unfortunate to marry an unreasonable, slovenly, selfish, uneducated, lazy, and vain wife, life is half failed. If this misfortune befalls you, what should you do? First, accept this reality calmly and embrace the hardship. Understanding the cause and effect relationship, you will know why, among so many good women, you ended up with this person. Karma will be repaid. To have a better next life, willingly endure the hardships of this life. The more hardships in this life, the better the next. Second, don't try to change her. A leopard can't change its spots. After death, the soul goes its separate way. Life is short. Don't waste time on futile efforts. Third, don't pursue divorce. Bear your own sins. Don't pass them on to others. If you don't suffer this sin, you will suffer another. The process of suffering is the process of self-improvement and achieving fruition. Don't give up the chance for the negative universe to test you. If she wants a divorce, happily compensate her and let her go with a smile. Finally, don't argue or fight. When she is hysterical and unreasonable, just pretend there is an annoying frog croaking beside you. When she has an affair or seeks pleasure outside, pretend to be deaf and dumb, as if you were raising a pig. When she does no housework and expects to be served, silently endure without complaint. When she is addicted to gambling or dancing, inform relatives and friends, then live separately with her. When she uses violence or brandishes weapons, knock her out with one punch. When she seeks death, whether by electrocution, drowning, hanging, or poison, pretend not to know and walk away. Coexisting with your husband. A man fears choosing the wrong profession. A woman fears marrying the wrong man. Marrying an ambitious, diligent, healthy, understanding, and affectionate husband makes a woman's life 80% happy. If unlucky to marry a dabbler, what should you do? First, recognize that no one is perfect, and there is no perfect husband in the world. Enjoy the good half of him and endure the bad half. For example, don't expect a man with great ambition to take care of household chores. He won't have the time and energy if he doesn't exploit you. Don't expect a multi-talented man to bring a peaceful life to the family. Don't expect a handsome and charming man to be completely loyal and not flirt outside. Don't expect a wealthy man to bring a regular and worry-free life. Don't expect a man with a strong career ambition to have leisure time for romance. Don't expect a man who brings you sexual pleasure every night to avoid physical labor and study deeply. Don't expect a sedentary, pot-bellied man who reads and writes to bring sexual satisfaction. Don't expect a rough, bold, and powerful man to understand your delicate emotions. Don't expect a man who is always around, worried about your every frown or fever, to achieve great success. Don't expect a man who is meticulous with housework to become prominent. Don't expect a knowledgeable and scholarly man to avoid criticizing and directing you. Don't expect a man who brings a peaceful and harmonious family atmosphere to be socially adept and responsive. Whether a woman is happy depends on the type of husband she marries. Whether a man is successful depends on the type of wife he marries. The greatest damage to human nature and the biggest constraint on personal freedom comes first from spouses. There is no perfect marriage or ideal spouse combination. Once you recognize this, you can accept unpleasant realities calmly and sincerely. Women should start their self-improvement by learning not to depend on men emotionally to have hope of becoming a celestial being. The American sex symbol Marilyn Monroe committed suicide at 36 not because of lacking other things, but because of lacking a man she could truly rely on emotionally. If she had turned her mind to other spaces, she wouldn't have had that ending. Thus, women should begin their self-improvement by not relying emotionally on men. Less TV, idle chat, and newspapers. More reading. In today's world, with advanced communication and vast information, the more you know, the deeper you get involved, and the harder it is to calm your mind. Roughly analyze, and how many of the 100 pieces of information are valuable to you? Most information not only fails to benefit you, but adds to your worries, fears, and anger. TV and newspapers are your main information sources and the culprits for your inability to stay calm, so it's wise to watch and read less. Idle chat, especially with common folks, has more harm than benefit. Idle chat is nothing more than gossiping about others, discussing trivial matters, praising some, criticizing others, talking about who got lucky, who had bad luck, whose wife had an affair, whose husband is unfaithful, where to make money, how to get promoted, who is scheming, who is morally corrupt, and so on. It's often baseless, speculative, and detrimental to your mind. However, chatting with wise or celestial people is highly beneficial, akin to learning from 10 years of study in one conversation. The key is that if you lack certain cultivation and qualities, wise or celestial people won't waste their time chatting with you. More reading refers to reading books beneficial to physical and mental health, enlightening wisdom, cultivating temperament, encouraging progress, and depicting the truth, goodness, and beauty of life. Generally, this means sage books, popular science readings, and books on spirit, physiology, and psychology. Avoid books that corrupt the mind, focus on schemes, incite desires, and spread bizarre tales. Magazines should be like Reader's Digest or Reader, avoiding vulgar, obscene, privacy-invading, sensational, and flamboyant ones. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues, and lechery is the greatest evil. Men, aside from their spouse or a prostitute, should not touch any other woman. There are no women who come without consequence, especially those of different generations, significantly older or younger, or those from respectable families. Such actions not only bring bad karma in this life, but will degrade your soul to the level of animals in the next life. If you have already committed such acts, immediately turn back and sincerely repent to Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, with heartfelt remorse. Always remember, filial piety is the greatest virtue and lechery the greatest sin. Treat people with sincerity and without precautions. Imagine that everyone in the world is good. No one intentionally wants to harm you. Even if you have been deceived or taken advantage of before, maintain this mindset. It is better to be deceived 1,000 times and remain sincere than to become distrustful. Do not doubt your parents' love, your wife's fidelity, your children's respect, your friends' loyalty, your subordinates' intentions, your boss' motives, your colleagues' goodwill, your competitors' strategies, your neighbors' actions, or small vendors have deceitful schemes, and so on. Do not compete with others. In public places, if there is a misunderstanding or conflict, regardless of who is right, always apologize first, be courteous, and do not argue. Take the blame upon yourself and concede the reason to others. For example, if someone on a bicycle collides with you, apologize for blocking their path, even if you are injured. Do not expose others' secrets, point out their shortcomings, criticize their faults, or discuss their mistakes. Do not seek advantages, and do not pick up lost items. Do not exploit others' misfortunes to gain benefits, take advantage of their unpreparedness to harm them, deceive the honest, or bully the kind-hearted. Do not opportunistically steal or fish in troubled waters. Do not buy items that are much more valuable than their price. Do not touch what does not belong to you. And do not pick up valuables found on the road. Seek a home that is well lit, well ventilated, clean, and tidy. Do not aspire for luxury or flaunt wealth. Refrain from hoarding treasures or money at home to prevent arousing jealousy, covetousness from thieves, robbery from miscreants, or envy from adversaries. Follow the main path and do not learn petty skills. The main paths include professions like farming, commerce, academics, military, and politics. Petty skills include matchmaking, fortune-telling, astrology, face reading, counseling, massage, magic, Taoist practices, gambling, martial arts, sorcery, performing arts, stock speculation, stamp collecting, theft, and begging. Do not learn these petty skills yourself, but do not belittle or mock those who practice them. Respect others' choices. Treat the world as one family and spread love globally. Do not discriminate against any ethnicity, and do not let race, skin color, history, social systems, or economic status dictate your attitude. Similarly, do not harbor resentment towards people from developed capitalist countries because you feel compassion for those in poor areas. This way, you can peacefully enjoy life anywhere in the world. As long as your existence does not harm others, animals, or plants, no disaster or misfortune will befall you. Treat everyone equally. Do not harm the disabled, the poor, or those who are widowed and lonely. Do not treat people differently based on their status or wealth. Do not participate in any form of subversive conspiracy. Be open, honest, and unselfish in all matters, and do not harbor deceitful intentions. Do not engage in or promote any form of superstition. Do not believe in, create, spread, or propagate rumors. Do not withhold wages or benefits from subordinates or servants, and do not obstruct others' career advancements. Do not be jealous of others, and do not curse your rivals or enemies. Keep promises and be punctual. If an unavoidable situation causes a delay, Promptly notify the other party and apologize for the inconvenience. Be realistic in all matters. Do not exaggerate, understate, or lie. 26. Dress, behave, and conduct yourself in a manner consistent with common people. 27. Do not be picky about food, do not be extravagant, and do not waste. 28. Avoid places of conflict and disputes, and do not inquire about bizarre or abnormal matters. 29. Return borrowed items promptly. Compensate for any damage and repay borrowed money with interest. 30. Avoid cunning words, obscene language, and vulgar behavior. 31. Mind your own business and do not meddle in others' affairs. Do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. 32. Repay kindness, forget grievances, and do not seek revenge. Do not keep track of the favors you have done. 33. Do not indulge in banquets or parties, and do not stay too long at friends' or relatives' homes. 34. Do not abuse domestic animals, and do not kill animals indiscriminately. 35. Maintain personal and public hygiene. Do not spit, urinate, defecate, or litter indiscriminately. 36. Avoid smoking, drink less alcohol, do not use drugs, minimize medication, do not donate blood, avoid blood transfusions, do not consume blood or blood-containing meat, and do not commit suicide or self-harm. Do not celebrate birthdays, indulge in ostentation, gamble, or steal. 37. Respect heroes, but do not aspire to be one. We are all ordinary, humble people who are often overlooked and forgotten. Do not have aspirations of becoming a hero. 38. Do not rely on others, including family members. Live independently and face death without fear if living becomes impossible. 39. Do not desire, covet, scheme, or fight for benefits that do not rightfully belong to you. 40. Do not strive to be a good person, a bad person, a saint, or a villain. Live according to your nature, not according to societal value standards. 41. Do not take on burdens beyond your strength, and do not advise others if your words lack weight. Do your best in all things without being extreme. 42. Do not blame heaven and earth, parents, children, siblings, or friends, and do not hold grudges against those who have harmed you. 43. Avoid borrowing money, unless it's absolutely necessary. 44. Appreciate and praise all the beauty around you. The weather, scenery, people, attire, sounds, language, music, singing, objects, homes, and environments. 45. Regardless of the severity of harm or grievance, don't resort to litigation lightly. Try to resolve matters personally. 46. In formal settings, dress appropriately. Men should avoid exposing their chests or wearing only underwear in the presence of women. Women should express their beauty, elegance, and grace through their temperament, appearance, and stature, without inciting sexual desire in men. 47. If you have a contagious disease, make sure to isolate your utensils, food, and space to prevent transmission to others. 48. Commit to working 8 hours a day. Whether the work is physical, mental, or a combination of both, whether it's for earning money or for leisure. Whether you are wealthy or poor, you should engage in work or be active for 8 hours each day. Work is not only a means of survival, but also an effective way to maintain health and vitality. It is essential for achieving a perfect character. 49. Rest on Sundays. This is not only necessary for rejuvenation, maintaining health, and enjoying life, but it is also a commandment from Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. On Sundays, relax both your body and mind, and spend the day leisurely with family and friends. Couples should not restrict each other. If the wife likes to watch movies while the husband prefers to read at home, they should follow their own preferences. If the husband likes to invite friends over while the wife wants to visit her parents, the husband should not force the wife to stay at home to serve the guests. Sunday is a day of freedom for everyone, and no one has the right to take away this freedom. Not only should couples respect each other's freedom, but so should parents and children, friends, and colleagues. There is no need to sacrifice freedom to accommodate anyone insincerely on Sundays. No matter how important a matter is, it should be postponed until the following week. Sunday, also known as the Sabbath, is a day for everyone to stop working and go to church to praise and thank the greatest Creator and to listen to teachings. My suggestion is to follow your heart. If you want to go, then go. If not, don't. As long as your faith is firm, you have the greatest Creator in your heart, and you practice the requirements of Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest Creator, in your daily life, it is enough. 50. About eating meat. Buddha does not advocate eating meat. The Bible mentions that meat is permissible, but some animals' meat is unclean and should not be eaten, including camel, rock badger, rabbit, pig, mouse, dead birds, dead animals, animals with wings and four legs, water creatures without fins and scales, birds like eagles, vultures, ravens, ostriches, storks, herons, bats, reptiles like lizards, geckos, snakes, centipedes, and millipedes. The view of Life Genuine is that if you want to become a Buddha, you must resolutely not eat meat. If you want to go to the 1,000-year world, meat is permissible. Eating meat is a manifestation of unkindness and cruelty, but life is hard, and we must survive. It is acceptable to eat meat when necessary. Eating meat and killing life are two different things. Previously, I mentioned that eating meat is akin to harming life from a spiritual perspective. Life consists of both physical and spiritual parts. Once an animal is killed, its spiritual body leaves, and the remaining meat is just a substance, no different from fruits and vegetables. The difference is that eating vegetables, fruits, and soy products makes people kind, peaceful, and calm, while eating meat can make people violent, selfish, and cruel. Observe the people around you, and you will find a significant difference in character between those who often eat vegetarian food and those who eat meat regularly. The reason is that all meat contains toxins. While the meat itself is not toxic, the resentment animals feel when slaughtered causes structural changes in their bodies, similar to how human bodies change when angry. Eating their meat will inevitably lead to poisoning. Although this poison is hard to observe clearly, eating too much will gradually erode one's spirituality, making people more animalistic unconsciously over time. Muslims recite prayers before slaughtering animals to persuade the animal not to harbor resentment and to comfort its soul. The essence of this practice is to remove the poison. Regarding whether animal meat has toxins, interested scientists should conduct molecular structure analysis. The molecular structures of meat from animals that died of old age, accidents, prayers before slaughter, and forced slaughter are different. The toxicity of anything lies in its molecular structure, not its appearance. Everything has a spirit. When your body is weak and your physical exertion is high and food is scarce, do not be afraid to eat meat, and do not feel guilty because Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest Creator, permits it. But when you are strong, with little physical exertion and abundant food, eat less meat or none at all. Extend your compassion and love to poultry, livestock, wild birds, animals, insects, plants, mountains, rivers, and even stars, the sun, and the moon. Integrate yourself with nature and the universe. 51. Be grateful. We live in a wonderful universe, constantly bathed in the care and attention of Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest Creator, so we should always be grateful. For 3 meals a day, whether it is a feast or simple food, as long as it fills your stomach, be grateful. When we safely finish a busy day and have a place to sleep sheltered from the wind and rain, be grateful. When our parents are alive and still care for us, and our children are healthy and lively, be grateful. When we look in the mirror and see symmetrical features and a healthy body, be grateful. When we turn on the tap and see water flowing, use it to wash our face and brush our teeth, or scoop water from a stream to quench our thirst, be grateful. When we enjoy the sweet and delicious taste of watermelon on a hot summer day, be grateful. When we see blue skies, white clouds, sunrise, sunset, beautiful mountains, and flowing rivers, hear birds singing and cicadas chirping, be grateful. When we are in the fields, feeling the gentle breeze and feeling delighted, be grateful. When light rain nourishes the earth, flowers bloom in the wild, and vegetation thrives, be grateful. When we joyfully harvest the fruits of our labor, be grateful. When we gaze at the night sky, see twinkling stars and a bright moon, be grateful. When standing by the shore, feeling the sea breeze, hearing waves crashing, watching the sea undulate, with white sails dotting the horizon, invoking endless imagination, be grateful. When we wake up in the morning, breathe fresh air, see dewdrops, and watch early risers busy with life, be grateful. When snowflakes fall, covering the land in silver, and we chat by the fireplace, be grateful. What more could we be dissatisfied with? How could we not be grateful? All of this is given by Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. We dedicate all our gratitude and glory to the almighty greatest creator. Sustained elementary self-improvement will surely enable us to achieve a relaxed, satisfying, peaceful, happy, and solidly ordinary life. Morning Sutra, Noon Sutra, Evening Sutra, Night Sutra. Shuifeng. To assist with self-improvement and cultivation, I have compiled a set of short scriptures that can help calm your restless mind and spirit. The text is as follows. Enjing. Morning Sutra. The vast, distant heavens know my heart. The myriad gods in the darkness know my name. The operation of the sun and moon is aware of my deeds. The mysteries of the universe are infinite and endless. Divine calculations hinge on a single heart. What the heart desires, so shall things be accomplished. Life is finite, but the operation of the Tao is infinite. Break through the three dimensions, elevate the spirit. In the wonderful fairyland, I roam freely. I act, in accordance with heavenly principles. Follow the natural course, water flows and forms a stream. Diligent every day, trees grow into a forest. Not arrogant, not impatient, the mind and spirit are tranquil. Not anxious, not angry, following the mandate of heaven and fate. Not seizing, not competing, enjoying peace. Do not yearn for or plot for glory and wealth. Do not judge or fixate on merits and faults. Stars follow their trajectory. I follow the Tao in my actions. Today I am ordinary. Tomorrow I am mediocre. 10 years of cold and heat, transforming stone into gold. After 50 years old, walking with the gods. There is hierarchy in heaven, and there is nobility and lowliness on earth. This is not determined by fate, but depends entirely on self-cultivation. Near the mountains, you recognize bird sounds. Near the water, you know fish nature. Worship Buddha to attain Buddha nature. Seek celestial and illusions become reality. The sky does not drop pies. Trees do not bear gold. To walk the road of happiness, you must be diligent every day. Among the myriad affairs of life, reading is the most important. Reading clarifies principles. Doing things naturally succeeds. Next, seek good friends. Good friends are confidants. They help you find your way back when lost, turning loneliness into fairyland. Fame and fortune confuse human nature. Success and failure mix truth and falsehood. Right and wrong are not for me to judge. Good and evil are discerned by divine. Busy hustle does not equate to diligence. Pursuing desires makes it hard to understand life. Using cunning does not count as cleverness. Striving for victory wastes time. Heaven above, please see my heart. Today my heart is like a clear mirror, unstained by dust and impure emotions. Let birth, aging, sickness, and death take their course. Merits and faults do not weigh on my heart. I do not commit acts against heaven and reason. I despise deceit and trickery. Even if I live a life of poverty, with a clear mind and calm spirit, I will ultimately realize my wish. Noon Sutra. Xiefeng. Under the blazing sun, I toil in the fields, sweating profusely. It's not survival that compels me, but the pursuit of a beautiful life. I do not desire unexpected wealth, nor am I bothered by others' splendor. You busy yourself with delicacies, while I find comfort in simple meals that warm my heart. I do not seek physical beauty, unafraid of having a dark complexion or being slender. You indulge in elegance and charm, while I find health in simplicity and grace. I do not court high-profile guests, but find joy in gathering with neighbors over fragrant tea. You create storms and waves, while a single good friend brings comfort to my heart. I do not yearn for promotion or wealth, leading a simple life without worry. You rush around everywhere, while I diligently tend to my own patch of land. I cannot command the winds and rains, but I can raise pigs and sheep. You flaunt your power over others, but for me, peace at home brings happiness. The sun rises in the east, and it rains in the west. Spring thrives, and autumn fades. The young do not realize the sorrow of old age, exhausting themselves daily without rest. The mountains and rivers remain unchanged, but people are always in a hurry. What truth can they find in the end? 100 years pass swiftly, and the sun and moon mock my foolishness. The great river surges with magnificent momentum, while the small stream flows joyfully. The Kuanping soars high, its wings brushing the low-hanging clouds, while the oriole sings sweetly nestled in the forest. Everyone has their own life story. Why compare it with mine? You have your strategies to reach the heavens, while I have my little nocturnes. Gold is produced in the southern mountains, silver in the north. Why resent the heavens for unfairness? Whether riding horses or in carriages, one should act according to their station, and not blame parents for lack of cultivation. Children's success depends on their nature. Why scold them for not being bright? Neighbors and friends all have their own sufferings. Do not resent them for lacking true feelings. Wolves eat meat, sheep eat grass, mice hoard food in their storage, snakes and scorpions are busy. All these are heavenly arrangements. Why foolishly get angry? Half the day has passed. I ask my heart, have I harmed heaven, earth, or man? Revitalized, I continue my journey, and my life renews itself every day. Evening Sutra, Xiefeng. As night falls, people become weary, both body and mind exhausted, as if struggling. The numerous worries of the day, each one tormenting and hastening the graying of hair. In the evening, one should relax the body and mind, but the TV and phone keep ringing non-stop. Neighbors come over or call out for something. All our worldly disturbances scratching at the heart. Karaoke bars, dance halls, mahjong, paigao, and night markets flourish. Even casually picking up a magazine can incite and arouse emotions. Busy with worldly matters, families become strangers. Though under the same roof, your heart and mind remain unknown to each other. Supporting a family is truly not easy, and upholding the family honor is even more arduous. When asked why life is so full of suffering, Buddha smiles and answers, "The root of all sufferings lies within the heart. The sea of suffering is boundless, and if the heart is confusing, it is because of the impurity of the six senses. When priorities are misplaced, both body and mind grow weary, and time slips away in ambiguity. Life is not about this. Being confused by appearances is meaningless." Bodhidharma traveled 1,000 miles to the east, bearing the true holy intent of the ancestor of Buddha. In the face of emotions such as hate or love, one must relinquish what needs to be relinquished. Embracing tranquility, indifference, and non-attachment, one advances in the Buddha's realm during daily activities. The Buddha's land is not an illusory realm. Its true forms reveal in the 33-dimensional space. Enlightening the mind and seeing one's nature is a daily practice. The journey to enlightenment and the true path of Bodhi begins. The supreme ruler of the universe, the greatest creator, is the same as the ancestor of Buddha and Allah. The Bible, Buddhist scriptures, and the Quran all lead to the same ultimate truth. Faith is not an empty feeling. It's like a lamp in the night. With devoted cultivation and sincere seeking, salvation comes when you least expect it. The great form has no shape. Great talent takes time to develop. Sowing a seed in spring, reaping in autumn. Great wisdom seems foolish. Its voice is rare. The supreme Tao is hidden without a name. A 9-story tower starts from a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering tree grows from tiny sprouts. Trickling streams become rivers. Every thought, every idea, every action, every small influence has an effect. Every second, every minute, every moment, each moment is golden. A slight deviation can lead to a great error. Light a heart lamp and you won't be lost. A clear mind and quiet heart lead to the path of heaven. A chaotic mind and restless heart lead to the gates of hell. Buddha's compassion guides the way, transforming me from within. Suddenly, the dark alley opens into a bright village, and now, I start anew, step by step. Night Sutra, Xiefeng. In the stillness of the deep night, the birds are silent. The stars twinkle and the moon shines brightly. Occasionally, dogs bark and cuckoos cry. This is the time to ponder profound truths. The countless stars have their own orbits. The moon waxes and wanes on schedule. Rivers surge along their courses. The rooster crows at dawn as expected. Flowers bloom and wither in their seasons. The rolling dust of the mortal world leaves traces. Changes in the world follow the flow of circumstances. Winds rise and waves surge with cause. The 5 elements mutually generate and overcome each other. Great prosperity cannot last long. It has its limits. Comets come and go, as do geese. Without coming and going, all would cease to exist. Joy and sorrow, partings and reunions, depend on fate. Misfortune and poverty have their origins. Collapsing walls, falling houses, and car accidents are not mere bad luck. Illness and disaster come from my own wrongdoings. When things go wrong and wishes are unfulfilled, do not blame heaven or people. The vast world is fair. A beautiful life depends on cultivation. You reap what you sow. Harm heaven and reason, and your life will be in vain. If jealousy becomes a habit and you seek revenge, how can you find peace and happiness? If you still desire an umbrella after getting a raincoat, how can you be saved from your overwhelming greed? If you lack faith and guidance, how can the gods grant wisdom? Always competing and comparing, you bring unrest to the whole family. An uneasy heart leads to an unclear path. Even if you live to 100, you remain a confused soul. Selfishness turns you into a worldly person, with all your efforts amounting to nothing. A simple life, an ordinary person, a plain living, and a calm heart all start from simplicity. Simplicity and plainness are the true essence. Life has 18 ranks, from ignorant and worldly to mortal, sages, and saints. The universe is divided into 36 dimensions, with spiritual light connecting them all. The physical body has life and death, but the spiritual body is eternal. Heaven and earth are closely linked, and so are the human world and hell. Ascending to heaven or descending to hell is determined by me, based on my spiritual nature. This nature is composed of material nature, animal nature, human nature, and Buddha nature. By elevating spiritual nature, one becomes a celestial being, entering the wonderful fairyland. This way, one escapes the sufferings of human life, reaching the other shore and manifesting divine powers. Transcending the realms of desire, form, and formlessness, liberation is not confined within the 5 elements. Reciting scriptures daily without interruption, with the aid of gods and Buddhas, I soar through the 9 heavens. 181 Guidelines for Buddhist Practice, Part 1. Author unknown. Translation edited by Qin Yu. I put these 181 pieces of wisdom from Buddhist into the self-improvement section of the chapter of self-improvement and self-cultivation to express gratitude to the anonymous author for his supreme merit of compiling them. The reason for suffering lies in the pursuit of the wrong things. Rather than blaming others for your suffering, it is better to acknowledge your own lack of cultivation. If you don't trouble yourself, others will never be able to trouble you. Your own inner self is the obstacle. Focus on disciplining yourself rather than trying to control others. Not forgiving others and not being lenient causes suffering for yourself. Instead of being dissatisfied with others, you should reflect on yourself. Dissatisfaction with others causes suffering to yourself. All evil deeds are illusions. Do not belittle yourself. All good deeds are also illusions. Do not be arrogant. Those lacking in blessings often hear gossip and complaints. Those with sufficient blessings rarely hear such things. Cultivation requires constant, gradual effort. One cannot achieve enlightenment through favorable conditions alone. Always be grateful to those who bring you adversity. Accept your fate at all times because you are human. Always forgive others, no matter how bad they are or how much they have hurt you. Only by letting go can you find true happiness. Learning Buddhism is a matter of conscience, not for others to see. When you are happy, remember that this happiness is not eternal. When you are in pain, remember that this pain is also not eternal. To change others, you must first understand, subdue, and change yourself. Today's attachment will lead to tomorrow's regret. You can have love, but do not be attached to it, as separation is inevitable. Do not waste your life on things you will inevitably regret. Whenever you let go, you will be free of trouble. True asceticism is achieved when the mind is free of distinctions. The first principle of learning Buddhism is to never focus on others' faults. By focusing on others' faults, you only pollute yourself and hinder your own practice. If you notice others' mistakes and grievances every day, you should quickly repent. This is practice. Those with deep karmic obstacles spend their days focusing on others' faults and flaws. True practitioners never focus on others' mistakes and defects. Every wound is a form of maturation. It is not pitiable to be confused. It is most pitiable to be unaware of your own confusion. Arrogant people can be saved, but those who are self-deprecating cannot. Do not pity others too much. Pity yourself more. How much do you understand life despite your practice? The world is inherently full of suffering, with no exceptions. When you are troubled, remind yourself that everything is an illusion. What are you troubled about? Before learning Buddhism, nothing seems right. After learning Buddhism, everything seems to fall into place. Tolerate those with differing opinions. It makes life easier. If you constantly try to change them, you will suffer. Learn to endure and accept them. Acknowledging your own greatness is the same as acknowledging your ignorance. Practice is about correcting one's erroneous perceptions. A doctor cannot cure someone who is destined to die, just as the Buddha cannot save those without karmic connection. If you cannot forgive others from the heart, you will never find peace of mind. A person who is filled with their own views and thoughts will never hear the voice of others. Destroying a person can be done with a single word, but nurturing a person requires 1,000 words. Please be gentle with your words. When advising others, if you disregard their self-esteem, even the best advice will be ineffective. Do not mix arrogance with your wisdom. Do not let your humility lack wisdom. There is no need to turn back to see who is cursing you. If a mad dog bites you, are you going to stoop down and bite it back? Envying others does not bring any benefit to yourself, nor does it diminish others' achievements. Never waste a single moment thinking about people you dislike. Many people, when leaving this world, utter the same lament. How helpless and desolate this world is. Falling in love is not a charity that can be given away casually. Emotions have no formulas, no principles, and no logic to follow. Yet, people persist and pursue it until their last breath. Speak your dissatisfaction and grievances with compassion and a gentle attitude, making it easier for others to accept. Those who create opportunities are brave. Those who wait for opportunities are foolish. Being able to speak but not act is not true wisdom. Pay more attention to how others speak and refrain from rushing to express your own views. Why fill a bottle with poison when it can hold something beneficial? Similarly, Why let your mind be filled with troubles when it can be filled with positivity? What we cannot obtain always seems beautiful, but once we deeply understand it, we often find it is not as wonderful as we imagined. In this world, there is only diplomacy, not perfection. Practice requires patience, contentment with simplicity, and finding joy in solitude. Living another day is a blessing and should be cherished. When I cried for not having shoes, I realized some people do not even have feet. Paying more attention to others means less attention for self-reflection. Do you understand? Don't always keep your eyes so wide open. Let me ask you, 100 years from now, what will be yours? To understand worldly conflicts and calamities, listen to the sound of the butcher's door at midnight. Do not just complain about your own illnesses and disasters. Also observe how many lives have perished under your blade. Resentment towards others is a significant loss for yourself. Everyone has life, but not everyone understands or cherishes it. For those who do not understand life, it is a form of punishment. Those who think they possess wealth are actually possessed by wealth. Attachment to emotions is the source of suffering. Letting go of attachments will bring freedom. Taking things as they are is not about being passive or complacent, but about doing what you can and accepting what you cannot control. Do not be overly certain of your own views, as this will reduce regret. When you are honest with yourself, no one in the world can deceive you. Using means that harm others to cover up your own flaws is shameful. People in the world must be accountable to the law. Practitioners must be accountable to the law of cause and effect. When you are poor, offer your physical efforts in service, such as cleaning, watering, or moving things. This is also a form of giving. A person who is full of jealousy, lacks honesty, and speaks unkindly cannot be considered a person with a proper appearance. Quietly caring for and blessing others is a form of intangible giving. Tell more jokes and approach life with humor. This will make life easier. The way to interact with others is through boundless tolerance. Do not attempt to guess others' thoughts without wisdom and experience. It often leads to mistakes. To understand a person, simply check if their starting point and destination are the same. This reveals their sincerity. The truth of life is hidden in the mundane and flavorless. Not bathing and applying perfume will not make you smell good. Reputation and honor come from genuine talent and virtue. True virtue naturally emits fragrance. Instead of rejecting established facts, it is better to accept them. This is called accepting fate. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas only bless those who are willing to help themselves. Adversity is a necessary process for growth. Those who bravely face adversity will see their lives flourish. Be grateful to those who point out your faults. Those who consider others will never feel lonely. If you can identify your own faults with the same accuracy as you see others' faults, your life will be extraordinary. Forgiving others is like creating space in your heart for reflection and growth. Time will pass, so let time carry away your troubles. If you insist on taking simple matters seriously, you will suffer. Those who constantly twist the goodwill of others are beyond redemption. People are not inherently bad. They just have habits. Everyone has habits, some deeper than others. If someone genuinely seeks the Tao, forgive them. Do not label them as bad people. Telling one lie requires concocting 10 more to cover it up. Why go through such trouble? In reality, those who love beauty are simply in love with themselves. No one is immune from slander, and no one is forever praised. When you speak too much, people will criticize you. When you speak little, people will criticize you. Even when you are silent, people will criticize you. In this world, no one escapes criticism. Those who merely praise and admire us are not true teachers. The real wise ones are those who can point out our mistakes, guide us in the right direction, and help us improve. It is through them that we can truly progress. What you currently have will become someone else's upon your death, so why not give it to those who truly need it now? Practicing for the sake of praise is like a flower trampled underfoot. Living a day in vain, doing nothing, is like committing theft. Being able to humble oneself is true nobility. Making many connections means not hurting anyone. Silence is the best response to slander. Respecting others is a way to dignify yourself. Having a selfless heart means having everything. Hatred can never resolve hatred. Only compassion can resolve hatred. This is an eternal truth. Accepting fate is better than complaining. For unchangeable facts, accepting fate is the best solution. Do not let the delusion of others trouble you, and do not let their ignorance cause you suffering. If others speak ill of you, do not get angry or upset. If they speak well of you, do not be overly pleased. There is good within the bad and bad within the good. It depends on how you use it. Even if you are clearly in the right, yet others adamantly claim you are wrong, you should still seek their forgiveness. The essence of practice lies in enduring all things and advancing in spite of apparent unfairness. Even when you are undeniably correct, seeking forgiveness from others is a part of the practice. When your mistakes are revealed, do not lose your temper. Arguing or complaining will not hide or overcome your flaws. Do not always feel unfortunate. There are many more suffering people in the world than you. The foolish person always wants others to understand him. The wise person works hard to understand himself. If you always consider others to be right and yourself wrong, you will have fewer worries. Coming into this world is incidental, but leaving is inevitable. Therefore, you must remain constant in the face of change and adapt to change while remaining constant. Compassion is your best weapon. Only by facing reality can you transcend reality. Conscience is the most impartial judge. You can deceive others, but you can never deceive your own conscience. Those who do not know how to love themselves cannot love others. Studying Buddhism is essentially learning how to be a person. When a virtuous person practices wrong methods, the wrong methods become correct. When a wicked person practices correct methods, the correct methods become wicked. Everything is created by the mind. Sometimes we need to calmly ask ourselves what we are pursuing and why we are living. Do not distance yourself from close friends over minor disputes, nor forget great kindnesses over minor grievances. Being brave and accepting others' criticism helps adjust your own shortcomings. Be grateful for what you have and for what you do not have. Compassion is to always consider others' perspectives and to act for their benefit. Learning Buddhism is not about seeking solace in death, but about living freely and transcending in the present moment. The Buddha never forces others to do what they dislike. He only teaches what is good and what is bad. Good and evil are for oneself to choose, and life is for oneself to manage. Letting go means removing your discriminative mind, sense of right and wrong, gain and loss, and attachment. Speak without hostility or harm. Do not boast about your own abilities, and do not broadcast the faults of others. This will naturally turn enemies into friends. Those who frequently point out others' faults are often not good themselves, as they do not take the time to reflect on their own behavior. Disputes arise every day. If you don't listen, they naturally disappear. Disputes arise every day. Even if you don't listen, they still exist. Disputes arise every day. What will you do about it? True giving is to let go of your worries, anxieties, discriminations, and attachments. If you truly love someone, you must tolerate their flaws. To overcome the fear of death, you must accept the concept that everyone in the world will eventually die. Of all the patients, doctors find it hardest to treat themselves. Of all sentient beings, those who are self-righteous are the hardest to save. A donkey will never become a fine horse, no matter how good the grass it eats. Similarly, practicing with attachment and discrimination, no matter how diligent, will not lead to enlightenment. Those who understand the eternal truth will not grieve over birth and death, as these are inevitable. Even though you may dislike someone, if you can still recognize their strengths and virtues, such a person with such cultivation is truly rare in this world. If you can let everything be as it is, you are truly free in this world. Always tell yourself, I am the happiest person because I have encountered the Dharma. There is no other happiness besides this. If you can repeat, I do not need to worry about this small matter 21 times each day, you will find an incredible strength within yourself. Try it. It is very effective. Face your inner conflicts and stains honestly, and do not deceive yourself. Cause and effect have never owed us anything, so do not complain. We indeed have virtues, but it is also necessary to keep some of them hidden. This is called self-restraint. Do not engage in idle chatter when there is nothing to do, as disputes often arise from idle talk. Most people spend their lives doing three things: deceiving themselves, deceiving others, and being deceived by others. Those who overly admire themselves will not appreciate others' virtues. Living for others' applause indicates a person who cannot withstand challenges. The heart is the greatest deceiver. Others can deceive you temporarily, but it will deceive you for a lifetime. Bad children cause more worry for their parents. Therefore, for beings with deep karmic debts, we should extend more forgiveness and compassion, rather than abandoning or distancing ourselves from them. As long as you are consciously at peace, all directions, east, west, south, north, are good. If there is one person not yet enlightened, do not escape yourself. Live life with an ordinary mind, treat people and handle affairs with a sense of shame, and align the Buddha's heart with a Bodhi mind. When you cling to something, you only hold on to that. If you are willing to let go, you have the opportunity to choose something else. If the mind is stubbornly fixed on its own views and unwilling to let go, then its wisdom will only reach a certain level. If others fear you, it is not a blessing. If others harm you, it is not an insult. It's not someone else that bothers me, but I bother myself with someone else's words and actions. Do not deliberately misinterpret others' goodwill. You should think in positive terms. It is natural for things in the world to not go as you wish. My wealth does not come from having a lot, but from requiring very little. Eating means you must eventually excrete. A person must learn to let go of attachments, or else face constipation. Those who often think others are paying attention to them or hope for others' attention tend to live with more troubles. I can cook for you, but I cannot eat for you. Each person eats their own food and faces their own life and death. It's easy to belittle others, but it's difficult to find balance within oneself. Humanity's greatest error lies in not daring to assume the heart of a saint. You just live your, and do not need to mind others' distortions and right or wrong. If you are preparing to get married, here is a very important philosophical saying for you. You must tolerate your partner's shortcomings. There is no absolutely happy and perfect marriage. Happiness comes from infinite tolerance and mutual respect. If you can safely get through a day, that is a kind of blessing. How many people today will not see tomorrow's sun? How many people today have become disabled? How many people today have lost their freedom? How many people today have lost their families? Right and wrong, gain and loss, can only be judged at the end. You don't have to argue with cause and effect. Cause and effect never mislead people. You don't have to argue with fate. Fate is the fairest judge. You have your view of life, I have mine. I won't interfere with you. As long as I can, I will influence you. If I can't, then I will accept my fate. If you wish to grasp eternity, You must control the present. Never let harsh words come from your mouth, no matter how bad or evil someone is. The more you curse them, the more you pollute your own heart. You should regard them as your wise teacher. Tomorrow, when you start your day, if someone argues with you, let them win. Winning or losing is just a matter of perspective. When you let the other person win, you do not lose anything. What does winning actually bring? What does losing actually cost you? Most of our lives are wasted on grappling with words and language. Do not often feel that you are being wronged. Instead, think that their treatment of you is already quite good. This is the essence of cultivation. Others may violate cause and effect, harm us, hit us, or slander us. However, we must not harbor hatred towards them. Why? We must maintain our original nature and a pure heart. When interacting with anyone, always ask yourself, what can I do that is useful to them, to benefit them? If I cannot benefit others with my personal morality, knowledge, and practice, it's as if I owe a debt. Becoming a monk is a lifelong commitment, while practicing Buddhism spans multiple lives and calamities. Believing in Buddha, learning from Buddha, is not for oneself, but for all sentient beings in the sea of suffering. Buddha does not save those without a karmic connection. Those who cannot be saved, we regard them as bodhisattvas. If a person does not feel suffering, it is not easy for him to sympathize with others. If you want to learn the spirit of saving others from suffering and difficulty, you must first suffer. When ordinary people endure in situations where the other party has more power, wealth, or strength, and they have no choice but to tolerate it, what kind of endurance is that? True endurance is when, even if someone bullies you or wrongs you, and they are in no way superior to you, and you have the strength to retaliate, you still choose to tolerate them. You understand that their nature is the same as yours, and they are merely confused for a moment or influenced by a harsh environment. There is no need to hold grudges against them. Being able to endure under such circumstances and with such a mindset is the true meaning of endurance. If we look at it from the perspective of many lives and calamities, then among all sentient beings, who has not been my parent, brother, sister, or relative? Who has not been my enemy? If we talk about grace, everyone has grace with me. If we talk about grudges, everyone has grudges with me. In this way, do we still have any difference between grace and grudge, kinship and estrangement? Considering wisdom and foolishness, everyone has smart times and also foolish times. Smart people may become foolish, and foolish people may also become smart. The worst person has also done many good things and will not always be bad. Good people have also done many bad things and may not always be good in the future. By reflecting on this repeatedly, the so-called grudges, kinship, wisdom, and foolishness, these many different concepts, will naturally fade away. This is definitely not chaos, nor is it ignorance of right and wrong, but rather to replace our biased views since the beginningless time with the concept of equality. The world was never yours to begin with, so you don't need to abandon it. What needs to be abandoned is all attachment. Everything is for my use, but not for my possession. It's better to forgive others yourself. Don't let others forgive you. When you face things with a troubled mind, you will feel that everything is an obstacle, and the world will become ugly and hateful. If you want to be the dragon and elephant of all Buddhas, first be the horse and ox of all sentient beings. Although we cannot change the world around us, we can only change ourselves, facing everything with a compassionate heart and a wise heart. Abandoning the boat after you reach the shore. Xiefeng, does a billionaire still need to learn how to get rich? Of course not. Does a graduate student need to go back to high school to study the high school curriculum? Of course not. Do those who have become celestials and Buddhas still need to practice and cultivate the ways to become celestials and Buddhas? Of course not. Is there any need to carry the boat after crossing the river? Of course not. Once the deed is done, everything before its completion can be left behind. We must travel light. We have already traversed the path humanity has walked for thousands of years, and are now moving into depths never before touched by mankind. Everything from the past must be left behind. With cars, we abandon ox carts and horse carts. With electric lights, we abandon oil lamps and gas lamps. Moving into palaces, we no longer need to keep the old, thatched huts. Upon entering the second home, we leave all worldly things behind. Preaching. 爱是一种状态. Love is a state of being. 写法. From ancient times, I love you has been a beautiful song which has been unchanged throughout the ages. People become fascinated, infatuated, and enjoyed crazy bliss when hearing, I love you. Today, I finally know that I love you is a hallucination, the unpredictable clouds, a colorful bubble, and an anesthetic. Love is a state, like the constantly shining sun, the blooming peony, the roaring river, and the bright stars twinkling in the night sky with all their luster. Love has no specific target, it is wordless, but if there are specific targets, it is not love. The sun shines down constantly on everything, but if there is a target, it is not the sun, but a searchlight, a torch, or a spotlight. Love is like the shining sun and the blooming flowers. It is a state. Neither the sun nor the flowers ever say, I love you. No matter whether anyone is watching and no matter whether the bees and butterflies come to gather nectar, the flowers always bloom on time. Love always brings warmth, auspiciousness, harmony, goodness, happiness, and positive energy, and is infinitely fascinating to all living beings. Love never shows coldness, madness, ugliness, worry, suffering, negative energy, or desperation. Love cannot hurt anyone. If love leads to pain, grief, suffering, hatred, disappointment, or desperation, it cannot be real love. Love can only be felt by love. It cannot be demanded or taken by force, nor by money, status, fame, or beauty. Love is totally free, it is priceless, needs nothing in return, and is unconditional, with neither responsibilities, obligations, nor other requirements. Love treats everyone the same, beggars and billionaires, commoners and royalty. Love has no morals. Love has no system of values. Love lives in truth, kindness, beauty, and right, as well as in falseness, evil, ugliness, and wrong. The differences in the levels of love between different living beings are in the contents of love's energy. The more love a living being has, the higher its level is. The less love it has, the lower its level is. This is the same as the differences of kerosene lamps, electric lamps, and the sun. They are shining different lights. The kerosene lamp can only illuminate one room in a house, and the electric lamp can illuminate a yard, but the sun can illuminate a much larger area. The light of the Buddha can spread everywhere, but the light of human beings can only spread in limited regions. This is the difference between Buddhas and people. So, we understand that those who love everything and live for the benefit of all living beings are Buddhas. Those who only love and think about themselves are devils. Those who love and live for only one person or several people are animals. And those who only love and live for a group of people are human beings. According to this, we know that those who selfishly love themselves are the offsprings of devils. Those who only love one person or thing, such as within monogamous marriage, are the lowest level of animals. Those who love their families are the lowest level of human beings. And those who love their own nations, religions, organizations, and political parties are human beings. But those who live for the benefit of all living beings regardless of their own interests are more than human beings. They are bodhisattvas, angels, and Buddhas. Human beings are not worthy of speaking the word love. Love is the patent of bodhisattvas, angels, and Buddhas. Love is profaned when one person says, I love you, to another. Love is a non-material existence. Only those who have love for themselves can feel love. You will never feel love if you do not have love within yourself. Only if you have eyes can you see the eyes of other lives. Only if you are not colorblind can you see how colorful the world is. Those people with the greatest love will become super celestial beings. The greatest love is that you, yourself, completely become love. The greatest creator is love. Only by making ourselves become love can we enter the secret garden of the greatest creator, the celestial island continent of the Elysium world. 天堂在哪里? Where is heaven? Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Heaven, or the kingdom of heaven, is the general term for the thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Heaven is where those lives' non-material structures are more perfect than human ones. The greatest characteristic of heaven is the amount of freedom of life. Freedom from the issues of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, disease, war, and sudden disaster. The thousand-year world is a celestial body 960 light years away from the Earth. 10 times the size of the Earth, it is currently inhabited by approximately 200 million people. As the basic lifespans of celestial beings on this planet are about 1,000 Earth years, it is called the thousand-year world. More details are available in Chapter 14 of The Thousand-Year World, the non-material world. The 10,000-year world is a beautiful celestial body located 3,480 light years from the Earth. It is 16 times bigger than the Earth and is equidistant from 16 suns which surround it. About 100 million celestial beings live there with similar basic characteristics as the land celestial beings described in Taoism. They enjoy lifespans of about 35,000 Earth years, and it is thusly called the 10,000-year world. More details are available in Chapter 14 of The 10,000-Year World, the non-material world. The Elysium world is the general term for the Paradise universe. We inhabit a small place that is called the Earth universe. The Paradise universe is called this in relation to other universes. The structure of the Paradise universe is a Taiji ellipsoid which is called a low rotary galaxy. Low rotary galaxies contain 3,000 rotary river galaxies which each contain 3,000 Milky Way-type galaxies, and each Milky Way-type system contains 3,000 solar systems. In other words, the Elysium world is composed of 3,000 macro worlds, 9 million medium worlds, and 27 billion small worlds like the Earth. The Elysium world is a non-material existence. If the world on which we live were the front side of a sheet of paper, then the Elysium world would be the reverse side and we would never have access to it unless we could pass through it and enter the back. The place where humans live is also where the Elysium world exists, for the Earth is within the realm of the Elysium world. The Elysium world has 10 continents: the Lotus continent, the Borneo continent, the Kasayapa continent, the Ingwu continent, the Amida Buddha continent, the Celestial Islands continent, the Three Worlds, the Two-Way continent, the Moon Temple continent, the Gods continent, the Supreme Authentic Wisdom continent. The Celestial Islands continent is one of the continents of the Elysium world. These 10 continents are also called the Pure Land or the Buddha Land. Refer to the Elysium word within the non-material world. The place to which Life Changyuan guides Changyuan celestials toward is the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. It has 80 billion islands. Apart from the 30 billion islands that have been homesteaded by celestial beings, the remaining 50 billion islands are currently uninhabited. The celestial beings in the Elysium Celestial Islands continent are called super-celestial beings, or Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. When people are asked where heaven and hell are, many of them answer that heaven and hell are in people's hearts. This is only half true because the idea is that the whole of the universe depends on the mind and all rules depend on cognition. The environment is created and generated by the mind, and everyone's closest friends and dearest relatives are in their minds, are only half true. Heaven and hell would still exist if people did not think about them, just as people's relatives who live far away would not disappear if they did, and they would still exist even if they were not thought about or even forgotten. Absolute idealism can confuse people. Actually, it is easy to go to heaven, but it is extremely difficult to break our obsession. Many secrets seem very mysterious, but once they are pierced, they become clear and simple. 程序在运行. The program is running. Xiefeng. There is a saying, fishes are in the water, and humans are in the Tao. All things in the universe are running in the Tao. If we have difficulty understanding the elusive Tao, let me make it simple. We can also call it program. So the above saying could be, fishes are in the water and humans are in the program. And all things in the universe are running in the program. What is program? In Chinese, program is 程序. Cheng means the rule, law, pattern, and equation, Shir means sequence and order. Program, chengshir, means the order of formation, development, change, and evolution of a thing according to established rules. The computer we use is the best example of program. We can somehow say that a computer is a program. To use a computer, we need to follow programs. Whoever is good at programming is a computer expert. Hackers are computer experts who can break, interrupt, and change computer programs. Computer programs are designed by human beings, while the program of the universe is designed by the greatest creator. The seasonal order of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in some areas of the earth is a program. The order of seasons is strictly changing according to the program. Spring comes after winter, and winter comes after autumn. They have been in that order for thousands of years. The process of a human body changes in the order of a fetus, baby, toddler, child, teenager, adult, and senior is also an established program. Human beings have to go through this process, which is out of their control. The germination, growth, flowering, fruiting, and withering of a plant is also a program. The law of causality, reap what you sow, is also an established program. You will not reap banana if you sow melon, and you will not reap cherry if you sow bean. What goes around comes around. The treacherous are cheated by the treacherous, and the honest are appreciated by the honest. If you pursue Buddhahood, you attain Buddhahood, and if you admire the beast, you acquire the nature of the beast. If you do not give freedom to others, you will not get freedom yourself. If you want to control others, you will be controlled. Furtiveness and deceit will make you a ghost and lead you to hell, while integrity and good merits will make you a celestial and lead you to heaven. This is also a program. When a man reaches a certain age, facial, armpit, and pubic hair start to grow. When a woman reaches a certain age, she starts to have menses. When a child is born, the mother begins to lactate. When a woman reaches menopause, she starts to have fewer and fewer menses until they stop. It is a biological program. The traditional family is also a program. When one gets married, he or she has to live according to the family program, which is beyond their control. Countries are programs. When one becomes a citizen of a country, he or she must involuntarily follow the country's program. If there is no external force, things will run around and around according to the rules of the program. Life will reincarnate according to the set program. To avoid constraints of the program, there must be an external force, without which the development of things will not change the track. It is just like a man is not able to make his feet leave the ground by dragging his hair. The external force is not necessarily a mechanical force. An accident, a phenomenon, a book, a story, and a sentence, even an insect, a hairstyle, a blade of grass, or an action could become the force. As long as it is able to change the existing program, no matter how small the changes are, it is an external force. The teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Prophet Muhammad, and Confucius are very strong external forces. How many programs are there in the universe? There are numerous. There is the program governing the movements of planets, the program of society's development, and the program of life changes. Each space has its own program. Each plant and animal has their own growing program. There are master programs and subprograms. There are long-term programs, short-term programs, etc. Programs are very rigorous. While they are also layered and closely related, they are causes and effects and are flexible to change. The master program is normally unchangeable, while subprograms are changeable. For example, it is difficult to change the master program of birth, growth, aging, and death of a human, while things like short-term depression can be changed by external forces such as inspiring words or actions. The change of the master program of how hair grows is very difficult, but the hairstyle can be changed easily. The master program of the nature of life is almost impossible to change, but the direction of life can be changed. You cannot touch a pitch and not be mucked. Without the external force, the track of life will not change. Life follows its trail. Once there is an external force, the track of life changes. A single conversation across the table with a wise man is worth 10 years of studying books. One takes the way of saints when influenced by a saint, and one takes the way of robbers when influenced by a robber. A butcher becomes a Buddha the moment he drops his cleaver. A thought and an idea can change one's destiny. Whichever direction you choose at an intersection without a sign, the corresponding program starts to work. For example, at the intersection of four roads, the first road leads to hell, the second to the human world, the third to the Buddha world, and the fourth to the celestial world. Where there is no road sign, our choice activates the corresponding program and it will lead us to a destination unless we change the route midway. All programs are predefined, but human beings can transfer from one program to another. When a man exits one program, he enters another. It is impossible to enter an area that is not within a program. Human beings can only enter 12 programs, and the best and most free life program is the program of the Elysium world. When one life possesses the consciousness of a human being, he lives in the program of the human world and will therefore be constrained by the limits of the program. Once a life possesses the consciousness of a celestial being, his living program starts to slowly transfer to the program of the Elysium world, which means he has changed his life track. All programs are already designed, and many of them are hidden programs. Once conditions are met, any incident will activate the program. It is just like a landmine. It explodes when you step on it, but as long as it is not touched, it will remain hidden underground. It is also like drinking potassium cyanide. You will immediately feel terrible in your organs, foam at the mouth, and quickly bleed to death. When conditions are not ripe, the program will not activate. When the temperature is not warm enough, mosquitoes and flies will not revive and fly. When yin and yang do not meet each other, lightning and thunder will not fill the sky. Without proper humidity and temperature, seeds will not germinate. Before one has reached a certain stage of self-cultivation, he or she will not transform into a celestial being. One cannot enter into an oasis if he or she has not walked out from a desert. One cannot enter a new program if he or she does not leave the traditional family. One cannot enter heaven if he or she does not walk out of the human world. In short, these are predefined programs. When a program is activated, do not worry, for it will run automatically. It is just as a female egg will grow automatically once it is fertilized. We feed a child every day, so he will grow as well. In spring, if we spread seeds in the land, they will automatically germinate, flower, and fruit. It is the result as well as the power of the program. As long as we plant seeds, there will be fruits. This is how the program works. However, we must wait for the fruit to become ripe. We can get some fruits very quickly, while we need to wait more time to get others. And for some seeds, we need to wait a very long time to get their fruits. Peach fruits in 3 years and apricot in 4 years, while we need to wait 18 years to be able to enjoy the fruit of walnuts. Anxiety does no good. As a man sows, so he shall reap. We do not see the fruit, not because it is barren, but we shall see it when the time is right. By observing the current situation of humans in the society, we can know their past. By observing their current behaviors, we can forecast their future. If we do not see anything happen in 5 years, wait for another 5 years, and if still nothing happens, wait for 100 years. In a word, what goes around comes around. This is because the program is running and is not fortune-telling. We must trust programs and trust that as long as we give, we gain. We need to give first in order to gain. If we give others love, we will gain a beautiful life, future, or something else. If we cheat others, or take a bribe of $100,000, we get many temporary benefits, but in the future, we might need to pay the price of a limb, face a calamity, or reincarnate to an animal to pay our debts. Therefore, any behavior that tries to take advantage of others is foolish, cheating and lying is stupid, and being opportunistic is short-sighted. Throw a long line to catch a big fish. Being diligent on self-cultivation, it is possible to achieve the life level of a celestial being. Do not care that you get a return when you are committed to something. Just make your contribution wholeheartedly and ask not for gain. As long as you give, you will gain. This is because the program is running. 穷人进不了天堂. The poor cannot enter into heaven. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. This is a cruel reality because even Jesus Christ said, "It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." We take it for granted that the kingdom of God belongs to the poor. However, after more than 10 years of harvesting the ripe crops, I have found that the poor cannot enter into heaven. The most distinctive feature of the poor is that they take, while that of the rich is that they give. A person who takes constantly is continuously sinning, accumulating debt, and digging deeper into debt. According to the law of the gravitation of life and the rules of the sum of positive and negative energies always equal zero, the poor will have to stay within the 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma without any hope of entering heaven. Heaven belongs to the rich and hell belongs to the poor. This fact sounds so miserable that I feel unkind saying it or even thinking it. It is the same as putting a knife into the hearts of the poor as their blood pours out. However, not telling the truth would mean that I, Xiefeng, am a big liar. And as those who conceal the truth would certainly go straight to hell. So who are the rich and who are the poor? Those who give wealth to others, to society, and to nature without incurring debts are rich, but those who constantly take from others, from society, and from nature while incurring debts are poor. What is wealth? What others, society, and nature need is wealth. Wealth is defined as soul wealth, spiritual wealth, and material wealth. All that can bring others' minds peace, serenity, and calmness are soul wealth. All that can encourage and cheer others on, or that can bring them passionate enthusiasm of life are spiritual wealth, and all that can offer the conveniences of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death are material wealth. As long as you owe a debt and continue to take, you will be among the poor, but as long as you are not in debt and continue to give, you will be among the rich. Debt contains 3 aspects. Economic debt, to own others' money, including bank loans which have not been returned, to borrow others' things without returning them or to damage them without compensating their owners, to demolish others' houses without compensating their owners, to receive others' services or treats but not return or repay them, and so on are what we call economic debt. Emotional debt, care from grandparents, love and care received from childhood by our parents, concern and care from siblings, help from friends, relatives, and neighbors, guidance from superiors, and the cooperation of workmates, education and guidance from masters and teachers, care and consideration from lovers and spouses, special filial piety from children, and similar ties are all forms of emotional debt. Spiritual debt, the greatest Creator's grace, such as the enjoyment of the sun, the air, and the water, the pleasure to experience the splendid kaleidoscopic world, the spiritual teachings and the guidance of God, Buddha, celestial beings, and many saints and sages are all spiritual debts. Referring to the 3 types of debt above, you will easily know whether you are rich or poor. Isa billionaire rich. This is hard to say. Is a farmer in a distant village poor? This is equally hard to say. A billionaire who is in debt and keeps taking is poor, but a farmer with no debts and who is able to give themselves to others, society, and nature is rich. There are many ways to devote oneself to others, society, and nature. Whether it is materialistically, intellectually, or ideologically, or spiritually, as long as they give to others, to society, and to nature, that is devotion and dedication. To give a sweet smile is devotion, as are making others happy and joyous, and bringing people hope and pleasure is devotion to society, and protecting nature from damage is devotion to nature. But the most valuable and significant of all types of giving is what Buddha Sakyamuni called formless almsgiving. In conclusion, those who have given more than they have taken will enter heaven. Those who have taken more than their share of blessings will go to hell. Those who have given equally to what they have taken will continue their reincarnations into the mortal world. Who can give and pay dedications and devotions effectively? Only the rich, so heaven is theirs. The poor have nothing to give or pay back for their poverty, so they cannot go to the heaven, but only fall toward reincarnating into the animal level. All the poor must awake and watch. 内在结构决定一切. Internal structure is what matters. Xiefeng. The nature and function of things are determined by their internal structures. Sugar is sweet while tea is bitter, and this is decided by their structure, not by people. The price of a 1 carat, 0.2 g, diamond is 14,000 RMB yuan, but the price of an ounce of gold is only about 10,270 RMB yuan. That is to say that 1 carat of gold costs 70 renminbi yuan. The price difference between diamonds and gold is 200:1. The fundamental reason lies in the different internal structures of the two. The value of 1 carat of common stone is too small to measure. The greatest creator, gods and Buddha, angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, devils, demons, monsters, mortals, evil spirits, animals, and other life are quite different from one another, and the reason is also because of their different internal structures. Celestials, saints, sages, mortals, laity, laymen, and ignorant people are all humans, but they are unlike each other because each has a different internal structure. It is as with mushrooms that some are nutritious and will feed you, but some others are poisonous and will sicken or kill you. This too is because of their different internal structures. From this we can understand that the role a person plays, the responsibilities that they assume, and the accomplishments that they achieve are completely determined by their internal structure and not by others or by society. Gems are inlaid into crowns, while cobblestones are not. Thus we further understand that it is wrong to envy or admire others, or to blame social injustice. In any case, we should neither complain, resent, nor loathe having a low social status or position. This is called being content in poverty and devoted to spiritual matters. Since we understand that all things are determined by internal structures, we should then make efforts to change and perfect our own internal structures rather than flattering or currying favor with others, using connections for special treatment, envying and admiring others, complaining and resenting others or our society, seeking magic power or skills, seeking shortcuts or begging for mercy and help, blaming or accusing others for our bad luck, being opportunistic, or finding secrets to success. Peaches and plums do not talk, but people come to pick them. The fragrance of flowers attract butterflies. Peonies do not assume their beauty, but people naturally sing songs about them. No matter how flies and mosquitoes dress themselves, people will still detest them. Beggars cannot have refined tastes. Dog meat is not to be served at feasts. Those who lack elegance and good etiquette are not presentable. In short, the internal structure of each thing determines its social role and status. At this point, if someone still complains about heaven and earth or blames others or society for their ill treatment or bad luck in life, or finds excuses and reasons to blame others rather than themselves for their failures, then they would have to be either ignorant or just plain stupid. Are you not satisfied with your current situation? Do not find external excuses and reasons, but make sure to look for source causes from your own internal structure. The internal structures of things are determined by their quality. Taking people, for example, good intrinsic qualities are marked with diligence, kindness, purity, honesty, integrity, modesty, and open-mindedness, whereas bad qualities are shown as jealousy, blame, selfishness, greed, laziness, arrogance, dishonesty, and narrow-mindedness. A person who does not have good quality can never be smooth and refined no matter how they struggle, be accomplished in their career, or sail easily through life. They may enjoy good fortune for brief times, but not for very long. People who are moving toward heaven through self-refinery and self-improvement should never waste valuable time and energy on changing the external world or on changing their external appearance. They should invest their time and energy into improving and perfecting the non-material structures of their lives and on developing good quality. If their quality is not excellent and their structure is not perfect, then they can never reach heaven. It is the same as with a hard rock. Try as it may, it will never be cherished and valued by others. It must alter its internal structure in order to be valued and loved as a treasure and be applied in the most eye-striking and noble places.
内在结构决定一切。
Internal structure is what matters. Xiefeng. The nature and function of things are determined by their internal structures. Sugar is sweet while tea is bitter, and this is decided by their structure, not by people. The price of a 1 carat, 0.2 g, diamond is 14,000 RMB yuan, but the price of an ounce of gold is only about 10,270 RMB yuan. That is to say that 1 carat of gold costs 70 renminbi yuan. The price difference between diamonds and gold is 200:1. The fundamental reason lies in the different internal structures of the two. The value of 1 carat of common stone is too small to measure. The greatest creator, gods and Buddha, angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, devils, demons, monsters, mortals, evil spirits, animals, and other life are quite different from one another, and the reason is also because of their different internal structures. Celestials, saints, sages, mortals, laity, laymen, and ignorant people are all humans. But they are unlike each other because each has a different internal structure. It is as with mushrooms that some are nutritious and will feed you, but some others are poisonous and will sicken or kill you. This, too, is because of their different internal structures. From this we can understand that the role a person plays, the responsibilities that they assume, and the accomplishments that they achieve are completely determined by their internal structure and not by others or by society. Gems are inlaid into crowns, while cobblestones are not. Thus we further understand that it is wrong to envy or admire others, or to blame social injustice. In any case, we should neither complain, resent, nor loathe having a low social status or position. This is called being content in poverty and devoted to spiritual matters. Since we understand that all things are determined by internal structures, we should then make efforts to change and perfect our own internal structures rather than flattering or currying favor with others, using connections for special treatment, envying and admiring others, complaining and resenting others or our society, seeking magic power or skills, seeking shortcuts or begging for mercy and help, blaming or accusing others for our bad luck, being opportunistic, or finding secrets to success. Peaches and plums do not talk, but people come to pick them. The fragrance of flowers attract butterflies. Peonies do not assume their beauty, but people naturally sing songs about them. No matter how flies and mosquitoes dress themselves, people will still detest them. Beggars cannot have refined tastes. Dog meat is not to be served at feasts. Those who lack elegance and good etiquette are not presentable. In short, the internal structure of each thing determines its social role and status. At this point, if someone still complains about heaven and earth or blames others or society for their ill treatment or bad luck in life, or finds excuses and reasons to blame others rather than themselves for their failures, then they would have to be either ignorant or just plain stupid. Are you not satisfied with your current situation? Do not find external excuses and reasons, but make sure to look for source causes from your own internal structure. The internal structures of things are determined by their quality. Taking people, for example, good intrinsic qualities are marked with diligence, kindness, purity, honesty, integrity, modesty, and open-mindedness, whereas bad qualities are shown as jealousy, blame, selfishness, greed, laziness, arrogance, dishonesty, and narrow-mindedness. A person who does not have good quality can never be smooth and refined no matter how they struggle, be accomplished in their career, or sail easily through life. They may enjoy good fortune for brief times, but not for very long. People who are moving toward heaven through self-refinery and self-improvement should never waste valuable time and energy on changing the external world or on changing their external appearance. They should invest their time and energy into improving and perfecting the non-material structures of their lives and on developing good quality. If their quality is not excellent and their structure is not perfect, then they can never reach heaven. It is the same as with a hard rock. Try as it may, it will never be cherished and valued by others. It must alter its internal structure in order to be valued and loved as a treasure and be applied in the most eye-striking and noble places. 让我们来读无字天书. Reading the book without words. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. There are 3 types of books. The first one is with words, such as newspapers, magazines, journals, and other publications, both paper and online. The second is with symbols, such as sculptures, paintings, and music. The third kind includes everything in nature. The so-called book without words refers to all images and things in nature with neither words nor symbols. The most esoteric of the 3 books is the one without words, but the simplest is the one with words. People with low spiritual natures can only read books with words, but only people with high spiritual natures can read the book without words. What the gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints read is the book without words. The 6th Zen patriarch, Huineng, was illiterate, but became the patriarch because he could read the book without words. Therefore, if a person wants to become a master, a celestial being, or Buddha, they must read the book without words. Reading things, phenomena, and people is reading the book without words. Let us try to read it. A person with body odor or halitosis, bad breath, might not be aware of it. When we eat garlic or green onions, we do not smell them ourselves, but others will smell them and will know it. The natures and attributes of things give off their corresponding smells. Those who have smelled or eaten durian know it by its smell. We can learn this truth from the book without words. The essence is revealed from the phenomenon. For instance, if we want to know a person's nature, we can learn their internal natural structure from what they have said and done before. Many allusions in Chinese history are full of wisdom, such as the relationship between Su Dongpa and Master Foyan. Su Dongpa always wanted to outsmart Master Foyan, but he never succeeded. Once, Master Foyan told Su Dongpa that he looked like a statue of Buddha, but Su Dongpa replied that Master Foyan looked like a heap of cow dung. To this, Master Foyan just smiled and walked away silently. Su Dongpa thought he had taken the upper hand this time, so he joyfully told his smart sister Su Xiaomei about it when he got home. Hearing this, Su Xiaomei said, "You are utterly defeated this time. Because Master Foyan has Buddha in his heart, he sees a statue of him in you. But you have a heap of cow dung in your heart, so you see that in him." Nature reveals what it is. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. A person who is filled with love can feel nature's love and others' love, but a person with no love in their heart can never feel your love regardless of how much you show it. Those who always compliment others have rich and beautiful spirits and souls, but those who always demean, mock, criticize, insult, and attack others, and who always speak badly about them, both to their faces and behind their backs, most clearly have ugly souls and extremely poor spirits. Speaking well of others shows that one is good, but speaking ill of others shows that one is not. Flowers always emit lovely fragrances wherever they are, but dog droppings always give off undesirable stench in spite of their surroundings. One who accuses others of heresy exposes that they themselves are heretical. As with Su Dongpa, he had cow dung in his heart, so he saw Master Foyan as such. Therefore, people should not care about others' comments and judgments. Flies and mosquitoes will consider you disgusting because they are disgusting, but butterflies will find you beautiful because they are beautiful. An artist painted a picture which he believed to be fairly good, but he wanted to know how people would react to it. So he left his picture in a public place with a brush and some ink next to it and wrote on top of the painting, "Please point out any faulty strokes in this painting." At day's end, he recovered his painting, but the painting was completely different. Each stroke was criticized as being faulty. The painter was so sad and distressed that he barely slept that night. But the next day, he painted the exact same picture as before and took it back to that same public place, except this time he wrote, "Please point out the superb artistry of this painting." At the end of the day, the painting was again completely different, except that now all the comments described its elegance and beauty. He sighed with emotion. The good or bad of the painting was determined by the viewer's state. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Quantum mechanics also explains the same principle. The movements of fundamental particles are decided by the consciousness of the persons watching them. The Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto found that the structures of pure ice crystals can be shaped by the mentalities of people observing them. If the observer's heart is full of love, or if the freezing water is exposed to positive emotions, such as love or gratitude, or to music, prayers, or art, the ice crystals become symmetric and perfect. But if the observer's heart is filled with hate, or if the water is exposed to negativity such as mean words or destructive images, they appear very disorderly and irregular. Therefore, we should not be affected by others' comments about ourselves, or we will be fooled. The Pygmalion, or Rosenthal, effect on psychology illustrates this point well. People develop in line with others' suggestions and expectations. We must only be committed to ourselves and ignore other people's comments in order to live out our own lives. If someone accuses you of being mentally disordered, just smile and do not get upset, for it is they who are mentally disturbed. But if someone praises you as being a saint, do not be blindly proud, for it is they who are the saint. Let us read the book without words as such. I have written more than 100 articles on revelations which may help you to find your enlightenment. 如何知道自己的前世? How to know our previous lives. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The hypnotic induction method is one way, but we can also observe ourselves from the life clues found in our previous lives. The universe is holographic. Our life is holographic, and our life information base contains all of the information from all the ages of all life journeys of all generations, and the information is always passed down. This information is hidden, but it will reveal itself every now and then. By capturing these momentarily revealed clues, we can trace our pasts. Understanding the life characteristics of 36-dimensional space is conducive for us to understand more of our previous lives. There is only one kind of human nature, but from the people that we know and those that we know of through various channels, we can see that human nature are diverse and colorful. There are quantum differences between people, sometimes even poles apart. The reasons are that people have different origins. Some are from the heaven world, some from the animal world, and some are reincarnations from the mortal world. Even for those from the heaven world, there are great differences. Those from the Elysium world and from the thousand-year world can never be the same. Likewise, even for those from the animal world, those who were carnivores will have totally different natures than those who were herbivores. In this sense, mankind is a rabble. The mortal world is a tenement yard for all kinds of lives. There are hundreds of thousands of clues to trace our previous lives, but we can only have rough ideas about them from these clues. Here are 18 examples. If you have holographic order thinking, congratulations, then you are from the side of the greatest creator. You are a god. If you have formless thinking, congratulations, then you came to the mortal world from the Elysium world. You were a Buddha. If you know that you can change a world magically, then you were a super celestial being. If you were born to like freedom and always seek happiness and joy, you can follow your heart's desire without overstepping the line, then you were a celestial being. If you often dream of flying freely, your mind and body are often in a strange state of joy, you have no fear of death, and hate your life in the mortal world, then you are from the 10,000-year world. If you are always looking for the way back home and feel that you do not belong to the mortal world, you are moreover benevolent and kind, a fun lover. You do not want to be fettered by states, religions, organizations, or families, and you fancy and yearn for a better life in the future, then you are from the 1,000-year world. If you have the Taiji thinking and you are super wise, clever, and gifted, then you are someone influential in society, maybe even a sage or saint. If you love your own nation, culture, family, and family life, and think all this is perfectly justified, then you are a mortal human. If you often dream of flying in your dreams, but still feel attached to the mortal world, then you are a bird. If you derive pleasure from and even love eating meat, and have never felt the suffering and misery of life being slaughtered for meat, then you were a predatory carnivore. If you naturally prefer vegetarian or vegan foods, are naturally timid and afraid of being hurt, like to depend on groups, love your family and religion, then you were a docile herbivore. If you inherently want to be a policeman, are very sensitive to theft and crime in society, and always want to arrest criminals, then you were feline, a cat. If you innately want to be a soldier, are willing to defend your land and home, then you were a dog or wolf. If you naturally prefer to take, embezzle, and steal, then you were a mouse or other rodent. If your nature is to bear hardship without complaining, endure bullying without resisting, harbor grudges without showing them in words and deeds, be trampled upon and feel powerless to resist, completely abide by your destiny, then you were a farm animal from the livestock world. If you are naturally aggressive and quick-thinking, good at sorcery, and can derive pleasure from the pain of other life, then you are from the devil world. If you have extraordinary bearing and charming style, are endearing and extremely selfish, then you were a goblin. If you are clever in trivial matters and have mastered a lot of magic tricks, you always watch for your chance to seize others' love and property, then you were an evil spirit. Draw analogies by checking yourself against the dispositions of other life, and you will find traces of your previous lives. Note: life in the inflamed layer, the frozen layer, and the netherworld usually do not directly enter the human world. Insects and many plants belong to other life cycles, which never enter into the human world. The above is only a general outline. If you want to know your previous lives from A to Z, you will have to observe and verify repeatedly. Like a Trax-like, you can also find your shadows of the past from those people with whom you associate most often and most closely. After reading this article, some people may be excited, but others may be angry. Please calm down. because what you see is your past, not your present. No matter what you were in the past, you are now a human. After you know the coordinate system and your coordinate point, you will have a clear idea of the direction and destination of your life's evolution. If you think this article is bullshit and nonsense, just take it as a fun game. Please refer to the next article, How to Predict Your Own Afterlife. 如何推测自己的来世? How to Predict Your Own Afterlife. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Everything has the ability to move and develop, and this includes life. When we see a pregnant woman, we know that she is conceiving life. She is having a baby. After the baby is born, we know that it will gradually grow up, move from childhood to adolescence, youth, middle age, and old age. After spring, we know it will be summer, fall, and winter. As long as we know our situation, we can predict our life state in our next phase. To speculate about your afterlife, you first need to understand the non-material structural state of your life. You cannot see your life's non-material structure with your naked eyes. The only way to do this is to examine your own consciousness. You can predict your afterlife according to the characteristics of your own consciousness. Consciousness is the essences of life. Different consciousnesses determine different life states. Some days ago, Foshan Celestial and I went to enjoy a terrace in Yuanyang, Yunnan. When we went deep into the village and I saw how some elderly Hani people were having hard lives, I asked him, these elderly people have suffered in this valley throughout their lifetimes. Will they continue to be here in their afterlives? They should leave this valley. Foshan Celestial replied, they will continue to reincarnate here because they have no other place or world in their consciousnesses unless they desire to leave this valley and learn about the outside world. This answer reveals the secret of reincarnation. Consciousness decides existence. To an individual life, what is not in consciousness does not exist. What is wanted to be exist, it must exist in consciousness at first. As the French philosopher René Descartes put it, I think, therefore I am. Why do I have the nerve to say that I can guide Chanyuan Celestials to the Celestial Islands continent? Because I keep infusing the content of it into them. When they understand all the details about it, especially the characteristics of life and the lifestyles of the super celestial beings there, and gradually clear away other consciousnesses, they will undoubtedly go to the Celestial Islands continent in their next lives. This is scientific truth. It is meticulous and exact. So, how can you predict your own afterlife? You must read and fully understand life's 18 qualities in humans, beings, and life first, and then you will know. People look alike in appearance, but they are very different deep inside. At the same time, you can check your faults by referring to the Supreme Book of Rewards and Punishments. Here are seven suggestions. If you have killed many dogs, then you will be a dog in your next life. This is karma and exact. You can make analogies for other cases. If you have murdered a person, then you will inevitably go to the hell world, the inflamed layer or the frozen layer. Divine's punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. If you have abused life, then you will definitely go to the hell world, the netherworld. You reap what you sow. If you oppress the good and kind, swindle and cheat, steal and loot, then you will go to the animal world. As you sow, so shall you reap. If you love freedom, but are still ignorant, then you will be a bird. If you owe too many debts that are left unpaid, then you will likely go to the livestock world. If you are kind and hardworking and love your family, culture, and state very much, then you will continue to be reborn as mortal human. Remember the warnings and teachings of Jesus Christ. If you leave a penny of unpaid debt, then you cannot leave the place where you owe it. If you have unfulfilled wishes, then you will return back to the mortal world. You will have to investigate into your past lives. Do not assume that if you forget something, it will just go away. Make a careful list of your wrongdoings from the Supreme Book of Rewards and Punishments. If you find some, do not just let them go, but learn to compensate. Here are six suggestions. If you have harmed animals, henceforth love them. If you have harmed people, henceforth love them. If you owe someone emotionally, pay back the emotion. If you owe debts, pay back the debts. Ask for forgiveness for the damage, abuse, and bullying of people or other life. Do merits as far as possible and do merits according to the teachings of Buddha. Do more formless almsgiving. If your merits are great enough, you can compensate for your faults and debts that have accumulated over many generations. If you have a clear conscience and have paid back the grace of your parents and nature, and if you do not owe a single debt to any person or animal, then you will be free to go to heaven in your next life. Those who talk about spirits, deities, fortune, and disaster, lose nature, are sneaky, speak voices dripping with sarcasm, resort to sorcery, and talk nonsense will become ghosts, demons, and monsters. We can just look at the variety of fruits and flowers that we see. Why are they so different from each other? The reason lies in the structures of their lives. Their different life structures are the differences of their entities, and in the teachings of Chinku and Celestial, their forms and uses will be different. Always remember these four truths. If you eliminate the concepts of family, nation, culture, and religion from your consciousness, are fond of freedom, happiness, and joy, have repaid all your debts in the mortal world, and have done merits, then you will go to the 1,000-year world of heaven. If you often dream of flying and are in a state of joy without having sexual contact, then you will go to the 10,000-year world of heaven. If you possess Buddha consciousness, then you will go to the corresponding Elysium world. If you revere the greatest creator, revere life, take the way of the greatest creator, have obtained supernatural powers, and can fancy an ideal world, then there is no doubt that you will go to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. You are the one who knows best about what kind of non-material structure your life has achieved. If you do not know, then your spiritual perception has not yet opened, and you should work at opening it. The above are general ideas and may not be very accurate, but they can serve as a general navigation. You need to draw inferences about other cases from one instance in order to predict your afterlife.
人生的轨迹与自由意志。
The trajectory and free will of life. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. There are many times more stars in the sky than people on Earth. Each star floats along its own orbit around the galaxy, and each orbit is determined and is not its free choice. Life also has its track. Birth, growth, aging, and death is our inescapable course. 18. Properties cannot be self-managed within life's track. If we make a detailed search and analysis, we can see that each detail on life's track is predetermined, including our name, temperament or character, words and actions, who we will encounter, what we will suffer, what diseases we will succumb to at each stage of life, when the end will come, and so on. Here is the question. Since our life trajectory and its details are already predestined, do people have free will or not? And if they do have free will, how then is it manifested? There is no doubt that people have free will. It is precisely this free will that causes the hesitation, trouble, agony, fear, and sadness in life. The universe is one. The universe is holographic. The universe is a big play. Everything that happens in human society is a single episode of the big play of the universe. Everyone is an actor on this big stage of life and performs in strict accordance with a predetermined plot and is playing their role in this prescribed scenario. The hesitations, troubles, agonies, fears, sadness, and other psychological feelings in life result from the conflicts and contradictions between each person's free will and their role in the play. You are asked to play a mouse, but your free will wants you to play an elephant. You are asked to live in a thatched cottage, but your free will wants you to live in a 5-star hotel. You are asked to cooperate and serve a certain person, but you attempt to make them cooperate and serve you. You are asked to grow vegetables, but you hope to make a spaceship. You are asked to do good or evil, but you choose to do the opposite, and so on. This is the conflict between your role in the play and your free will. Whenever the arrangement of the play is contradicted by free will, hesitation, trouble, agony, anxiety, fear, worry, and sadness will take over. If your free will agrees with the arrangement of the plot, you will feel peace, joy, happiness, and blessings in your heart and feel free. The highest realm of self-refinery and self-improvement requires you to eliminate your self-persistence and to become free from ego. It is only in this way that you can unite with Tao. Then, when you do that, you will attain the spiritual state of an immortal. Here is another question. Since everything is predestined, what is the value and meaning of struggling and making efforts? First, The so-called struggling and making efforts are barely more than nonsense. When a program is determined, the role to be played is determined and one's so-called struggles and efforts are determined. That is, you will have to struggle and make efforts because a series of things will force you to. It is decided by the non-material structure of your life. Your character and temperament will force or encourage you to struggle and make efforts. This is determined by the self-state. It is not that I want to struggle and make efforts, but my character and the things happening around me and their ramifications prompt me to do so. This is described as, many things are not in charge of our hands in this world. Every person yearns for a better future and to go to heaven, so who can eventually achieve their most beautiful dreams? Also, now that everything is predestined, what is the point of personal yearning? This involves some of the programs of the play of the universe. The play of the universe has destiny and variables. The plot of the play is destiny. Who shall play which characters in the play are variables. If you play well, you can constantly play the role more according to your free will, such as to play in heaven. If you play badly, you will play a role more deviated from your free will, such as to play a demon in hell. Who then will go to heaven? Anyone who can play the role in accordance with the established plot of the play, free from self-persistence and free from ego, will go to heaven, but anyone who has conflicts with the arranged plot, that is, whose self-conscious is too strong and is unwilling to play the role, will end up in hell. We can find such a secret from this. Going to heaven or hell has nothing to do with the role you play, but everything with how well you play it. For instance, from most people's perspective, Adolf Hitler should definitely be in hell, but from the plot of the play of the universe, if he played his part very well, he would be in heaven. No matter what your role is, an emperor or a thief, as long as you play it well, your reward will be to go to heaven. If you do not play it well, you will be doomed to reside in hell. So, how does one know whether they are playing well or not? Here is a very simple validation method. Namely, no matter what role you play, be it one with much pain and suffering or one that enjoys happiness and pleasure, be it a role to ride the whirlwind or one to suffer the commonplace. If you can stay calm, be happy and joyful, free from hesitation, trouble, agony, anxiety, worry, and fear, but with gratitude, then you have played well. Otherwise, you will have failed the role. Those who have mastered the essence of the teachings and instructions of Buddha understand that self-persistence is the biggest obstacle to the Elysium world. Self-persistence is the result of a strong free consciousness. If you do everything according to your own ideas and wishes, if you always believe that yours is a just cause, if you always insist on your own views, if you always know that you are right, then you cannot play the arranged plot of the play very well, and you will be miserable and unable to be rewarded with the Tao of heaven. Take things as they are. Associate with others by following your predestined relationships. Acting in accordance with your nature and taking advantage of opportunities is the best way to play the role. 雪风是缘, the interpretation of predestined ties. 写风, translated by treasure and edited by care. Tie, a bond of information that will reconnect two lives in the future for favor, disgrace, or injury. Once you get a tie, it must be ended, otherwise their attractive force will be inescapable. Predestined ties. Potential energy accumulates from the attractive forces between lives. It circulates in infinite space and eternal time until it reaches the point where it transforms into kinetic energy, releases it, and then causes the attractive force to disappear. Favorable ties. The information to be processed that remains in the negative universe which result from the love and honor between lives who bless each other and are eager to reunite. The information will never disappear until these wills are realized and the ties end. Good karma. One life gives another life a sincere blessing and a favor that will cause a corresponding gravity to return in the future. Evil karma. The hatred and debt between lives which never disappear until the hatred is settled or the debt is paid off. Worldly ties. All the information left and all the debts owed in the mortal world are called worldly ties. Marriage ties. The love-hate relationships between husbands and wives are called marriage ties. Celestial ties. A bond with a celestial being is called a celestial tie. End ties. End ties are when all debts are paid back. Following predestined ties. According to the arrangement of the universal scenario and plot, accept and play the assigned role with pleasure. Ties are kinds of invisible meshes which are established between lives. Divine punishments are slow, but always sure with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. Once getting a tie, it must be ended, otherwise you will be unable to escape their meshes. Worldly ties must be ended in the mortal world, heavenly ones must be ended in heaven, and hellish ones must be ended in hell. Ties are tractive forces. Those which are not ended will stay in tow forever, no matter how far apart in time or space, and they can never be escaped. Anyone who wants to go to heaven must end all ties in the mortal world as soon as possible, whether they are good karma, evil karma, favorable ties, or marriage ties. As long as there are the ties, it is best to end them as soon as possible, otherwise you will be unable to leave the mortal world, and will have to reincarnate back into the mortal world of samsara to end the ties in future lives.
缘的奥秘和真谛。
The Secret and Truth of Predestination I. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Preface: brushing against shoulders in this life is the result of the 500 times of looking back in the previous lives. To ride in the same boat is the result of 100 years of cultivation. To sleep on the same pillow is the result of millennia of cultivation. Knowing I am not destined to enter her heart, how can I compare with the catkins and swallows? Flowers bloom and wither. Tides rise and fall. Spring awakens the branches. Running water is heartless, but the grass welcomes it every year. People may have sorrow or joy and be near or far apart, but the moon will still wax and wane. Born of these scenes, can the word sorrow suffice? Dynasties fall, but mountains and rivers remain. So how many times can we see the beautiful sunset? The events of our world are like games of chess. Each game is only new because it is destined to be so. In a life, people endure hardships and twists and turns in the mortal world and repeat samsara. Some people are designated to meet from thousands of miles apart, but not to know their next-door neighbors. All these are predestination. All things are predestined. Definition of predestination. Predestination is the cause of generating, sustaining, destroying, and changing of all forms and all things, and is the cause of all events. It is the bridge and the tie which causes sorrow and joy, separations and reunions. It is the factor which decides the development of matter and the origins of desires, words, and deeds connected to other things in the universe which are bound to happen in the future since beginningless time. It is a kind of debt after receiving other services or graces which have not been paid back timely. It is the set of revenge, wrong with wrong. Several cases of predestination. 614 years ago, Emperor Qingzu of Ming, King of Yin, Zhu Di killed 873 members of the 9 tribes of the Fang Xiaoru clan. Yet he still could not vent his anger and counted Fang Xiaoru's students as one clan and killed them all. Many people perished. Why did that happen? What was its cause? It turned out that Fang Xiaoru's father had selected a cemetery plot. At night, he dreamed that the Red Snake King was sticking his red tongue out and requesting earnestly that he delay the groundbreaking for 1 or 2 days so that his family could move away. The next day, the Fang family dug the earth and built their tomb as scheduled. Soon, the workers exclaimed, "We have found a red snake pit." Countless red snakes slithered and fled in panic. Fang Xiaoru's father ordered them to kill all the red snakes with fire and knives. That night, the bleeding red snake king cursed him in a dream. "I will kill as many of you as you killed of us." Shortly thereafter, the Fang family gave birth to a baby son, Fang Xiaoru. Born into a scholarly family, he was very smart and diligent as a boy. He was eloquent and charming in appearance, and his tongue was red. He was the reincarnation of the Red Snake King. He deliberately resisted an imperial edict from King Yin in order to enrage him and fulfill that curse by implicating his 9 tribes. After killing all 873 members of the Fang clan, the number still could not match the number of the red snakes killed on that day so very long ago. Fang Xiaoru deliberately provoked King Yin again, even 10 tribes. So what? The king then had all of Fang Xiaoru's students put to death, and the Red Snake King finally got his revenge. In the ancient times, there was a prince who was very handsome, intelligent, and well-educated, and whose closest friend was a young man of equally excellent and outstanding virtues. Like Nose-like. The two would discuss state strategies, compose poems and couplets, and toast the moon together. They discussed everything under heaven and were very intimate. One day, they went out for fun and met a girl who was unspeakably beautiful, cultured and decent, well-versed in lyre playing, chess, calligraphy and painting, a matchless stunning beauty throughout the whole country. After a period of time, both the prince and the young man confessed their love to the girl, but in the end she chose the common young man rather than the prince. The prince fell into an abyss of depression and pain and went to see the most accomplished and eminent monk to ask him why this happened. The monk resorted to magic and presented the following view to the prince. On a beach, a beautiful naked woman laid motionless. A man came to the seaside and saw her. He approached her and placed his hand to her nose. Evidently, the woman was dead. He turned and walked away. A moment later, a second man arrived. He also saw the woman, and as the man before him had done, he examined to see whether she was alive, but she was indeed dead. He then removed his jacket, covered the woman, and went away. After a while, a third man came. After observing, he too realized that the woman was dead. He stopped and carried her on his back until he found a place at the beach to bury her. He also made a mark for her grave. The eminent monk then said, "The woman who you both love is the woman who died on the beach. The man who took his jacket off and covered her was you in a previous life, and she needed to repay your favor for a period of time in this one. But the man who buried her was your best friend, and she needed to return his favor for the rest of her life in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. There was a man from Anhui named Hu Mingxuan. One day, his knees were attacked by impetigo, and he suffered a biting pain. As time went on, the impetigo grew worse as a person's face, with eyebrows, eyes, a nose, and a mouth appeared on it. Hu Mingxuan turned to 130 physicians who not only could not heal him, but actually made it much worse. On December 7, 1651, in a dreamy state, Hu Mingxuan faintly heard a voice coming from the impetigo on his knees. "I am Lu Xiaorong from the Liang dynasty of the Five Dynasties, 906 to 923. You killed me in the Luoyang Palace. Today I come to take revenge. How can physicians cure you? Confess your sins to Buddha, and perhaps you will be remedied." After Hu Mingxuan woke from the dream, he stopped seeking physicians for help and swore to confess and to copy the Buddhist sutras. At first, he could stand up with the support of a cane, then he could stand and walk. Eventually he healed without taking any medicine. After more than 700 years, the soul was still looking for his enemy for retaliation. In the time of Buddha Sakyamuni, an elderly man wanted to be a monk. It is important for a monk to have good spiritual roots, so Sakyamuni asked his arhats, disciples, to see if this person had good ones to decide whether he could be a monk. All the arhats shook their heads after seeing this man and agreed, no good roots. Arhats could only see 500 cycles of life and found that he had never had any relationship with Buddha during those 500 cycles, so he did not have good roots. Sakyamuni then examined the man and proclaimed, in the beginningless time, he was a woodcutter. He came across a tiger in the mountain and was so scared that he climbed up a tree and cried out, "Namo Buddha." From his cry of "Namo Buddha," today his good roots appeared. Sakyamuni ordained him, and he later rose to become an arhat himself. In the Shu kingdom, there was a bully named Guo Jingzhang. One day, he was drunk and hit a poor man, Zhaoan, with a wine pot. The mouth of the pot smashed his head and killed him immediately. Guo Jingzhang gave Zhaoan's son a lot of money to help conceal the matter from the law. Soon afterward, Guo Jingzhang's head grew a sore about 3 to 4 centimeters deep like the one where the pot had hit Zhaoan. His bone was exposed. He bled and discharged a constant stream of pus, and he could occasionally see Zhaoan's face in it. The sore eventually penetrated into his throat and killed him. A scholar in the Yuan dynasty was seriously harmed by a friend. That night, he became enraged and determined to kill the man. He passed a temple on the way to his former friend's house, where an eminent monk stood at the gate. From his deva eyes, the monk saw that the scholar was tailed by a vicious demon. As the scholar arrived at the door of his intended victim's house, an idea struck him. He has turned from being my friend to my enemy, but his mother and wife did me no harm. If I kill him, they will both lose their means of life. After several rounds of inner struggling, he decided to forgive the man, forget the idea of killing him, and go away. On his way back, he passed the same temple where the same monk was still standing at the gate. But this time, the monk's deva eyes saw a completely different scene. The vicious demon which had tailed the scholar was gone, and he was escorted by angels above his head. The monk told the scholar what he had seen and asked him what happened. The scholar told his story truthfully, and the monk exclaimed that the demon and the gods were moved by just a thought. The idea of tolerance changed the scholar's fate. He later became an official, and the friend who had betrayed him died on a battlefield in a mountain village in Damiao Township in Chaoyang City, Liaoning Province. There lived a villager named Li Cheng. Li Cheng's grandmother had a relative named Zhang Qing who used to carry and sell fabrics for the Li family, but whose own family was very poor because he lost in everything he did throughout his life, and his family had been supported by Li Cheng until Zhang Qing died. Li Cheng even paid to have him buried. About 1 month afterward, Li Cheng was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Li Cheng, I am Zhang Qing. I am coming to pay my debt back to you. Li Cheng found it strange after he woke up 3 times in a row from his sleep. Just then, the house manager came to tell him, "Master, the big horse just gave birth to a colt." They knew that the colt was Zhang Qing reincarnated and named him that. Several years later, Li Cheng pulled a cart to Basi Jiazi and stayed in a postal station there. The next day, the local area was having a fair. In the morning, the horse went to the fair alone and stamped the earthen pots and utensils of a street vendor, leaving only 5 big basins intact. The vendor was very angry, and he gripped the horse to find justice. Li Cheng was informed that his horse had made trouble for him and went to the fair to apologize and promise to compensate the vendor for his losses. Li Cheng yelled, Zhang Qing, what is wrong with you today?" The vendor wondered why the horse was named Zhang Qing. Li Cheng told him about Zhang Qing's home and his reincarnation into the horse. The vendor said, "I knew Zhang Qing. I bought some fabrics while he was alive, and I still owe him money." He then calculated his losses from the daily wares, and the value was exactly what he owed to Zhang Qing. So the balance was even. They all understood why the 5 big basins were left untouched. Yuan Liaofan, the author of the 4 Lessons of Liaofan, in the 16th century was from Jiashan, Zhejiang. When he was young, a fortune teller predicted the good and bad fortunes to come in his life, including his rankings in the imperial examinations, his official titles, that he would not father a son, and when he would die. Later, many things were fulfilled accurately just as the fortune teller had predicted. Every day he became increasingly idle, knowing that his fate was predestined and that everything would come along automatically. Then he met Zen master Yungu, who told him, "Fate is created by the self and blessings are sought after by the self. Pursuing it in a correct way, attaining it, depends on your destiny." He began to understand that fate could be changed and became determined to amend his faults. He became tolerant of others' wrongdoings to him and committed to doing good with the greatest determination and perseverance. Surely enough, the original predictions lost accuracy after he decided to change his fate. Not only was he promoted to higher offices, but he also fathered 4 sons and survived a full 16 years longer than had been predicted. 人的奥秘和真谛 The Secret and Truth of Predestination 2. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The 8 descriptions of predestination. A tie will not end until the debt is paid. Once a tie is formed, only its resolution can dismiss it, and with that, it shall end. Love and hate determine the depths of ties. Some ties are very shallow while others are very deep. The depth of a tie is decided by the degree of love and hate associated with it. The stronger the degree of love or hate, the deeper the tie is. The weaker they are, the shallower it is. The short or long of the tie is determined by debts. Ties are essentially debt relationships. Debt relationships are not related to the amount of the debts as much as to the length of time involved. As long as there is owing, the tie is long. Once the debt is settled, the tie will end. Mortals create ties, but Tao ends them. Both good and bad ties are created by mortals. Once a tie is created, it is controlled by the reward and punishment program of Tao and will eventually befall the person who created it. This is the so-called good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. If it is not repaid now, that is because the time has not yet come. Once the time comes, it will surely be repaid. With neither shape nor form, but with shadows and traces, we can neither see nor touch a tie. It is a kind of non-material existence. It is like a time bomb. We do not know when it will explode, perhaps in a couple of hours, or perhaps not for hundreds or thousands of years, but ties have shadows and traces. If we open Buddha eyes to trace them, we can find their origins. The beginning and ending of a tie is but a thought. Once you get a tie, you will have to dismiss it in order to keep it from falling on you, and if you want to eliminate a part of the tie, you will have to do good, especially a hidden good, or formless almsgiving. Do evil not to a single thing, and do good to all things. Repentance, praying, giving alms, and selfless dedication are the best ways to eliminate ties, especially an evil tie on the halfway. Things arrive when ties arrive and things disappear when ties end. All coincidences and emergency events arise due to ties. The tie makes the meeting. When the tie ends, that is, when the equivalent debts are paid, the event will naturally end. When the tie ends, things will part. Beginning or ending a tie depends on perception. Human life is a process of tying and untying. Everything is tied. Ties are the sea, and we are the fish swimming in it. Ties are like invisible, densely woven meshes over which people walk. Divine punishments are slow but sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. This divine mesh is the tie controlled by Tao. If people do not perceive this, then they cannot escape the divine mesh, and as a result they will rise and fall in the sea of ties and reincarnate until they do. This is how ties form and how they end. The 8 best ways to end worldly ties and form a celestial tie. Praying and repenting, formless almsgiving. Praying and repenting in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ, attaining the great vehicle, and making formless almsgiving according to Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching are the ways to end all the evil ties, repay all the debts since the beginningless time, accumulate treasures in heaven, and go directly to the Elysium world, the kingdom of the greatest creator. Associating with others by following predestined relationships, swallowing humiliation, and bearing heavy loads. The ties that we formed since beginningless time will come in succession. To this end, we need to associate with others by following our predestined relationships and resolve them in succession. Whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him also the left one, because it is the result of an ill tie. If you do not allow them to smite you, then the ill tie will not end, but will recur in another form in the future. If others scold you, bully you, insult you, or trample upon you, be they relatives, friends, or strangers, then you must accept it with delight and with neither anger nor resentment. Pray for and bless your enemy. Doing evil not to a single thing, doing good to all things, regardless of what dilemma or situation you find yourself in, you should have only good thoughts, good words, good expressions, and good deeds, never evil ones. Just praise all others and speak not one bad word against any others. However you speak, it must be active, positive, and optimistic. Never passive, negative, or pessimistic. Try your best to bring happiness and joy to people rather than distress and sadness. You should not only treat people this way, but all life and all nature. Always giving, never taking. The guiding principle of the universe is that the sum of positive and negative energy is always zero. Losses and gains are always equal. What one gains and loses always balance out. If you lose, you will certainly gain. If you gain, you will certainly lose, so never think that someone owes you, but remind yourself what you owe others. If others bully us, it is because we owe them and it is time to pay them back. If others owe us, be it emotional debt or financial debt, do not ask for it, because it will be returned in one way or another. Perhaps in this life, perhaps in the afterlife, perhaps from the head, perhaps from the toe. All in all, the law of the sum of negative and positive energy always is zero will work. We just give and leave the taking to Tao. Being apart from the mortal world and avoiding mundane entanglements. Living in the mortal world is to inevitably contact a variety of mortals and laities, but remember that in no case must you ever take advantage of others, not even those closest to you. your parents, children, husband, or wife. In all the universe, heaven and earth, there are no advantages to be had. Whatever advantages you think you have taken are harmful because you will bear losses to balance them out, especially when you are dealing with ignorant persons, laities, mortals, sages, let alone the public. If you take gains from beasts and birds, then your nature will be harmed. If you crave gains from people, then you will bear losses from the Tao of heaven. The hard truth is that if you are not corrupt, do not take advantages nor owe debts, then you are staying away from the mortal world and are free from the ties of mundane entanglements. One particularly important thing is that love and sex must always be completely consensual from both sides and totally free from luring or forcing, or such a mundane entanglement will be as difficult to end as cotton or silk. Pursuing celestial beings and worshipping Buddha builds good ties. Celestial beings are in the celestial world. Buddha is in the Buddhist world. Both are good places to be. Building relationships with celestial beings and Buddha gives you hope to exit from samsara and go straight to the realm of freedom. The actual manifestation of spiritual wisdom is giving advantages and benefits to all life in the lower level life space and owing them nothing, building relationships with life of the higher level life space, emulating celestial beings, and worshipping Buddha whenever and wherever you see them. It is always best to have celestial being or Buddha owe something to you, forgiving the wrong and severing its attraction. We should forgive all those who have ever harmed our life since the beginningless time and stop asking them to repay us. This is the way to completely sever our ties with them and develop no new ones, which can let the attraction of life in the lower level life space completely disappear from us so that we can ascend to heaven and become an immortal. Revering the greatest creator and taking the way of the greatest creator. This is the heart and core to end worldly ties and form a celestial tie. Also the top and best way to achieve a state of oneness with man and nature and Tao, as well as to go to the Elysium world. Everything that Life Changyuan does is centered on taking the way of the greatest creator. If you want to understand this more deeply, then you will have to read and understand the meanings of Changyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus, enter the new oasis for life, and serve for the Life Changyuan era. Conclusion. All forms and things in the universe develop and change as the result of predestination. When predestination exists, then forms, matter, and things exist. When predestination ends, then forms, matter, and things end. Good ties bear good fruit and bad ties bear bad fruit. Mundane entanglements fall into the mortal world, but affinity with Buddha goes to the Elysium world. This truth must be understood. Those who understand the secrets and the truth are celestial beings and Buddha. Those who do not are mortal beings. 现实与虚幻的辩证关系. The dialectical relationship between reality and illusion. Siefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Reality is real in name only. Illusions are illusory in name only. Reality is illusory and material. Illusions are real and non-material. The material world is the presentation of the non-material world. The non-material world is the foundation of the material world. Reality is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, as dew and lightning, thus should you meditate upon them. Every illusion is real and true, is where the real spirit and soul dwell, and where the great universe is. Consciousness is illusory, but reality is the reflection and projection of consciousness. The consciousness determines the state of life's existence. Wishes are illusory, yet they lead to reality. Ideals are illusory, yet they accomplish life's reality. Visualized prospects are illusory, but according to the principle of visualized thinking, it is they that determine the future. Love is illusory, but it can inject huge spirit and soul energy into people. Heaven is illusory, but we all want to go there. As long as we dream of heaven, we will be able to overcome the hardships of life's journeys and lead optimistic and positive lives. Dreams are illusory, but when we are in dream worlds, the illusions look very real. We think of our day-to-day lives as being real because everything in them seems very real and true. But what is the difference between the truth of reality and the truth of dreams? One day, when we finally leave this real world and wake up in another illusory world, we will find out that life is only a dream, an illusion. What are illusions? What is reality? The bygone is like mist and smoke, like a dream or a fantasy. The future truth is illusory and looming. To walk slowly or quickly, there are many roads to take in life. To take with good means or bad, in the end, it is all empty. The wilderness where foxes sleep and hares walk was once a dance hall. The bleak and desolate field where flowers and grass grow was once a battlefield. The bygone realness now becomes illusory, and the illusion of the future will evolve into reality. Reality comes from illusions and will return to illusions. Illusions originate from truth and will become reality. Everything is but a game. Only the soul is true. Reality is a game. Those who obsess with reality and are trapped in it are confused. Those who take delight and fun in it are awakened. It makes no sense to try to hold on to the reality of a dream. The real life is to play the games. The contents of them are determined by illusory consciousnesses. Illusory consciousnesses are determined by souls. Souls are real, but nature is life and a characteristic of structure. Structure determines nature. Therefore, the non-material structure of life is ultimately, absolutely real. However, reality and illusion are dialectical. Real structures give rise to illusory consciousnesses. Illusory consciousnesses in turn produce real structures. Therefore, our top priority should be to concentrate our efforts on the illusory consciousness of life. The type of illusory consciousness decides the future reality of life. Illusions become realities and realities become unreal. If you have a beast's illusory consciousness, then you will eventually live in a beast's reality. If you have a celestial being's illusory consciousness, then you will eventually live in the celestial world. Once you understand the dialectical relationship between reality and illusions, you should not be lost in reality. Consume your time and energy on things there, cling to and worry about them, seize, possess, compete for, or persist after them. You should take reality as a stage in a game and play it to its fullest. As long as you get happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing, then your life is successful, wise, and full. To own nothing is to have everything. Not to act is to act. Hold fast to illusions, and you can have reality. Having reality is, after all, an illusion. Life is a journey. The more things that you possess in reality, the more misery you will have, and the more pathetic you will become because your life will all be a tragedy. The more illusory things that you possess, the happier and more affluent you will be because your life will ultimately become a comedy.
宇宙八大辩证法
The 8 Dialectics of the Universe. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Taiji thinking teaches us that everything in the universe comes from the unity of opposites and the symmetry of yin and yang. Opposing sides exist in the same unity. One is the condition for the other and disappears when the other does. Within a certain range, one flourishes as the other declines. Extremes meet and things develop in opposite directions when they become extreme. For example, know the male, but conform to the female. Sages put themselves last but find themselves in front. They regard their bodies as accidental and are thereby preserved. Life is the root of death and death is the root of life. Yin and yang are the roots of each other. To yield is to be preserved whole. To be bent is to become straight. To be hollow is to be filled. To be tattered is to be renewed. The growth and decline, the generating, sustaining, destroying, and changing of any two opposites are dialectical. There are 8 dialectics in the universe. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. When things exhaust, they revive. When they end, they begin anew. The small can grow big. Details matter. Life and death are the roots of each other. Yin flourishes when yang declines. To have nothing is to have everything. To have everything is to have nothing. Where the mind abides nowhere, nature prevails. Where the mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. Stillness and motion coexist. Light and dark are interdependent. Positive and negative are symmetrical, but proportion restrains. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. The 3 elements of the universe are consciousness, structure, and energy. They are all non-material. The existence of any single element is emptiness. See it, and you will not see its form. Hear it, and you will not hear its trace. Meet it, and you will not know its face. Follow it, and you will not find its back. Once the 3 join together, though, there is lustrous and dazzling form, changing countlessly and into a myriad of images. Therefore, form comes from emptiness and emptiness is form. When emptiness comes, there is form, because form is emptiness. If a mind abides in form, it is in emptiness. If a mind abides in emptiness, it is in form. You pursue form, but form is never there. You pursue emptiness, and you get form. Pursuing form results in emptiness. Pursuing emptiness results in form. When things exhaust, they revive. When they end, they begin anew. Extremes meet. Things develop in opposite directions when they become extreme. When you reach your peak, you go downhill. Extreme happiness leads to sorrow, and extreme sorrow leads to happiness. Extreme yin is yang, and extreme yang is yin. The softest becomes the hardest, and the hardest becomes the softest. There is a time to rise and a time to fall. When a thing reaches its prime, it will be old and will revive. The end of the infinitely big is the infinitesimally small, and the end of infinitesimally small is the infinitely big. When something saturates, a qualitative change happens in it. Things change at critical points and new substances are produced. Extreme beauty leads to ugliness, and extreme ugliness leads to beauty. Extreme goodness forms evil, and extreme evil forms goodness. That is, great virtue is no virtue, and great benevolence is heartless. Haste makes waste. One who understands Tao appears dull of comprehension, and one who advances in Tao appears to slip backwards. To pursue happiness, you must avoid extremes. To revive, go for the extreme. The small can grow big. Details matter. Matter is composed of molecules, composed of atoms. A tree with a full span's girth begins from a tiny sprout. A 9-storied terrace begins with a clod of earth. From small beginnings, one can see how things will develop and grow. Difficulties are overcome by easy things. Great things are accomplished by the details. Details matter. Deal with the big while it is yet small. Deal with the difficult while it is yet easy. Start from the beginning and start from the small, but do not lose track of the big picture. Molehills make mountains. Do not neglect small things, or you will never accomplish big things. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Any future success depends on the present. Small details and tiny things lead to grand achievements. Life and death are the roots of each other. Yin flourishes when yang declines. Life is the root of death, and death is the root of life. No life, no death, no death, no life. Life and death alternate, and each follows the other. Yang flourishes when yin declines, and yin flourishes when yang declines. Every moment of every day has birth and death. One dies here, but is born there. Hard is born as soft dies. Good is born as evil dies. One departs from the mortal world and is born into the celestial world. A human heart dies, and the heart of a celestial being is born. If you keep the old, you will get nothing new. If you are selfish, you will never reach the Elysium world. Out of life, death enters. Those who are not afraid of death will live. The created universe carries yin at its back and yang in front, and vice versa. Seek life, and you will die. Seek death, and you will live. To have nothing is to have everything. To have everything is to have nothing. Out of nothing, there is something. The less you possess, the more you have. The more you possess, the less you have. When you possess nothing, you can have everything. When you have everything, you can possess nothing. The more you have, the more emptiness you feel, the more illusory it is, and the more real it is. Walk into the spiritual Pure Land, and you will see a wonderful world. Pursue wealth, power, and lust, and you will have endless troubles. Being and non-being interconnect in growth. If you want to have something in heaven, give it up in the mortal world. To have nothing is to have everything. By the existence of things, we profit, and by the non-existence of things, we are served. Work on non-existence for existence. Where the mind abides nowhere, nature prevails. Where the mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. Nature is the quality of origin, which is Buddha. The reason that people cannot attain Buddhahood is that their minds abide somewhere. If their minds abided nowhere, they would attain Buddhahood. When one's mind abides nowhere, nature shows. When their mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. This is dialectical. One advances as the other retreats. Different forms give birth to different souls. When minds abide somewhere, trouble comes. Therefore, If your mind abides somewhere, it will be in falsehood. It should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. It should abide nowhere. When the mind abides nowhere, it can abide everywhere. And when the soul can transcend over all forms and show the nature, one can reach the Elysium world. He who focuses too much on the specific cannot see the general. A mind that abides somewhere cannot go to the Elysium world. One who acquire enlightenment can perceive nature. One who lack mind can show nature. Stillness and motion coexist. Light and dark are interdependent. Stillness is the source of motion. It cannot be dynamic if it is not static. Motion is the root of stillness. It cannot be static if it is not dynamic. Stillness and motion coexist and come from each other. Strong motion comes from great stillness. Great stillness comes from strong motion. All things derive from stillness but are accomplished in motion. Without stillness, there is no motion. Without motion, there are no accomplishments. Light comes out of darkness and darkness comes from light. Heaven and hell, one light and the other dark. Extreme darkness is light and extreme light is darkness. Fortune and adversity go together. Out of waste grows grass. Bliss is unfelt until after it leaves. Good fortune lies within bad. Bad fortune lurks within good. Non-interference with natural rules and letting all things happen naturally. Those who act at the wrong times spoil things. One should never fear the dark. Out of extreme darkness comes light. Knowing the dialectic of the universe, one can enjoy the light cautiously, for from extreme light comes darkness. Positive and negative are symmetrical, but proportion restrains. Those who differ from the crowd will be slandered. An outstanding tree in the forest will be destroyed by wind. Those who enjoy great fame will be envied, but those who are most favored will be slandered. 36-dimensional space is arranged symmetrically. The forces of action and reaction are equal but in opposition. All things reinforce and neutralize each other mutually. There is always one thing to overcome the other. There is heaven and there is hell. All things develop in proportion. Chaos and the early devastation were the results of imbalance. Boundless avarice leads to disaster. Conform to nature and give up inordinate ambitions. Understand that everything has two sides and that perfection is unattainable. Rivers run into the sea, so you can never drink them all. Tao is the theory of yin and yang. Maintaining a balance between the two is rational. Knowing the dialectic principle is wise, and complying with the laws of nature can be regarded as virtue.
如何解脱生死?
How to liberate yourself from life and death. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The subtlety of liberating oneself from life and death in The Treasury of the True Dharma Eye is that Buddha Sakyamuni had held a flower in his hand as he smiled in the Lingshan Mountain Assembly. Only his first disciple, Mahakassapa, understood why and gave a faint smile. Buddha said, "I possess the true Dharma Eye, the marvelous mind of nirvana, the true form of the formless, and the subtle Dharma gate that does not rest on words or letters, but is a special understanding outside of the scriptures." Mahakassapa later explained his understanding directly to Ananda, who gave it to Shanavasa, and all the way to Bodhidharma, the 20th patriarch of Buddhism. When the 27th patriarch, Prajnatara, gave it along with a robe and begging bowl to Bodhidharma, he said, 60 years after I attain nirvana, I want you to take these 3 things from India to China and carry Buddhism forward to benefit all living people. Bodhidharma took Zen Buddhism to China and was regarded as the first Chinese Zen Buddhist patriarch. He eventually passed them to Haik, the 2nd patriarch, who passed them to Senkhan, the 3rd patriarch, then to Daoxin, the 4th patriarch, and to Hongrun, the 5th patriarch. When Master Hongren told about them, he was met with some trouble because he found that the real successor should be the unknown handyman Huaining in the monastery instead of the highly reputed and admirable Professor Master Shenxiu. It would be very unconvincing to all if everything passed directly to Huaining. In a desperate way, he said, "The lives and deaths of mortals are matters of huge importance, but you only pursue the land of promise without seeking to be away from the bitter sea of life and death. If you lose your nature, then how can blessings bring you salvation? Both of you, write me a stanza. He who understands what the essence of mind is will be given the robe, the insignia of the patriarchate, and the Dharma, the ultimate teaching of the Zen school, and I shall make him the sixth patriarch. With a small trick, he finally gave his treasures to Master Huineng. Master Huineng was the sixth and final patriarch of Zen. The treasury of the true Dharma eye and the robe and begging bowl were lost after him. I used to joke that I am the seventh patriarch of Zen, and that I have written on Zen by the seventh patriarch of Zen 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which are the most heavily weighted 5 articles of all my writings. Now the question, as instructed in Buddha's Treasury of the True Dharma Eye, this subtle Dharma gate, does not rest on words or letters, but is a special message outside of the scriptures, becomes how to transfer from mind to mind. If I were to tell it with words, then I would be rebelling against the teachings of Buddha. So, if not expressing with words, how can we know how to liberate ourselves from the samsara of life and death? To make the best of both worlds, I can only slide over the water. Whether you can be liberated from life and death all depends on your level of practicing Tao, your destiny, and your root of wisdom. There is no life or death in life. The life and death seen by the world is an illusion. It is the evolved deduction of the carrier of life. Life has nothing to do with time. So life has no limitations of time and is beyond all ages. The nature of life is non-material structure. The form rendered by life is decided by its non-material structure. Its non-material structure decides the form rendered by it. Consciousness originates from structure and in turn controls structure. Human consciousnesses make people, animal consciousnesses make animals, and if you develop your consciousness to that of a celestial beings or a Buddha, then you will become a celestial being or a Buddha. Life is a cycle of reincarnations. The death we commonly see is not the death of life itself, but the phenomenon of life transformation. Life travels from one dimension into another, from one world into another, through the gate of life and death. When a life crosses that gate, from this field, we see it as is death, but from the other field, it is life. All dharmas are marked with emptiness. They neither begin nor end, are neither immaculate nor defiled, and neither complete nor deficient. Therefore, in emptiness there are neither forms, feelings, perceptions, impulses, nor consciousness. Neither eyes, ears, noses, tongues, bodies, or minds. Neither sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touchables, or any sensations, and so on until we have form. There are no mind consciousness elements, no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, and so on, until we have form. There is no decay and death, no extinction of decay and death, no suffering, no origination, no stopping, no path, no cognition, no attainment, and no non-attainment. Therefore, it is because of their non-attainmentness that bodhisattvas, through having relied on the perfection of wisdom, dwell without thought coverings. In the absence of thought coverings, they have not been made to tremble, have overcome what can upset, and in the end, have attained nirvana, to be free from life and death. When you are liberated from life and death, you can attain nirvana. If you understand the truth above, then you can be liberated from the samsara of life and death. The problem is that as mortals, we have fleshy eyes and mortal stalks. As we cannot see higher dimensional space and worlds, we are not fully convinced of the above truths. Then what? It is easy. Follow the guide and verify, step by step. What are those things that hinder us from liberating from the samsara of life and death? The answers are greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and suspicion. Greed is the want to always possess more out of self-interest. Anger is to detest, blame, and envy. Ignorance is the belief that you are always right and never wrong. Arrogance is self-importance, pretentiousness, disdain, defiance, and the lack of a gracious, cherishing heart. Suspicion is being full of doubts and not facing the facts. It is hypocritical, false, and self-deceiving. Overcoming greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and suspicion will enable you to understand this truth and will liberate you from the samsara of life and death. The reason is very simple and easy to do, but putting it into real practice is difficult. After being liberated from life and death, one also needs to understand where to go after death. If you are heading to the lower world, then you will be miserable. 宇宙全息一 Cosmic Holography I. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The universe runs in holographic order and consists of the distributed psychic energy of the greatest creator, Tao, just as we humans are composed of the flesh and spirit of the same. From the infinitely cosmic to the infinitesimally tiny, each are closely related and connected together. I am in you, and you are in me. On the macro scale, energy fills the space and time of the entire universe, while Tao controls the operation, development, and changes of all things in within it. Therefore, it is an organic whole, and the seemingly unconnected multiple celestial bodies, phenomena, and people are its constituent parts, its cells. So the universe is holographic. On the micro scale, atoms, molecules, and people are consortiums of structure and energy which have mutual interaction with everything else and together belong to the unity of Tao and energy. So the universe is holographic. Try to pierce your toe with a needle. You will feel muscles tightening throughout your body, and your brain will jump with an immediate emergency response. If a lover or your parents are next to you, they will also react promptly. Why? Because you are holographic. Turn your computer on and access the web. Global data will stream onto your screen as you search. Why? Because the internet is holographic. Arthritis sufferers can sense rain while the weather is still dry, and many animals can detect seismic disturbances before the earth shakes. Why? Because the earth is holographic. The waning and waxing of the moon raises and lowers the tides, and sunspots directly affect climatic changes and the rhythms of life on the earth. Why? Because the solar system is holographic. Cosmic holography also means that the whole contains all of its parts, and all of its parts contain the whole. Our bodies are constituted of 130 trillion cells, and each of them contain all the information of the human body. That is, when they all assemble together, they constitute a complete human individual. Each cell is just an insignificant component, but when we divide them individually, each one can form a human body. Viewing them with Buddha's eyes, each of them is a complete human body with 5 senses, 7 holes, bones, hair, internal organs, 4 limbs, flesh, skin, and so forth. If we split a single cell, we will find that this inconceivable cell is made up of an equal number of even more inconceivable ones. Our complete image can be seen in a mirror, but if we break that mirror in half, then each half will reflect our complete image. That is, we will have 2 images. Break it in half again, and we will have 4 identical images, and so on. If we break this mirror into millions, billions, or even trillions of pieces, we will still see our complete image in each and every one of them. The number of potential images is countless. Even if a seed has not been planted in soil to take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit, its whole entity, the shape of its leaves, growth patterns, and so on can be seen with Dharma eyes. We cannot see the shape of a bud if we do not know what type it is, and without referring to its blade with naked eyes, and we will not know how big it will grow, but we can see its size and shape by looking at it holographically. If you cut a growing leaf in half, then its whole image will be visible from the remaining half, and you can see its entirety from either half. All things are like this because the universe is holographic. Now that we know that the universe is holographic, our worldview and outlook on life will take a subversive leap. If we want to understand the Tao of Lao Tzu, the Dharma of Sakyamuni, and the thinking and scientific theory of Jesus, we will understand it thoroughly and at a glance, and our spiritual perception will open. Those with deeper roots can develop a series of special magical powers and arts and will feel at ease in dealing with the affairs of their daily lives. For example, one big distress in life is the love between men and women. Between lovers and married couples, one always expects the other to be faithful and pure, but if they learn that the other is having a secret relationship with a third party, then they become distressed and sad, and no matter how much effort the other exerts to vindicate themselves, I love you just as much, I really do, it will be useless, because their credibility will have been lost. You cannot be true to me if you also love that person, and your love is false and the love that you offer me is incomplete, would be the responses. Their distress is caused by not understanding the holographic nature of the universe. From the holographic universe perspective, if someone loves several people, even hundreds, thousands, millions, or billions of people, their love for each of them can be complete, true, and absolutely complete. It is like seeing oneself in a mirror. There is one self in one mirror, two selves in two mirrors, and a billion selves in a billion mirrors, but each is complete. Buddha can incarnate and rescue trillions because Buddha knows that the universe is holographic and Buddha is holographic. Conversely, if I am loved by 10,000 women, even if they also love other men, but I believe that their love for me is wholehearted and complete, then I will gladly accept their love. Likewise, if I love 10,000 women, then my love for each of them can still be true and complete. Why should you have to cling on to just one? Life is short. Does it matter if you love more than one? Other truths can be inferred accordingly. In short, oneness of man and nature, universal holography, subtle wisdom, and depth of understanding reincarnate into trillions. 宇宙全息2. Cosmic Holography II. Xiefeng. November 3rd, 2005. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Cosmic holography means that the universe really is alive, that everything in the universe shares the same breath and destiny, and that any local change, directly or indirectly, affects its entirety. A storm on Mars can cause colds on Earth, the death of a whale in the Pacific Ocean can cause grief in Nile River fish, and a butterfly flapping its wings in Alaska can cause a storm in the Cape of Good Hope. This is an extreme and exaggerated expression, but it conforms to theory of cosmic holography. An article by Xiefeng will inspire the awakening of human consciousness as a whole. This is an extremely exaggerated expression, but it conforms to theory of cosmic holography. The purpose of understanding things is not only to appreciate them, but also to use them to serve us and to maximize our freedom. Taking the way of the greatest creator is not for suffering or enduring hardship, but to maximize our enjoyment of life, and to obtain more joy, pleasure, and happiness. To understand cosmic holography is not only to enrich our own knowledge, because gaining knowledge is not our purpose, but to apply it to serve ourselves and others. How can we make the knowledge of cosmic holography help us to navigate through life? Since the universe is holographic, the greatest creator, gods, and Buddha are all in us because we are the cells of each of them. A cell contains all the information about the universe as a whole, and in the same way, devils also live within us. When our hearts are filled with love for all lives in the universe, then we have the character of the greatest creator, and when we show mercy to all lives, then we have the character of God and Buddha. But when our hearts are filled with hatred, weighing and balancing everything for our own self-interests, then we take on the character of devils. Since the universe is holographic and each cell contains the information of the whole, then by understanding and appreciating ourselves, we can know all the mysteries of the universe, sense future changes and trends of the universe, and acquire information about the universe's past, all from our own present. Since the universe is holographic, it shows that our memories exist not only in our brains, but also in each cell of our whole bodies, and even in the space and time of the entire universe. Our brains are just sensors, and through it, we can extract records from hundreds, thousands, even millions of years. We can not only trace our own history over the past millennia, but maybe even recall the historical process of the evolution of the universe. Whether 2a Bay 2, less prophecies, divination before saddle horses, Mayan or Martian prophecy, Tibetan remote sensing prophecy, revelations, or any other prophetic manuscript, they are all evidence of cosmic holography. They prove that people are able to accurately predict the future as well as to recall images after several years, decades, and even centuries. Since the universe is holographic, we humans are able to see the entirety of the universe, to see the Milky Way system and the planets that exist outside of it, and to picture the images of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. 36-dimensional space is no longer mysterious and incomprehensible. When a small thorn is placed on one's toe, their brain will feel it instantly and react accordingly. Similarly, everyone's words and deeds are sensed instantly by the greatest creator and also reacted to immediately, which means that you reap what you sow, good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil, and that causation is the iron law of the universe. So we can believe firmly that we will receive the proper return for our self-refinery and self-cultivation. The dream world is the symbol of holography, which proves that we live in other spaces at the same time, and that we are just a fragment of the holography of this moment. Based on how we feel and express ourselves in reality, we can know where our other self or selves live. If one has Buddha nature, then their negative self is in the Elysium world. If one is cultivating themselves to become a celestial being, then their negative self is in the Celestial Islands continent or the 10,000-year world. If one yearns for a free, joyous, and blessed life without family relationships, then their negative self is in the 1,000-year world. If one has deep love for the human world, then their negative self is elsewhere within the mortal world. If one enjoys fighting, striving, robbing, and seizing, or the law of jungles, then their negative self is in the animal world. If one enjoys dark and selfish activities, then their negative self is in hell. In A Brief History of Time, the great scientist Stephen Hawking realized that there is an anti-universe with anti-humans, and quantum mechanics vaguely detects antiparticles. For particles and antiparticles, however far apart they are, they seem to connect, and they can respond to each other and interact instantly. Therefore, we can infer that every Chanyuan celestial's negative ego, or anti-ego, is in heaven. What we need to do now is improve our consciousness, bring it into closer alignment with heaven, and return to our home. That is to say, to leave our mortal consciousness and let our subconsciousness return to its source. Since the universe is holographic, we are not afraid of death. As long as consciousness exists, we can incarnate trillions of times and project ourselves into boundless worlds. I am the universe is me, so we can attain Buddhahood. With regard to this cosmic holography theory, I put forward the above 8 aspects as a starting point. I cast a brick to attract jade. However, we can draw 80 or even 800 more examples. From a sample, you may judge the whole, make efforts to draw an analogy based on a theory, let the fire of inspiration twinkle everywhere and always, and grasp the secrets of life as early as possible. 4 years upon years, after days and nights with sunrises and sunsets, people have been living so, back and forth. Is this the time to change to a new lifestyle? If not, there will be no end to our troubles and suffering. The Secret of Time. Xiefeng, January 5, 2006. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Eternity is long, very long. It runs endlessly. Beginning, developing, changing, and concluding is ornamented by the waves of time. The universe flies in eons. Life twists and turns in years. Love and hate rise and fall in summer and winter. Feelings of gratitude and resentment emerge and disappear in spring and autumn. Time, mysterious time, the wonderful experience of bringing forth the new from the old, drowning the vicissitudes of transitional times, transforming hope into despair, and turning solids into gas and smoke. Life rises and falls in time. It goes up and down in time. Time, what exactly is time? It is the recorder of material cycles. It begins with the creation of matter and ends with its demise. It has these 8 characteristics. Time is non-material. It is untraceable, formless, stateless, shapeless, heartless, senseless, invisible, untouchable, and can neither be heard nor caught. Time is positive and negative. Future time is positive. Past time is negative. Time is particular and universal. Its particularity applies to the specific. Its universality applies to the general. Time is variable. It progresses unevenly. It changes as physical movement changes and disappears as physical movement disappears. Time exists throughout all physical space. It is as big as the universe and as small as particles. Where there is matter, there is time. Time is vertical and horizontal. It manifests itself vertically as the past, present, and future, and horizontally as momentary and eternal. Time has different meanings under different forces. It changes as gravity and acceleration change, but has the same meaning under the same forces. Time expands, contracts, and disappears. The quality, shape, and motion of matter cause it to contract or expand with changes in any of those. When matter disappears, time disappears. There is no time in the non-material world. Non-matter is a reaction to matter but does not share any of its properties. All matter proceeds through generation, development, decline, and death, but non-matter has neither life nor death, so it has no time and is eternal. Tao, life's spiritual entity, ideas, spirits, thoughts, dharmas, the nature of Tathagata, celestial beings, angels, and the Elysium world do not have time. Therefore, the non-material world is eternal. Since the motion of matter is absolute, we perceive that all things run in time. In this sense, time changes everything and decides all. It can transform the decadent into magic and the ordinary into extraordinary. Everything changes with the passage of time. Along the eternal river of time, all matter is transitional, illusory, and valueless. Time's control must end in order for one to achieve an eternal existence. As humans, it is to fish for the moon in water or to plow the air for our bodies to break away from our shackles, so the human body must follow its nature. To leave time, we must work on our spiritual entities. Life is short, and the spiritual entity of life has many different directions in which to spread. Perfect spiritual entities go to heaven and defective ones go to hell. If we can perfect our spiritual entities within our limited lifetimes, then we can transcend time. In addition to transcending time, we must also work on our non-matter by revering and taking the way of the greatest creator. To roam in ideas, thinking, spirits, and other areas is to deal with eternity and to transcend time maximally and from within the confines of a limited time. When fruits ripen, they fall. When water flows, channels form. Once we make this breakthrough, we can enter horizontal space and time and immediately feel fresh and enchanted. Please refer to Time and Space of the Universe for further study. 横向时间, Horizontal Time. Tao 1. May 24th, 2006. One of the 8 characteristics of time is its verticality and horizontality. The past, present, and future reflect the verticality of time. At a certain point on the vertical axis, time loses its future characteristic, which reflects the horizontality of time. An airliner from a certain airline disappeared from ground radar systems while flying along a coast, then miraculously reappeared. When the crew and passengers arrived on the ground, they found that their watches were all 8 minutes. Or was it 20 minutes? I can't remember. Slower than the airport time. There was a woodcutter who got lost while chopping wood in the mountains. While looking for his way, he saw 2 old men playing chess and stood by to watch for a while. When he found his way home, his hometown had undergone earth-shaking changes. His peers had long passed away, and only a few people remained in the generations of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. People told him that decades had passed since he got lost chopping wood in the mountains. There is a story that the missing captain of the sunken luxury liner Titanic appeared on a small island, his appearance and physique identical to that of decades ago. There is also a story that an airplane that had disappeared decades ago landed at a certain airport. There is even a story that a couple, while driving fast on a highway in South America, suddenly both fainted. When they woke up, they found their car was driving on a highway 2,000 kilometers away in North America. The results of near-death studies show that some people really did die. Their electrocardiograms and electroencephalograms showed that they were dead. But a few hours or days later, these dead people came back to life, and the resurrected people were telling the strange stories they experienced after death. Hypnotists have a way to guide the consciousness of the hypnotized person into the horizontal space-time to visit the past years. Scientists believe that there is a wormhole in space-time. Going through the wormhole can advance into the future space-time. For example, you can go through the wormhole to see the grandeur of the 2008 Beijing Olympics in advance. The ancient saying, 1 year in heaven, 1,000 years on earth, is not unfounded. It must be the enlightenment of the celestial beings. From the time chapter, we already know that the speed of time depends on the state of motion of matter. 2 ripe peaches are picked from the tree at the same time. One peach is left in its natural state, and the other is put in the refrigerator. After 5 or 6 days, the peach in its natural state has rotted, while the peach in the refrigerator is still as good as new. We can say that the peach in the refrigerator has entered horizontal time. The examples above of the woodcutter who went into the mountains to chop wood and the captain of the Titanic who was still young decades later, while their peers in the world had aged and died, actually show that the woodcutter and the captain entered the horizontal space-time like the peach put in the refrigerator. Many things that humans actually do, such as sperm banks and so on, are applications of the principle of horizontal time. Sperm dies in a few minutes, or even a few seconds, under normal conditions. But once scientists bring it into horizontal spacetime in an instant, it can survive for a long time and always maintain its vitality. Horizontal spacetime is not a cold world. It is a different spacetime system from the one we are in now. As long as we enter horizontal time at a certain point in time, we enter an eternal state. But after entering horizontal spacetime, we can live vigorously. We can sing and dance. We can talk about love. We can grow old. But once we return to the world from horizontal spacetime, we are still at the point when we first entered horizontal spacetime. Our appearance and physical abilities are still the same as they were in the past. Scientists, based on the theory of quantum mechanics, believe that parallel worlds exist, and not just one or two parallel worlds. In fact, the so-called parallel world is the domain of horizontal spacetime. I don't need to give you a detailed introduction to this. As long as you look at the 36-dimensional spaces, you will understand. Now I am going to tell you a little secret about how to enter horizontal time in order to bring practical benefits to you. Nothing is impossible, only unthinkable. How to enter horizontal time. To get the whole body into horizontal time requires opportunity. If the opportunity is not there, it is impossible to enter, and there is no use in being anxious. Now I am giving you a method that can enter horizontal spacetime at any time, that is, the method of consciousness entry. Please don't underestimate the method of consciousness entry. People are consciousness. Consciousness is people. Without consciousness, people are not called people, they are called dead things. At least they are walking corpses. Once consciousness enters, it is actually you who enters. How to enter horizontal spacetime. At any point in vertical time, you can instantly enter the domain of horizontal spacetime. This point in time is horizontal time. Let's analyze it specifically. I have step-by-step led everyone's thinking towards the high-level life space. First, I talked about the land of idyllic beauty, then the Life-Echanuan era, then the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and finally set the target on the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. I have already drawn out the whole blueprint of life's journey to the high-level space for everyone. Now, as long as you are willing, you can let your consciousness enter any of the above horizontal space-time domains at any time. For instance, at this very moment, allow your consciousness to enter the land of idyllic beauty. Using the visualized thinking method that I've discussed among the 8 types of thinking, you can freely explore the realm of imagination. The more beautiful you imagine it, the better it becomes. The sky is high, allowing birds to fly freely. The sea is vast, where fish can leap at will. Celestial horses roam the sky, coming and going freely. Don't perceive this as unreal or illusory. Anything that brings you joy, freedom, and happiness, including imagination, is not illusory. It is reality that can be illusory. Who can claim that the sexual climax achieved through self-pleasure is illusory? Imagination alters the way the body moves and changes the antimatter structure of life. Sometimes, we see someone lost in thought or someone enjoying themselves alone. What are they doing? They are savoring beauty in their imagination. As they imagine, their facial expressions change, their psychology shifts, and the antimatter structure of their life also transforms. People who often enter horizontal time share a characteristic: they are generally healthy, happy, and content. Why are they relatively healthy? It's because at a certain point, they enter horizontal space-time, much like a peach that's placed in a refrigerator. The peach's content in the refrigerator. Over time, compared to the peaches outside the refrigerator, it appears healthy and youthful. The peaches outside may become diseased, bitten by insects, start to rot, and emit a foul smell, but the peach in the refrigerator doesn't get sick. It remains fresh and juicy. What kind of consciousness you have what kind of life existence form. You might think that the sun is not moving, the plant's not growing, and that your conscious activity has no impact on life. In the subtle changes, unconsciously, in the unpredictable, earth-shaking major changes are happening. As long as you enter horizontal space-time from time to time, you will be healthy and not get sick. You will always stay young. You will gradually adapt to the way of life in the high-level life space. You will form a tie with celestial beings, and finally become a celestial being and go to live in heaven. About horizontal time, I only talk about these to ignite everyone's thinking library. For the rest, you have to explore and comprehend on your own. The mystery has to be experienced and mastered by yourself. The duck knows first when the spring river is warm, and the willows along the river know when spring comes. 人间剧本探秘 Explore the script of life. Xiefeng, March 24th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Is life dominated by fate? How does fate come into being? Is everything in life prearranged? If it is, then who arranged and directs it, and how can we still have free will? If there is free will, does it conflict with fate? If there is no free will, then does the causality law of you reap what you sow exist, or does it not? Is it true that every word and every act of everyone is prearranged? If so, then are we not biological robots? Is everything accidental or inevitable? Who carries out punishments, rewards, and so on? It is an extremely complex and enormous system, and it is impossible to reveal the whole system clearly. I can only draw a rough outline, and you, the reader, must verify it for yourself. 18 plots cannot be controlled by people in their own lives, but have to be resigned to destiny. For example, their own parents cannot be chosen, arranged, or controlled by them. In fact, a lot of things in life cannot be either. Not only are the sizes of our eyes uncontrollable, but we cannot even arrange a single hair by ourselves. In the face of such vast complexities, we have to resign ourselves to destiny. If we cannot change things, then what can we do? Everything in the universe has its trajectory, all of which are run according to a well-arranged overall trajectory, and we are no exception. That is to say, we also have our trajectories. These trajectories determine the directions of people's lives, whether they will be officials or commoners, poor or rich, or male or female, and be subject to fortune or misfortune. Everything and everyone have been determined by their trajectory. Facing our trajectory, we are powerless. Who is writing your life script and arranging your trajectory of life? You are. Who is directing it? It is procedure. Everything in this life is established by the thoughts and actions of your previous life. This is fate. It is impossible to change the fate of your life because it has already been written. All of your efforts in this life only work for your next life. It can be said that your past determines your present, and your present determines your future. Since everything has already been arranged and planned out, and the story and plot of your life has already been set, then how do we reflect on man's subjective initiative? What good are an individual's efforts? If even what we say and do have been determined in advance, then why should we make any efforts? Individual efforts are reflected in one's mind, and how perfect a role they play. Our inner activities are not arranged by our script. Our free will is reflected in our mind, and whether our specific role is performed perfectly or not. Such as in a stage play, the script has been arranged by a writer in advance. The director selects performers according to each performer's appearance, character, acting skill, and so on. The performers must act strictly according to the script and plot and the director's requirement. If done well, the director will be pleased and the actors will receive more pay and have more chances to perform in future plays. If done poorly, the director will not be pleased and their opportunity for future castings will diminish. The quality of their performance depends on them. This is individual effort. Our inner activities are not arranged, nor are they destined. They rely completely on the free will and effort of the individual. It is entirely up to them to decide whether they want to have good or evil thoughts. Our inner activity is our thinking activity. Thinking activity is like a wave that spreads throughout the universe. That is, when the mind moves, its inner activity expands out to the universe and tells the universe what it is doing, and very loudly. Regarding this, we are unable to view or receive it, but gods know it. In other words, everyone's inner activities can be learned instantly by the universe and recorded in the procedure of Tao. The procedure of Tao automatically arranges the future fate and trajectory of everyone's life based on their inner activities. Karma, karma, karma. Then who rewards and punishes and who executes the mechanisms of rewarding and punishing? Rewarding and punishing are determined by the procedure of Tao, but it is only the judge. The executor is neither the procedure of Tao nor the judge, but a factor of the boundless universe. A god or man, a dog, an ant, a storm, or an event. It is like a judge who sentences someone to death but never executes anyone personally. That is always left for a series of other people. The script of this life has been set long ago, but the script of the next life is always changing. People's thoughts and actions in this life identify their future life trajectories. If someone is destined to leave for the Celestial Islands continent but becomes seized by evil and does not play their current role well, then their trajectory of life to the Celestial Islands continent will change. Their revised trajectory may devolve toward the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, back to the mortal world, or even to the animal world or to hell depending on the severity of what they do. As Life a Chanyuan's guide, I sigh with deep emotion during my directing the scripts of Chanyuan Celestials. For instance, I planned to have a certain individual eat a fairy peach which had been determined by her trajectory of life. However, she failed to play her role as a Chanyuan Celestial well in her course. I asked her to clean a toilet, but she failed to clean it thoroughly, so I knew that she was still unable to eat the fairy peach, but only wild peaches. In this way, both her fate and her trajectory of life were changed. It is a strict law that absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. If we do not reach an absolutely beautiful state, then absolutely beautiful results will never appear. When we enjoy absolutely beautiful things but our personal quality declines, then those absolutely beautiful things automatically disappear. This is not only the law and the script plot, but also the ever-changing living script. Past scripts are dead, future ones are alive, and living ones are always changing according to everyone's inner activities and how well or poorly they perform. The impartiality of Tao is reflected in Tao gives to every life according to its desires. If you desire blessings in this life, Tao will bestow them upon you, but fewer will remain for your next life. If you want to become a wolf, it will make you one in your next script. If you want to become a celestial being, it will make you one. Tao will surely satisfy you and help you to achieve your goal, whatever you want to be, but it must be understood that the fulfillment of Tao is not executed immediately. It is arranged in the script, it takes a process, and it takes time. You cannot expect an airplane to come the moment you ask for it. You need to be patient. It is crucial to remember that as your plane is coming, your needs cannot change. Once there is a change, Tao has to follow your needs. If you want coffee, but then decide that you would prefer tea, Tao will immediately prepare tea for you. If the tea has not yet arrived and you decide that you would prefer Coca-Cola, Tao will prepare Coca-Cola for you right away. When you change again, Tao will change again. In short, it will always satisfy you. Now, here is a core consideration. If you want a luxury car worth $1 million, Tao will check your bank account, your merits and virtues. If they are insufficient and your bank deposits are not enough, then that $1 million limousine will not be offered to you. Even if you need a needle, you have to check your bank deposits. As long as you have enough merits and virtues, enough bank deposits for what you want, Tao will meet your requirements and demands, or help you to achieve your goal. When a person runs out of bank deposits, or when their merits and virtues are exhausted and they have no remaining blessings, then they will soon collapse, fail, lose everything, go to prison, or end this life. Therefore, we need to give benefits, accumulate merits and virtues, and cherish good fortune during our lifetimes so that our blessings will last for our entire lives, even into our future lives. The universe is a huge script with countless subscripts within it, and all the small ones serve the huge one. No small script can exceed a larger one. The Milky Way galaxy is a huge script, the solar system is a medium-sized one, Earth is a smaller one, every country is a smaller one still, every organization is a much smaller one, and so on. Strings within quarks, within atomic particles, within molecules have the smallest scripts. Adding the non-material world, 20 parallel worlds, in the 36-dimensional space, it is unimaginable and inexplicable for us to know how complex and how huge the master script is. The above is just a tiny bit of my superficial view based on man's bewilderment for your reference. To know more, you will need to work on statistics, analysis, induction, summing up from a large number of examples of human activities, both ancient and modern, at home and abroad. It will take a lot of effort for you to figure it out.
凡得利需付出代价。
All gains must be paid. Xiefeng, June 4, 2011. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. One ironclad rule of the universe is that the sum of positive and negative energy must always be equal. One ramification of this is that you must pay for of your gains. They must always balance each other, and higher prices must be paid for greater rewards. For an equal amount of gems, diamonds usually demand higher prices than rubies and emeralds. Diamonds require the most money to buy. Obtaining more precious things requires you to pay higher prices. By carefully observing human society, it seems confusing and complicated on its surface, totally out of order. However, through careful observation, it can be concluded that what is gained always equals that which has been paid. The more one pays, the more they gain, and the more they gain, the more they must pay. There are no free lunches. Nothing in the universe can be achieved without a payment. What is lost at sunrise will be gained at sunset, and what is gained at sunrise will be lost at sunset. As one falls, another rises, rising here and setting there. When one gains money, something must be paid. It might be labor, reputation, peace, or even life. When one pays money, something must be gained. It might be comfort, safety, fame, status, physical beauty, or honor. It makes sense that a loss of money avoids other misfortune. Material payments do not always give you material rewards. They might be mental or spiritual. As such, mental or spiritual payments might gain you material rewards. If you pay something, then you will gain something for it, though it can be hard to understand what or when that will be. If you gain, you will pay something, but no final conclusion can be reached as to what or when that will be either, because it might involve health, safety, promotion, wealth, reputation, status, affection, or other life factors. In order to understand the rule that paying and gaining always balance out, that the ironclad law of the sum of positive and negative energy always equal each other, you must not consider only a short time period, but rather a whole life, or even the karma of 3 incarnations to judge and draw a conclusion. Through the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, Allah warned us that if all of one's desires are met in this life, then none will remain for the afterlife. There is never any profit at the expense of others, whether parents, offspring, spouses, or lovers, and regardless of whether you are given something for free, find it on the road by yourself, your boss rewards your work, or you dig it out from deep under the ground on your own. As long as you have gained something, you must pay. Why do people suffer pain and hardships or meet with catastrophes? Because they have gained something? Why are people happy and joyous, and why do they obtain good opportunities and grace? Because they have paid something? What revelation can we get from this principle? Never profit from other people's expenses at any time. Never fish in troubled waters. Never profit from others' misfortunes. And take nothing for free, not even donations and contributions. No one should ever be under the delusion that they will get something from their husband or wife for free. You must meet all your needs, pay more, and gain less. Once you pay, you are bound to gain. This goes without saying. Whenever you gain something, always remember that a loss is inevitable. You can escape it in the short run, but not forever. You might escape a blow in the mortal world, but you cannot escape punishment from Tao in heaven. To reap more valuable rewards, a higher price must be sown. To reach the kingdom of heaven, you must dedicate everything, your entire body and soul. As the guide of human life and life, I state these words here. You can inspect, test, and verify them, but time and results will tell whether or not they are correct. 人间八道, 8 Ways Through the Mortal World. Xiefeng, June 21st, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Our universe consists of 20 parallel worlds within 36-dimensional space. Among these 20, our mortal world is designated as the XY world and manifests itself as 3-dimensional space. The 20 parallel worlds all have symmetry, as does all of 36-dimensional space. From the perspective of reincarnation and the evolution of life, there are high-level spaces such as the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world, and low-level space such as the inflamed layer, the frozen layer, and the netherworld. The mortal world is the midpoint at which they cross. It is a transfer station for the evolution and reincarnation of life between the higher-level spaces and the lower-level ones. This means that lives from low-level spaces advancing to high-level ones and those from high-level spaces falling to low-level ones must pass through this mortal world as a transfer station. The mortal world is a traffic hub just like the Zhengzhou railway station in China, where crowds come and go, back and forth, hustling and bustling each and every day, determinately and actively. It is easy to see that apart from those who work there, they all scatter quickly to their separate directions and transfer to other cars, buses, trains, and airplanes toward their individual destinations, running along their ways busily. In the mortal world, chaos arises with constant fighting and struggling. Each holds their own ambition, each has their own axe to grind, each administers in their own way, and each realizes their own wishes. As a temporary stage, each team performs its own show to the maximum, and as a temporary inn, passengers from different places stay briefly before parting company and going their separate ways. Each pursues their own prospects. To pursue one's prospect of reaching their destination, they must proceed in certain ways. Without a good way, or by choosing a wrong one, they will never reach their destination. Were they to board the wrong vehicle, their wish would remain just a wish, and their destination would remain out of reach. To be an entrepreneur, one needs to take the way of the market. To do business and make money, they must take the way of circulation. And to be a doctor, they must take the way of medical science and skill. Airplanes must taxi down runways, ships have to float on waterways, trains should run on railway tracks, and cars need to remain on roads and streets. From the perspective of the evolution and reincarnation of life, humans in the mortal world must take one of the following 8 ways and pass on to its associated destination. The way of the greatest creator. One models themselves after nature with holographic order thinking, open-heartedness, flexibility, and tact. They will rise to the celestial islands continent. The way of gods. One worships gods quite distinct from each other, bellicose and domineering. They will advance to Azura heaven. The way of Buddha. One pursues non-form and refines their concept of no abode for the mind and returns to the nature of Tathagata. They will ascend to the Elysium world. The way of celestial beings. One takes skepticism, non-dogma, and freedom as their first priorities and cultivates magical powers as their core. They will climb to the celestial beings' world. The way of humans. One pursues fame and material wealth, attaches great importance to family love and emotions, and remains fond of organization and power. They will return to the mortal world to continue their samsara and return as another human. The way of animals. One takes food, clothing, shelter, transportation, growing up, aging, health, and avoiding death as their first priorities of life, with the acquisition of money as their core value. They will descend to the animal world. The way of ghosts. One neither abides by rules nor laws, but conjures, lurks, and sneaks around like a ghost, speaks one way, but thinks and acts another, and is fond of hiding and good at lying. They will drop into the hell world. The way of Satan. One is fond of dwelling upon spirits and deities, fortunes and disasters, being ambitious and arrogant, blasphemes the greatest creator, and insults the gods. In order to achieve their goals, they plunge lives into abysses of misery and destroy nature, by hook or by crook. They will fall into the inflamed layer or the frozen layer. Like Atrax, birds of a feather flock together. The way that one takes depends upon their kind of consciousness and their life structure. Divine punishments are slow but sure, is also the arrangement and program of Tao. All have their duties and accountabilities, which make each and every one of them vivid and exciting. Whether they know it or not, each person takes their way. Most are led along ignorantly and uncaringly, but a small number choose theirs clearly and plainly. You, who have read this article, should consider using it as a reference. If you discard what I wrote as groundless nonsense, then simply throw it away. You can even scold and criticize me. But if you feel that it has merit, then consider it as having value because you could benefit from it. Possess nothing yet have everything. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care, possess nothing yet have everything. This is not a paradox, but a great secret with which to go toward a better life space. Jesus Christ taught us to lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. It is only by owning nothing on earth that you can enter the realm of the greatest creator. Shakyamuni Buddha taught us to develop a pure and clean mind which does not abide in anything, neither in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, nor dharma. We should have no notion of ego, personality, a being with a life, dharma, or non-dharma. Everything with form is unreal. All phenomena are dreams, illusions. In other words, owning nothing is the way to enter the Elysium world. The immortal Lao Tzu taught us to take no action, regard one's body as accidental, do not contend, value the world as itself. It gives them birth, but does not own them, acts, helps, but does not appropriate them. He who acts, spoils. He who grasps, lets slip, accomplish but lay claim to no credit. All this is to say that we must not take credit for our positive actions. To put all this into one sentence, all the teachings of gods, Buddha, and immortal are to try to own nothing. Stupid? No. The teachings of gods, Buddha, and immortal are the Tao of life, the Tao of light, and the Tao for us to gain everything. How can possessing nothing lead to having everything? The Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, taught us, to any that desires the tilth of hereafter, we give increase in his tilth, and to any that desires the tilth of this life, we grant somewhat thereof, but he has no share or lot in the hereafter. The Prophet's prediction was right. You have already had your share, and you will not have any share or lot in the hereafter. So just give, and you will have more later. The less you possess now, the more you will have later. We have learned from the Taiji thinking that the sum of positive and negative energy is always zero. If you gain in some ways, you will lose in others. This is to maintain the law that positive and negative energy are always in balance. The more blessings you enjoy in this world, the fewer your blessings will be in the afterlife. So, if you want to enjoy a better afterlife, you will need to give more and possess less in this life. Follow the teachings of Buddha. Do more formless almsgiving because doing so will get you enormous and incredible blessings. We see people with lots of possessions, which is mainly because they have gained a lot merits in their previous lives. Many others are poor, mainly because they have done little or garnered few merits in their previous lives. Some people were born with silver spoons, yet many work hard all their lives, but can barely support their families. Evidently, if you want to get blessings in your afterlife, you should earn more merits in this life. If you want to be a celestial being in heaven in your afterlife, you need to possess as little as possible in this life. How can you possess nothing yet have everything? Firstly, think about this. Whatever we try to possess in this world will come to naught in the end. If we make efforts to possess, we are really running after illusions and bubbles. The more you possess, the more distress, troubles, crises, and disasters you will have. You will never rest peacefully. You will feel unsettled. You will literally rack your brain to keep your possessions. You will lie, contend, hurt others, hurt nature, and will cause others to envy, hate, covet, and rob. Your life quality will get farther and farther away from heaven and nearer to the animal world and hell. The more you possess, the farther away from heaven you will be. If you want to possess everything, you will eventually have nothing. Let us look at the birds flying and perching in the forest. What do they possess? They possess nothing, but they have the sunlight, forests, meadows, streams, bugs, and branches to perch upon. They lack nothing. The Gospel of Matthew reads, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin." Jesus had nothing in his life, but now he has everything. Buddha had nothing after the Enlightenment, but now he has the Elysium world. The celestial beings in the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world possess nothing, but they lack of nothing. The super-celestial beings in the celestial islands continent possess nothing, but they have everything they could ever want. As long as people in the mortal world give more but possess nothing, they will be short of nothing. Why do people have so much anxiety and worries, and why do they compete and contend all day long? Because they want to possess. As we travel, we see that many attractions have been possessed by people. We need to buy tickets, or we will be kept out of the show. The landscape of the earth and the sun and rain are the gifts of nature for all mankind. But now they are possessed by a small group of people, and everyone else must bear their exploitation and blackmail. I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, then pay my toll and buy the privilege. How can anyone not worry and suffer anxiety in this gangster-ridden world? Water is a gift of nature bestowed to all life. But if we want to use water, we must pay for it. We are told that water needs to be purified, and that costs money. But we should ask who polluted the water. The people who polluted the water should be responsible for its purification. Why should others bear the cost of purifying it? We are told that the water was in rivers and lakes, but now it comes directly to our sinks in our homes, and that costs money. Yes, bringing water from rivers and lakes for our convenience does indeed cost. But that cost should be resolved by voluntary labor under government organization, and the materials should be provided by the production plant. And it is said that if we do not charge for water, people will waste this resource. Yes, this could be a problem, but why would people want to waste for no reason? This is a mental and spiritual problem. Why not just solve them? This belongs to the country. This belongs to our company. This belongs to my family. This belongs to me. In these cases, the public resources will be seized. One day, the mountains, rivers, and the earth will be carved up, and even the air we breathe will be sold and taxed. Everyone wants to possess, but the result will be that everyone will suffer and be lacking in everything. It is only when no one possesses that everyone will have everything. First of all, without traditional families, 80% of social issues would be resolved. Secondly, without countries, 90% of our problems would be resolved. The remaining 10% will be problems of spirit and soul construction. Is this possible? Unlikely, of course, because this is the mortal world, not heaven. However, it is imperial for anyone who wants to go to and live in heaven. If you want to possess something, you will never reach heaven. The consciousness of possessing is our biggest obstacle preventing us from going to heaven. All those who want to go to heaven must clearly recognize this point and realize a consciousness of owning nothing and putting this consciousness into practice. The new oasis for life built by Life Changyuan serves this purpose. Those who enter the new oasis for life possess nothing, but they can get everything. To people who are not Changyuan celestials, this ideal sounds like the Arabian Nights. It is just a myth, a dream, a fantasy, and a delusion, but to Changyuan celestials, it is no longer an unattainable dream, but rather a clear reality. If you want to live a better life on earth and ultimately go to heaven, the only way out is to live according to Life Changyuan values. In this way, you will possess nothing yet have everything. Brains, minds, consciousnesses, and the great universe. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Brains are the bridges between consciousnesses, minds, and the great universe. The great universe that is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and felt is processed by brains into minds. Brains would die without the great universe. Brains can be activated by observing and experiencing the great universe, and they will become quicker and smarter thusly. That is why we have the saying, read 1,000 of books and travel 1,000 miles. Apart from interpreting sensations, the brain is also capable of thinking. The closer we look, the deeper we feel about the things and phenomena that we sense, the more developed our brains become, and the more powerful our minds become. Our minds are determined by the information and data provided to our brains which come from the great universe. That is to say, the great universe that a person experiences determines the person's mind, which is why there are wolf children and deer children, as well as the origin of the belief that the Belesprees reside on green mountains with sparkling water while rogues live on barren hills with turbulent rivers, and the reason to keep the company of good people, and you shall be counted among their numbers. From this, we can draw the conclusion that the environment creates human minds. Different environments create different life. The environments of animals bring up animals. The human environment brings up people. The environment of celestial beings brings up celestial beings. The environment of Buddha brings up Buddhas. This environment known as the Great Universe includes both the material world environment and the non-material world environment, the reality environment and the super-reality environment. The reality material environment is the great universe that we see, hear, smell, taste, and feel. The super-reality non-material world includes the great universe written in books, sent to computers and TV screens, dreamed by our subconscious minds, and imagined in our minds. Always remember that you can know the principles and ways to have a sublime life, but you must live in the corresponding environment of life level in order to achieve the life in which you desire to be. Those who are surrounded by animals and animals' environment are animals. Those who are surrounded by people and people's environment are people. Those who are surrounded by celestial beings and celestial's environment are celestial beings. Those who are surrounded by Buddha and Buddha's environment are Buddha. Those who are surrounded by gods and God's environment are gods. People who live with people in the human world for a long time cannot become celestial beings or attain Buddhahood. If one wants to go there, they must live in environments that possess those attributes. Live in their worlds. The new oasis for life created by Life Genuine is the environment of celestial beings where celestial beings live. So, if you want to become a celestial being, you must live in the new oasis for life. A brain cannot exist independently, but a mind can. A brain is restrained by the material world, but a mind is not. A brain is material, but a mind is non-material. People carry the genes of consciousness information from many previous lives. The good and bad of the root of wisdom rely on the consciousness of their genetic information. That is the origin of the so-called genius. Generally speaking, people who have never lived in heaven in any of their previous lives cannot become a celestial being or attain Buddhahood, and will have to go through the same difficulty as someone who wants to become a singer but has a rough, untuned voice. Genius is not cultivated, but is innate. The so-called innate means that they have acquired certain qualities throughout many previous lives. The so-called life is the soul, and the so-called soul is consciousness. Consciousness determines the nature and level of life. Therefore, a brain is a channel for information from the great universe to enter a mind. A brain is dead without the great universe and cannot survive without it. Minds are independent and can exist even without the great universe. The great universe can be created by a mind. The great universe plays a decisive role in the formation of minds. In order to attain the mind of a celestial being or to attain Buddhahood, one must associate with celestial beings and Buddhas and live in their world. 我阻挡住了前往天堂的道路. It is ego that blocks our way to heaven. Xiefeng, March 4th, 2013. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. If everything works according to the greatest creator's will, so let everything return to nature and follow the law of nature as the way of permaculture agriculture. Then the wind and rain will come in their time and everything will harmonize with each other. People will lead carefree lives and enjoy their years of life. It will be realized that we are integral parts of nature, and everyone will enjoy peace and health. Harm and pain are created by people with egos. One is bound to be selfish with an ego, and selfishness is bound to bring harm and pain to others, society, and nature. In return, that harm and pain will reflect back upon themselves. This will lead to vicious cycles and eventual destruction. The teachings of gods are that by abandoning the ego, one will receive life and peace. The teachings of the Buddha are that by being free of ego, form, and worry, one can enter the Elysium world. The teachings of celestial beings are to take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Follow your own nature and be unrestrained. Follow your destiny and be carefree. The teachings of saints are to lack the hearts of egos, but to take the hearts of the world as their own. The core of their teachings is but one: be free from ego. Being free from ego, one can enjoy the pleasures of life and enter paradise, the pure land, the fairyland. Facts speak louder than words. People living in the new oasis for life are more joyous, freer, and happier than those living in traditional marriages and families. Why? Because people living in the new oasis for life are freer from ego and more selfless than those living in traditional marriages and families. In the new oasis for life, the freer you are from ego, the more happiness, freedom, and joy you can have. The more that you serve your ego, the less happy, free, and joyous you will be. Facts have proven that in order to lead a happy and nice life and enter paradise step by step, the freer one is from their ego, the better they are. So how can we free ourselves from our egos? Live according to the will of the greatest creator. That is the law of nature. Live by following the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the immortal Lao Tzu. Abandon your ego but integrate into the collective and into nature. Desire nothing but take things as they are. Drink as you thirst, eat as you hunger, and sleep as you tire. Associate with everyone by following predestined relationships and acting in accordance with your nature. Own nothing or no one until you have nothing at all. Neither interfere with others, nor try to control or change them. Be yourself with your original nature. Neither analyze and judge right and wrong, nor judge others' advantages, disadvantages, and qualities. Seek out those who own nothing with selfless consideration and always remain humble and look like both saints and servants because it is correct to listen to them. Ego is the precipice and the stumbling block that prevents people from reaching heaven. Ego is the root of all trouble, pain, and misfortune. Ego will inevitably lead a person to a lower space of life. Only selflessness helps one realize their self. Only freedom from ego helps one achieve their self. These two messages encompass all the secrets of brilliant lives and the principles of life sublimation. Think of them carefully and practice them bravely. 超弦理论的盲点. A blind spot in superstring theory. Xiefeng. October 24, 2005. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. If we consider the quantum field theory as one leg in a pair of pants and the general relativity theory as the other leg, then the superstring theory would be the waist part trying to connect them. Einstein's general relativity mainly discusses gravity and holds that it does not exist but is the result of the curvature of space. It assumes that space itself is smooth and flat, but when celestial bodies of great mass such as the sun appear, they cause it to curve inward. It is like pressing hard on a girl's round and smooth face with an index finger which breaks the smoothness and forms an indentation. The geometric deformation of space gives rise to apparent gravity which defines it from a macro perspective. With regard to a person or a stone, its mass is too small to deform space any noticeable amount, thus microscopic matter has almost no apparent gravity. The problem with microcosmic matter is that its space is not smooth and flat, but is filled with countless, flying particles which are unable to curve space to produce gravity as huge masses do. The movements of microparticles have nothing to do with gravity. They are the results of electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. Quantum mechanics appeared when general relativity failed to explain the source of these three forces. Quantum mechanics studies fundamental particles at the microcosmic level. Whether large celestial bodies or grains of sand on the beach, all matter is made of hundreds of types of fundamental particles with masses close to zero but whose trajectories change unpredictably with no rules to follow but are always in motion. Motion is not caused by gravity, but by the three aforementioned forces of nature being converted from the particles. Electromagnetism is converted from photons, the strong force is converted from gluons, and the weak force is converted from bosons. However, the conversion of particles cannot generate gravity. Therefore, the quantum mechanics does not explain gravity. The macroscopic world and the microscopic world are unified integral, but general relativity theory, which can explain motion at the macroscopic level, and quantum mechanics, which can explain it at the microscopic level, are not fully compatible. An overall description of the universe can only be had by combining these two seemingly contradictory theories, and this mosaic theory is called the superstring theory. This superstring theory believes that matter is made of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Atoms are made of electron shells and nuclei, and the nuclei consist of protons and neutrons, which are made of quarks. What are quarks and electrons made of? Scientists believe that both are fundamental point particles which have no internal structures and cannot be divided any further. Superstring argues that these particles do not really exist, but are only strings in motion in space, and a variety of different types of particles are formed by these strings vibrating differently. All interactions between matter and energy can be explained by combining and separating strings, but strings do not move in normal three-dimensional space. Rather, they move in a high dimension of space which is beyond our imagination. Our traditional ideas about space are wrong because space has more than 3 dimensions, maybe 10 or even 26 of them. If this sounds confusing, consider the following scenario. An ant crawls into a shallow pit. It climbs out and goes further until it falls into a deeper pit. It climbs out and continues to go until after some time. It drops into a sand pit. It climbs out, but eventually lands inside a mud pit. These 4 pits are totally irrelevant to the ant, which simply comes across them by chance. Living on a two-dimensional plane, it cannot see the interrelation of the 4 pits, let alone know that they may be related integrally. What is the reality of the situation? These 4 pits are footprints left by an elephant as it ate. One foot stood on hard ground, another stood on soft ground, a third in sand, and the fourth was in a pond of rainwater. So there are the shallow pit, the deep pit, the sand pit, and the mud pit. That is to say, the seemingly unrelated pits are actually integral parts of a whole. It is only when we think beyond our two-dimensional plane to include three-dimensional height, four-dimensional time, five-dimensional retention information, and six-dimensional space movement and so on, that we begin to understand how these unrelated pits are integral parts left by a single elephant. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force are 4 pits, but they are actually parts of a whole. Superstring theory was conceived to explain their integration. Superstring is the most promising theory to unify our understanding of fundamental particles with the interactions of the 4 forces. Superstring holds that strings are the most basic units of matter and that all fundamental particles such as electrons, photons, neutrinos, and quarks are different vibrational states of energy strings. Superstring combines the 2 major basic theories of the 20th century, general relativity and quantum mechanics, for the first time into a mathematically self-consistent framework. Superstring has the potential to solve long-standing problems that have troubled physicists, including the nature of black holes and the origin of the universe. If experimentation confirms it, then our understanding of the structure of matter, space, and time would change fundamentally. The prospect is tempting and theoreticians are struggling with it, but it seems ridiculous and childish to me because of some major blind spots. They are: how have these strings come into being? How do they move? Could they represent the origin of the universe? How can a unified field theory of the universe be established when the origin of the universe is still unknown? Only Life Genuine can answer these questions. 寻找真正的自己 1. Looking for your true self, I. Xiefeng. August 5, 2012. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Who are you and how much of your life do you control? All of it, some of it, any of it. Needless to say, no one can control their lives absolutely. If a person can control just 1/10 of their habits, hobbies, behaviors, and words, then they are quite extraordinary. 18 things are beyond people's control, including their height, appearance, race, ethnicity, environment, era, birth date, birthplace, parents, death, and so on. All these things are predestined and no one can do anything about any of them. But what about our habits, usual practices, hobbies, behaviors, words, and so on? Are these self-controllable? Let us look at 2 specific examples. As reported in the World of Unsolved Secrets, a pair of paternal twin brothers were separated from an early age in Ohio, the United States. They meet again after being separated for 39 years, only to discover that they both had received legal education and were keen on mechanical drawing and carpentry. Even more surprisingly, their ex-wives had the same first names, as did their sons, and even their second wives. In addition, both of them vacationed often in St. Petersburg, Florida. A pair of paternal twin sisters had been separated since childhood for more than 10 years. They agreed to meet at a train station, and one sister temporarily decided to get a hairdo. When they met, she was taken aback, because her sister had also gotten a hairdo. They also wore identical jackets, skirts, shoes, and carried identical purses. Both of them were utterly amazed. We can draw conclusions about these. Both pairs of siblings had almost identical habits, hobbies, behavior, and appearances, though they had been separated from early ages. When they did not know that they had twins, everything about them was taken as individual preferences. They had all believed that they controlled their own habits and hobbies until they found that their twins were almost exactly the same. Everything that they believed to be self-determined turned out to be from invisible consciousnesses rather than their own wills. The habits, hobbies, even the names of their wives and sons had been prearranged and predestined. These cases represent identical twins, but what about the rest of us? What habits and hobbies do we choose for ourselves? The answer is none. Our habits, practices, hobbies, interests, behaviors, and choice of words are not our own decisions, but controlled by mysterious consciousnesses. What are these mysterious consciousnesses? They are our true selves. The selves that we believe we are not our true selves but false ones, and our true ones are the mysterious consciousnesses that control our hidden ones behind our appearances. Case in point, a woman's husband was killed in a war. When the bad news came, she grieved and wailed sadly, but her true self cried with joy, "Finally, I'm free." 9 people out of 10 are pretentious. So, most of the people we face are false, do not talk sincerely, and are hypocrites. We often face cognitive dissonance when our true selves conflict with our false ones. Our false selves tend to be pretentious, to cater to the times, the public, and others. Our true selves have nothing to do with them, and that is Tathagata. How does one find their true self? Continue to looking for your true self, too.
寻找真正的自己 2.
Looking for your true self, too. Xiefeng, August 5, 2012. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. In our real lives, we all play roles defined by our plots, such as government civil servants, judges, police officers, businessmen, teachers, thieves, hooligans, and so on. These are not our true selves, but unconscious roles that have been arranged precisely for everyone according to the conscious needs of the plot. So if someone were to ask who you are and you answered that you are a mechanical engineer, that would be wrong. Look into a mirror. Do you see yourself? The image that you see has to be wrong because all forms are seen inaccurately. You cannot see yourself by the image of your form. The one in the mirror is not your true self at all, but only a false representation. Compare your images at the ages of 8, 18, and 48. They are completely different because they are all illusions. None of them are really you. Look at the people around you. Some are giving impassioned speeches, holding guns tightly, making films, singing and dancing, handling official business, fighting and quarreling, catching thieves, selling goods, and some are preaching. All are just acting and role-playing. None are their true selves, but most are biological robots who are running according to their programmed procedures. Your true self is completely free. When you feel unfree, you are not your real self. You have to go to work on time to make a living, do business to make money, be a police officer to catch bad guys, or do your job according to your superiors. Then, you have to maintain the support of your parents, buy a house and a car, get married, and have children. When you make choices, you have to consider the wishes of your family and others around you, and you have to remember traditional ethics and customs. Ultimately, you can never be your true self. You have to consider the expectations, demands, and constraints of the people around you, as well as the cultural values and customs that society adheres to. You want to go one way, but you have to choose another. If you do not, then you will have to bear guilt and pain within your heart, be angry, assume a feigned manner, pose as a person with high morals, and say words and do things against your will or worse. You will face immediate problems with your food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, illness, and death. So, you would not have been living out your true self, but only playing the role that you have to play according to the program which has been designed as a social plot. You want to be free in your heart, but you must live within constraints because you are trapped within the program. Put into the plot. Cattle are driven into sheds, pigs are driven into pens, and people are driven into circles of other people. Those who are supposed to dig holes, dig them. Supposed to fly, fly. Supposed to be herbivores, graze on grass. Supposed to be carnivores, eat meat. All are hard-pressed to escape from the bonds of the 3 realms, but can only be bound by the 5 elements. The script requires that 99% of the people do not to know the truth, because if it were widely known, then the play could not be performed. A news story reported of a migrant whose wife had affairs at home when he was at work and eventually gave birth to a child. He did not know the truth and raised the child into adulthood, but as the child grew, he developed less and less like him. So he had a paternity test run. The DNA test result proved that the child was not his and threw him into a whirlpool of pain and trouble. Once the truth was known, a comedy became a tragedy. King Oedipus in ancient Greek mythology and legend married his own mother unknowingly and innocently and took her as his queen. Had he not learned the truth, he might have enjoyed his warm family, but when they learned it, the queen killed herself out of shame while Oedipus blinded himself and went into exile. Once a truth is learned, its consequences can be terrible. What would you do if you learned that you had protected something that you should have destroyed, or that you had tried to ruin something that you should have been grateful for? It would be useless at that moment, even if the pain and repentance broke your heart. A pig could not live for even a day if it knew that the reason it was bred in captivity was to be slaughtered for food. If 99% of humans knew who they really were, then our whole social system and order would collapse, and the human world as we know it would no longer exist. How do we find our true selves? Continue to looking for your true self. 3. 寻找真正的自己. 3. Looking for your true self. 3. Xiefeng. August 6, 2012. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Have you watched movies or TV shows? Actors call other actors mom and dad. Are they really their parents? Of course not. They were acting and none of the roles that they played were real. They were disguised. Someone is crying. Are they really sad? Someone is killed. Is the actor really dead? No and no. They were fake and everyone is fine. Everything in the play is false and nothing is real. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable how many actors would die on a battlefield of a war scene. None are actually dead because they are only pretending to be so. Acting in movies and TV shows is acting, but how many people are acting in real life? People pledge their love to husbands and wives for whom they no longer have feelings. They defer to their bosses with smiles though they hate them inwardly. And they scold the United States viciously but rack their brains to send their children there. People lust after men or women in their sleepless nights, but then act as guards of public morality and condemn others for acting on their lust. So who is not acting, who are not actors, and who live out their true selves? The truth is that everyone acts. Why are you acting? Because survival forces you to do so. Acting is a survival skill for living. But since it is all just acting, nothing is real, everything is false. Therefore, everything that we see in human society is false. Nothing is real because everyone is acting. You might say, it is not all acting, some of it is real. My mother gave birth to me. That was not acting, it was real. And I will ask, your mother gave birth to you? Are you sure that she is your mother? The son had been the father and the daughter had been the mother. So who is your mother? You do not even know who you are. So how can you know that it was your mother who gave birth to you? Besides, how many mothers have you had? How many times have you been born since the beginning of time? Has the same woman given birth to you each time, and has no other women ever given birth to you? Maybe the woman who gave birth to you 500 years ago is your daughter in this life. Can you say that your daughter has never given birth to you? Therefore, it is hard to say who has ever given birth to you. Your mother, your daughter, or your lover. Of course, if we limit everything to within this life only, then of course it is your current mother who gave birth to you. When someone pointed at Mary and said to Jesus Christ, "Thy mother and thy brother seek for thee," Jesus answered, "Who is my mother or my brother? Whoever shall do the will of God, the same is my brother, my sister, and my mother." Jesus Christ was real. He was not acting. He was living out his true self. Where is your true self? As long as you want to remain a person, you will never find it or know who you really are. That is, if all your activities are centered around survival, catering to others, your society, your times, and traditional values, and if you still desire money, power, reputation, and sexual satisfaction in your mind and still want to be outstanding, to glorify and illuminate your family name, or to win glory for your homeland, as long as your mind abides somewhere or is tied by someone or something, and as long as you still have desire, demand, hatred, jealousy, resentment, fear, worry, and anxiety from within, then you will never find it either. So, how is the true self to be found? Continue to looking for your true self. 4. 寻找真正的自己. 4. Looking for your true self. 4. Xiefeng. August 9, 2012. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The universe is the big stage for life. It exists for life. It is full of life. and it is full of vigor and vitality. The levels of life are in various poses and have different expressions from low levels to high ones, and both visible ones and invisible ones. All gradually unfold and perform on the big life stage of the universe, which constitutes the magnificent and colorful great universe. From an individual life to groups of many lives, all things are designed and arranged in strict proportions. Take people, for example. Everything in our bodies is designed in proportion, such as our numbers and sizes of eyes, bones, hands, and feet. The roles and lifespans of each life and each group of lives are designed and arranged based on proportions and needs. At the same time, each life group exists in a certain program and belongs to its own species. All life survives in certain programs and will have to enter other ones after they leave their current ones. For instance, the animal world is a life program, human society is another, and the celestial world is still another. When people depart from the human program, they will enter and run in the program of either the animal world or the celestial world. As long as one's role is fixed, as long as they run in a certain program, then none of their life is their true self because everything has been determined by the plot of a script. It is like shooting a TV series. Each actor must play a certain role according to the script plot. Even if you have some wiggle room, you will still have to follow the general script. The true self is completely free and is not subject to any outside control. If everything is done based on outside requirements rather than personal free will and is constrained by certain outside powers, then they are not the lives of true selves. In the universe, there is no total freedom except for that of the greatest creator. No life can enjoy total freedom. There are different degrees of freedom. The greater the degree of freedom is, the easier it is to find one's true self and live out their true self, and vice versa. Let us consider a pig and a human. Pigs have less freedom than humans and are subject to the restrictions and controls of humans, so pigs cannot live out their free wills. They live for humans and thus can never find their true selves. Humans have more freedom than pigs, so compared to pigs, humans can live out much more of themselves. Actually, humans in general who live in marriages with families have less freedom than those who live in the new oasis for life. The former live passively while the later are free from the shackles of marriage and family programs and free from many of the constraints of the 36-8 diagram arrays of life. Thus, they have more freedom and can live out more of their true selves. Lower life levels have less freedom and higher life levels have more freedom. For instance, each of the plant world, the animal world, the mortal world, and the celestial beings world have more freedom than the ones before them. It can be said that the worlds closest to hell have the least freedom, but those closest to heaven have the most. Therefore, one has to strive for the higher levels of life space. The highest level is heaven, and that is where true selves are. The more freedom there is, the easier it is to find one's true self. The less freedom, the less true self. In the entire universe from the material world to the non-material world, the most real place to find one's true life self is on the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, because it is the place where life is free from all programs, is no longer playing a scenario role, and everything is self-decided. There is only the self. The designer, the arranger, the director, and the screenwriter are all the self. We can thus arrive at the conclusion that one can only find their true self in heaven. Pigs cannot find their true selves as pigs, and similarly humans cannot find their true selves as humans. The only absolute way to find one's true self is to become a super celestial being. How does one become a super celestial being? By following Tao and bringing oneness to Tao into the consciousness of the greatest creator to achieve self-consistency. This is how we find our true selves. 广义相对论的启示 Revelations from General Relativity. Xiefeng, September 1st, 2005. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The attraction between the Earth and the tested body has gravitational mass. Exerting force to a body, the body will produce reaction force. It resists acceleration, so the body has inertial mass. The gravitational mass and inertial mass of the same body tested in a variety of ways arrive at such a conclusion. Gravitational mass equals inertial mass. Isaac Newton believed that the measurement result of equivalence of the mass is only coincidental, but Albert Einstein found that such equivalence exists in a glorious channel that replaced Newton's theory. Galileo Galilei noted the phenomenon in his experiment that the acceleration of a body in a gravitational field is independent of its mass. In gravitational fields, bodies of different masses fall at identical speeds. The acceleration of two bodies toward each other in the same gravitational field are always equal. For example, if we were to remove all air resistance, then anything falling toward the Earth would accelerate at a constant rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. In order to explain the principle of the equivalence of gravitational mass and inertial mass, Einstein came up with his famous third hypothesis, general relativity. If an inertial system is equal to a gravitational system which is evenly accelerated, then we can introduce a uniform gravitational field into it and assume that the inertial system, will remain static. On the basis of this third hypothesis, Einstein deduced his fourth one, which is also the same in all systems. Any observer inside an accelerated running elevator will perceive a spot of light that is shining through its window at a constant speed along a level line into the elevator that lands on its opposite wall differently than an observer who is outside the same elevator. Einstein's fourth hypothesis confirms that observers inside the elevator err by neglecting the mass of energy because it is very small. However, slight changes of movements of energy can be observed near very strong gravitational fields. It has been shown that light which is close enough to the sun will be drawn toward it due to its huge mass. Thus, Einstein reached a surprising conclusion. The world in which we live is not Euclidean. That is, circles in Euclidean geometry are no longer round, parallel lines intersect or diverge, and the sums of the angles of triangles are not 180 degrees. This strange conclusion is called the geometry of the universe. 1 plus 1 cannot always equal 2. What is the speed of a photon plus the speed of a moving train? Can there be such a speed in reality? Place one atomic clock atop a mountain and another one of similar performance at the foot of the same mountain, and their measured times will gradually diverge. The one on the top of mountain will run slightly more slowly than the one at its foot. Why? Because gravitational fields alter time and space. What are the revelations of general relativity to us? Any conclusion about macrospace and time from the perception of microspace and time might be inaccurate. Any conclusion drawn from within a system can be inconsistent with one drawn from outside of it. There are natural laws in the universe which apply everywhere and always. There are differences between abstract theories and reality. Space and time are not absolute. What kind of worldview and outlook on life can we draw from these revelations? We may have been living mistakenly. That which is in our consciousness is not truth, but distorted reality. Absolutely correct doctrines, theories, and ideas from within any religious, social, or governmental system may ultimately be disproved. There are irrefutable universal laws which apply to all space and time. These laws are collectively the will of the greatest creator, Tao. No theory is absolute and eternally true. We should never believe blindly in the classical theories, but should think from the perspective of holographic order. Returning from old age to youth and advancing from youth to old age, as well as living in different spaces is possible. No one has yet discovered all the secrets of the universe. On the contrary, we are only beginning to explore its wonders, and what we do know only scratches the surface. We are still ignorant of the meanings of time and space, so any strong opposition to new ideas, innovative approaches, and new philosophical perspectives is reactionary to the universe and to life and is a suppression of human nature. Only the concept of unifying all religions into a single uniform one is relatively correct thinking. Only the way of the greatest creator is the universal, natural law to bring salvation from human suffering at the macro level. 前往天堂的24个硬性指标 24 mandatory indices to heaven. Xiefeng. November 18th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The universe is not only rational, but also mathematical. Whatever does not conform to scientific principles is a fantasy, a dream. Assumptions do not confirm scientific principles because only facts and tested theories are their cores. Everything that really exists conforms to scientific principles. Everything that can be deduced logically also conforms to scientific principles, even if we cannot see that they exist. Does heaven exist, or does it not? This is quite simple, for as long as we can see the reality of heaven, or as long as its existence can be deduced logically, then we can conclude that it does. No one's description of heaven is convincing unless many people have witnessed it for themselves and can confirm it repeatedly. The thousand-year world of heaven that I have described would not be convincing if it were only my personal description, but when I copied it onto the earth and hundreds of people not only saw it but also lived in it and experienced it, then it became time to accept its existence. Though seemed humble, it is the thousand-year world of heaven's earthly manifestation. If you still cannot recognize these facts in front of you, then you are only proving that you are disregarding them and preferring to stay with your comfortable dreams and illusions. Everyone knows about the plane rectangular coordinate system, which has 4 quadrants, and each quadrant expresses a different nature. For example, if the first quadrant is all positive and the third one is all negative, then the first quadrant can represent heaven and the third one can represent hell. The space in which life exists is not a plane rectangular coordinate system, though, but a 3-dimensional cubic coordinate system with volume, also called a complex rectangular coordinate system because it has horizontal spacetime, and this horizontal spacetime is invisible to people within 3-dimensional space. Although people cannot see it, it can still be deduced in a scientific way, that is, by the imaginary number axis, which is perpendicular to both our eyes and also to the x and y axis, through the plane rectangular coordinate system origin. Think of it like a chopstick that is perpendicular to our eyes, and we can only see a point, though a point is clearly not its true nature. Because a virtual axis is added to the plane Cartesian coordinate system, that plane Cartesian coordinate system has become a 3-dimensional one in which there are 20 quadrants. We human beings live in only one of them. The other 19 are spaces that humans do not experience or understand thoroughly as of yet, and heaven is among them. This is the scientific principle of heaven. Since heaven exists and life is so beautiful there, then of course we are all eager to go there. The question is, how do we get there? No matter who you are, a religious follower or an atheist, rich or poor, an official or a common citizen, a university professor or an illiterate, you can go to heaven by reaching its standard. But if you are substandard, then you will have to recycle through the samsara of the mortal world, the animal world, or even the livestock world. Here are the 24 mandatory requirement indices. Freedom from debts. Accumulation of merits and virtues. Freedom from worldly ties. Freedom from troubles and annoyances. Freedom from anxiety. Freedom from grief. Freedom from worries. Freedom from fears. Possession of nothing. Having a carefree mind. Neither complaining nor resenting. Distance from anger and loss of temper. Lack of envy for others. Lack of negativity and pessimism. Never comparing oneself to others. Never regarding oneself as correct. Never arguing with or contending with others. Keeping a peaceful and joyous mind. Having a fondness for playing. Having no special relationship with anyone. Sharing everything with others. Having upbringing, self-cultivation, and self-restraint. Lacking a mind but showing a nature. Freedom from ego. No matter who you are, as long as you meet these 24 requirements listed above, then you have reached the standard and you will undoubtedly go to heaven. There is no need for ascetic practices, meditation, praying in churches and temples, understanding the classics, taking someone as your master, burning joss sticks, or even kowtowing and worshiping. On the other hand, if you do not meet the standards, even if you have read all the classics wholeheartedly, have self-cultivated and self-improved for thousands of years, are wealthy in knowledge, are a super master, have been preaching all your life and have thousands of followers, are eloquent enough to fully understand the classics, and no matter how much you have contributed to the world, then please accept my apology because you are not and will not be heaven-bound. It is easy to see that heaven is an ideal society, but why is it so ideal? The reason is that every life can enjoy its pleasure fully. If one who was unable to meet the standard were to enter heaven, then how could the others be guaranteed the freedom to enjoy their pleasure of life fully? That would be impossible. Heaven does exist, and the road to it is clear. Go there or do not. The decision is yours. 一团有关性的迷雾. A cloud of fog about nature. Xiefeng. November 18th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. The universe is a stage for nature, and everything and all phenomena are nature's dances. The true essence of Buddhism is an enlightened heart is perceptive to nature, perceptive to Buddha. The main theme of the Bloodstream sermon by Master Bodhidharma was that nature, same word as sex in Chinese, is Buddha and Buddha is nature. Without the perception of nature, all teachings of Dharma are demonic talks and all practicing of magic is demonic conduct. The sixth patriarch, Huineng's The Platform Sutra says, "Who would know that our nature, essence of mind, Tathagata, suchness, is intrinsically pure? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilating? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are manifestations of our nature?" From this point of view, we should follow our nature. If so, willfulness is right, and the wayward person is dictated by willful nature, but reality tells us that willful people cannot become immortal or Buddha. To follow one's nature, but not be willful is a contradiction. This is the fog about nature. Let's take Jiaoyi, Lixin, and Tianxin as examples to analyze willfulness. Jiaoyi is weak-willed, Lixin is medium-willed, and Tianxin is strong-willed. Weak-willed, people have their own cognition and ideas about everything, and they always include contradictions and conflicts with Tao. They always want things to develop according to their own wishes, but because they have awe in their hearts, they are still willing to yield even when they are unhappy. Therefore, they can still walk on the way of Tao. Medium-willed people know that they are wrong, but they have strong self-esteem and easily drift between Tao and the mortal trail. If their self-esteem is well protected, they can merge into Tao. If their self-esteem is damaged, they will deviate from the Tao and move toward the trail. Strong-willed people are desperate to act according to their own wishes. Although they might know that they are wrong, their emotions exceed their rationality and they are unwilling to comply with Tao, let alone succumb to it. Wayward people have generally been spoiled since they were young and have experienced too little frustration in their lives. How does one escape from this nature fog? All speech and behaviors are caused by the trends of nature, and nature is the strongest driving force. Let us observe everything in nature, the loftiness and erecting of mountains, the fickleness and flowing of water, the birth and growth of plants in spring and summer, the fighting and killing of animals, and the fighting and robbing in the human world. All are the deductions of nature. From this point of view, following one's nature and willfulness are both not only problematic, but also dangerous, just like wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards following their natures, and kudo, vine, vitex, and thorns that are willful. From this, the sixth patriarch Huineng's, who would know that our nature, essence of mind, Tathagata, suchness, is intrinsically pure. Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilating? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are the manifestation of our nature, are also problematic? The self-nature is not pure. It has birth and annihilation, and it cannot produce everything. Follow one's nature. But what kind of nature? The nature of a devil or that of Buddha? The nature of beasts or that of humanity? Willful, but to follow what will? To follow the will of nature, or to follow that of self? To follow the collective commonality or individual's personality? If you want to become a cat, then you must catch mice when you see them, otherwise you will not be a cat. If you want to become an immortal, then you must follow the immortal nature strictly, or you cannot become one. A cat is not a cat if it is compassionate when it sees a mouse. An immortal is no longer an immortal if his or her heart moans and laments when he or she sees marriages and funerals, or weeping and crying in the mortal world. In order to become a Buddha, one needs to perceive nature, but must not follow one's nature and be willful. If you want to go to heaven, then you also need to perceive nature, but you must not follow human nature and be obsessed with the debauchery of mortal life and the passing clouds in the physical world. 我与魔王的又一次对话. Another conversation with the king devil, Satan. Day form celestial. December 11th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. It was 3 o'clock on the morning of December 11th, 2019 when I passed through a space-time tunnel and entered the palace of the king devil. I saw how brightly it was lit and that it was radiating a brilliant illumination. splendid and magnificent, grand yet solemn, and the guards in front of the door were all handsome, spirited, brave, and mighty. In the palace, a guard stood every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Handsome men and beautiful women walked in and out, and everything was in order. When I came to the gate of the palace, one of those enchanting women came to greet me and told me that the king knew I was coming and was waiting for me in the hall. After passing through many corridors, we finally entered his hall as I then gazed upon a jade-red throne at the top of several dozen steps. It was inlaid with countless gems that were crystal clear while radiating colorful and dazzling lights. On the throne sat a beautiful, peerless man with an imposing appearance, handsome, natural, and divine. 16 women stood beside him, and they were all extremely beautiful, sexy, charming, and glamorous. The ground and the walls were all made of pure gold, magnificent and impeccable. The king devil stood and looked down upon me from a high place and asked, "How are you, Deiform Celestial? Have you come here to surrender to me, or to steal my magic?" I stood below, looking up at him with a smile, and replied, "I am surely here to find fault with you." The king devil laughed. "You tiny celestial dare to find fault with me. It is very courageous of you. Is there a problem?" I replied cautiously, "Most worthy of gods who penetrates everything, how could I be qualified to find fault with you? I would not dare even if I had 100,000 times my courage. It is just that I missed you, so I just decided to drop by and ask for a cup of tea." Lies. The king devil feigned anger and turned his head with a growl. Then he smiled and tried to persuade me, "Deiform Celestial, why not come here to enjoy my glory and wealth and forget about your tireless task of reaping ripe crops? Even if you could go to the celestial islands in the future, how could it ever be as glorious as my palace?" Rather than answering him directly, I decided that this would be a good time to answer a question with a question. "Most worthy of gods, you have neither thieves nor robbers here, so why do you keep such tight security at your door? A guard at every 3rd step and a sentry at every 5th. They are so majestic, they show how powerful I am, and I just like having them," the king devil replied. "But there are no blue skies or white clouds here, nor trees, flowers, or grass. It is all jewels." "I still think that the celestial world is better," I continued. The king devil replied leisurely, "It seems that you have not escaped from your mortal world. What do you think of my women here? The most beautiful, enchanting, and sexy women anywhere. This is the Western vision of paradise. Remember the Garden of Eden? It was created by me. The blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, blue water, wildflowers, and countless rare and exotic fruits. But Adam and Eve could not enjoy its blessings. Did humans not ruin it?" I was a little puzzled and asked a little confused, "Is the God in the Bible really you?" The king devil then asked, "The whole world is under my rule. Other than me, are there any other gods? Then the God that all mankind has worshipped for thousands of years is you? Are you not afraid that the greatest creator will punish you?" "The greatest creator will never punish me because it is my dedicated burden to maintain the dynamic balance of life in the universe. In the human world and in hell, I have the right to do whatever I want. Only Jesus and you, Deiform Celestial, keep ruining my plans. Jesus has been punished and driven away by me, and you will have no better luck? So, one of my eyes is blind. Is this your punishment for me? I like your lecherous character, so I just punished you slightly. Maybe I will blind your other eye. Do you believe me?" "I surely believe you, but most worthy of gods, I also have my mission, and I cannot help myself. Besides, I only take 1 or 2% of human lives away, or as few as 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000, and I am not going against you. You will not be cruel to me, will you?" The king devil said with a serious face, "Do not pretend to be pitiful here. Do not wish for me to be compassionate. Justice has long arms, so do not dream of escaping from my net of justice. I will chase you and all of your Chanyuan celestials and exhaust them, and you will all continue to reincarnate obediently." I was a little bit depressed and complained, "Most worthy of gods, is it your rhythm that you will kill everyone?" "Nonsense," the king devil said a bit angrily. "When have I killed anyone? I have never hurt a fly. The situation and results of every life are for their own sake, and they cannot blame me for anything. In that case, can I still have hope and opportunity to take some people to heaven, can I? I asked innocently. While the priest climbs a foot, I climb 10. Whether you can pick them up depends on the depth of your spiritual character, the king devil answered. Do you mean that you will no longer set up barriers to me? I asked. You are being delusional. Not only will I continue setting up obstacles to block you, but I will also do my best to stop you, the king devil said firmly. How will you stop me? I asked. The king devil told me this in detail. Shakyamuni once wanted to take many people away, and Lao Tzu used to plan secretly to take many others away, but most of them were stopped by me. Only a few dozen managed to escape. If you want to take some, it will not be more than 200 or 300. My ways of preventing them are diverse, strange, and unpredictable. People are slaves to money, so I will stop over 80% of them with that. Then, another 5% can be stopped with the offer of power. Then reputation, status, beauty, affection, and love will stop another 7% to 8%. Then, I will use poverty, hunger, war, illness, fear, death, and so on to stop 7% to 8% of them. Finally, the Psychedelic Academy will make your remaining members drunk on gong, magic arts, and powerful spells. That will stop most of the remaining ones. If necessary, I will make a few godlings appear in the world to show supernatural powers and magical arts to people in order to confuse those who have chosen you. Do the math. How many are left for you to take away? These are just my open methods. I also have countless secret tricks. What are those secret tricks? You, most worthy of gods, could you tell me a few? I begged sincerely. Deiform Celestial, you want me to reveal my mysteries by negligence without knowing them? You underestimate me too much. Do not play on your cleverness. Small tricks in front of me. Can I tell you my secret tricks? If I told them to you, would I still be the king devil? Thank you for your teaching, but I have a request. I have only reaped 200 or 300 Chanyuan Celestials across more than a decade. Could you be lenient to these 200 or 300 Chanyuan Celestials and let me take them away smoothly? I begged. You are absolutely crazy. It is your idiotic dreaming. You want to make a deal with me? Do you think I am a human? I am a god. I must abide strictly by the laws of heaven and never allow any to pass. Are you not building a home? Build one, and I will destroy it. Build another, and I will destroy it too. Build many, and I will destroy them all until you are impoverished, downhearted, lose all your confidence, and return to my devil's way. If I cannot destroy you with external forces, then I will get into your heart, your consciousness, your blood, and your bone marrow to fully mobilize your demon, animal, and human natures, so that you will guard against, be suspicious of, torture, and destroy each other, make a foul stench of your home, and eventually wear you down. I will make people call you a liar, a scam artist, a rapist, a seductive hypocrite, a villain who destroys families, and a man with the evilest of intentions. If necessary, I will use the state dictatorship machine to arrest you. Do you still have any hope for your Chanyuan Celestials to escape from my trap? Hearing what the king devil said, I collapsed to the floor feebly, as if my whole body was drained of blood. My tears rushed out. I wanted to curse the king devil. I was ready to shout out when I woke up in a cold sweat from that horrible nightmare. 个人如何顺应自然之道? How individuals should conform to the ways of nature. Xiefeng, December 18, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Introduction. The beauty and simplicity of nature can only be truly appreciated after one has experienced the richness of life. Experiencing the vicissitudes of life teaches you the truth of original nature. Directing the country high-spiritedly only to have things backfire in the end. Pitting one region against another and overcoming all obstacles. These are all totally unnecessary. Surrender to the way of nature. Be content with the status quo and accept reality. Nothing is controlled by man. Everything is determined by nature. If it is predestined, it will appear eventually. If it is not, do not insist upon it. Blessings come, enjoy them. Suffering comes, bear it. I will accept with pleasure whatever the greatest Creator arranges for me, neither worrying, complaining, getting angry, nor with rage. If there is no sea, I will admire the rivers in front of me leisurely. If there are no rivers, I will take company with streams. If there are no streams, I will just wait for the rain to fall from the sky. If I have a bad fate, then I will not complain about anyone because I have enjoyed too many blessings for the too few merits from my previous lives. If there is no one to help me on my journey of life, I will not blame anyone because I was too selfish and did not establish good ties along my way. Karma is perfectly accurate, so I will eat coarse grain every day, live in thatched huts, and wear patched clothes, but my heart will remain calm and my mind will be relaxed. Do not be jealous or envious. You have your heavenly plan and I have my serenade. You are beautiful and charming but suffer a harsh life. I have an unsatisfactory look but boast a heart of gold. You are earth-shaking and cloud-blowing while I am content with poverty and am devoted leisurely to Tao. You have many guests and your place is crowded with people and vehicles, but I only communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth. You live with the debauchery of villas and luxury cars, but I live with bright moons and gentle breezes. Grass never envies the richness of peony. Weeping willows never envy the fullness of fruit trees. Everything is arranged appropriately, and I neither envy nor admire anyone. Never make excessive demands. Demanding that your cat guards your house, that your dog plows your field, that your rooster lays eggs, or that your sow gives milk would all be against the ways of nature and therefore fruitless. Some things are born with purpose. Others are born with talent. There is neither a panacea for all diseases, nor perfect sages and saints. Command neither your superiors nor your subordinates excessively, neither parents nor children, neither husbands nor wives, and of course, neither brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, neighbors, nor other relatives. Green. Swaying bamboo benefits your mind. That is enough. Do not command bamboo to bear dates for you. When someone cooks for you, that is enough. Do not demand that your dish be both delicious and colorful. It is enough to have someone to accompany you on your journey. Do not expect them to fulfill all your desires. Do what you can without taking risks. He who has no diamond should not undertake to cut glass. What will happen when you load 3 tons onto a truck that is made for 2 tons, or if you drive on a curved mountain road at 120 kilometers per hour? What if you pour an entire pot of boiling water into a drinking glass? What if you have only 200,000 yuan in your pocket, but you want to buy a 1 million yuan building? Everyone is like a container which can only hold a certain amount. If that amount is exceeded, either the container will burst or serious waste will occur. If you can only carry 80 caddies, but you want to carry 100 of them, you will be crushed. Therefore, we must do everything within our capability to not take such risks. Watch cheerfully as others run companies effortlessly, but do not imitate them. Watch neighbors build high-rise buildings, but do not chase them. Watch others become internet celebrities, but do not follow them. Watch others send their children to study abroad, but do not send yours. You must weigh your own abilities. If you do not have enough abilities, then do not be too ambitious. Always do what you can, never attempt to do what you cannot. Non-action means non-contention. The way of nature has arranged everything in an orderly manner. Whether it is a dog or a cat, a hawk or a chicken, a peach or an apricot, or a man or a woman, everything is arranged and predetermined. Everything is born. In beehives, the queens, drones, and workers are all determined at birth. Their purposes are not chosen by democratic voting, nor can any bee who wants to become a queen through their own hard work become one. The queen needs to hold no meetings with groups of her subordinates to discuss and arrange daily affairs. Each bee does what it is destined to do, and all divisions of labor are clear and orderly. The same is true in human society. The role of each person has been decided long ago. If you are predestined to be a president, then you cannot be a craftsman. If a beggar, then you cannot become a billionaire. If a commoner, then you cannot become a saint. If a thief, then you cannot become a hero with immortal fame. Some people are natural organizers and leaders, while some are destined to be imprisoned. No one's life from birth to death is up to themselves. You can only decide to do what is predestined. It is next to impossible for you to change or achieve anything substantial by your efforts. Only peach trees can bear peaches. No matter how hard they work, they will never bear pomegranates. No matter how hard they study and research, even if they rack their brains and fail to eat and sleep, flies will never produce honey. So practice non-action, set no goals for yourself, think nothing about becoming a rich celebrity, do not expect to become a pianist or any musician, let alone think about how to make yourself a returning Jesus or a Z-Way saint. Every day, just do what you should do right on that day. Take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with your nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Do not contend with anyone. It is of no use. If it should be yours, it will be yours. If it should not be yours, you will not get it by contention. Point 6. Do not insist. Do not hold. Many parents make plans and arrangements for their children and do not want their children to lose at the starting line. What is their result? Children who are forced by their parents will definitely lose at the finish line because they will have pulled up seedlings to help them grow and will have violated the way of nature. Qin Shi Huang wanted to pass the country from his generation to his progeny after unifying the six kingdoms, but Qin II lost his state power and Qin III never appeared. Many people want to pass their family business or their career that they have earned through their hard work onto their children, but the results often backfire. Many people try their best to make their spouses loyal to themselves after they get married. But what happens? 95% of men cheat and 95% of women suffer by attempting to toss their husbands' mistresses out. Those who hold it lose it. Those who make it spoil it. Do you want to control something in your hands firmly? Do you want to spare no effort to defend your treasure? That is whimsical, ignorant, and foolish because nothing can be held or controlled indefinitely by anyone. You had better follow nature and let water flow naturally. 7. Be as good as you can regardless of where it will lead you. Melons' pedicels fall when their fruit ripens and channels form when water flows. When we say that all things are destined and have been arranged long ago, we mean that there are rules and principles for everything and they run in accordance with unchanging procedures for thousands of years. That is, a person's current state is caused by their past thoughts, words, and actions. If they have been doing evil all the time, then there is no doubt that they will be destined to go to hell unless they rein in on the brink of the precipice and repent thoroughly of their misdeeds. If they have been doing good and accumulating virtue, then they will undoubtedly be destined to go to heaven because karma is a program. Whatever we enter into this program, it will feed corresponding results back to us. This is called destined by heaven. This is called the way of nature. Therefore, make dedications throughout your life and neither ask nor care about their results because the program will run and arrange things according to them. When melons ripen, their pedicels fall off. Do not doubt that when quantitative changes reach saturation, qualitative change will definitely follow. What matters is that we stick to these changes for many years or even for the rest of our lives. If this life is not enough, we should continue to do so in our future lives. 8. Have unrestrained imagination and fly freely. The way of nature controls everything except our imagination. Beggars can imagine that they are royalty and singles can imagine that they have 100 spouses. Anyone can have sex with anyone they want to within the world of their imagination. Mortals can imagine themselves appreciating and enjoying heaven, and you can imagine yourself taking the sun away or becoming a wild goose flying in the sky. Whatever you think, this is our free will bestowed to us by the greatest Creator. No matter what you think, you will neither be punished nor rewarded. It is even okay if you beat someone up in your imagination. You just need to make yourself happy and satisfy your wishes. None of these imaginings will be input into the causal program. Therefore, you can be unrestrained and fly freely. Here, I would like to point out that motivation and imagination seem to be the same thing, but there is an essential difference. Motivation is an inner activity that you want to put into practice. Imagination is an ongoing or completed conscious activity for self-entertainment. Conclusion. To conform to nature is to conform to objective laws and natural principles, and to never impose one's own will on them in order to change anything artificially. Follow the way of nature, and everything will be harmonious and people will be happy about everything. Go against it, and all things will be disorderly and conflicted. There will be hurricanes, hail, drought, scorching heat, turmoil, war, plague, and famine, and people will be worried, sad, anxious, and even encounter disasters. That is to say, following the way of nature will be rewarded by Tao, violating the way of nature will be punished by Tao, and surrendering to the way of nature will ensure your place in heaven.
自然之道解析
Analysis of the Way of Nature. Xiefeng, December 15th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator, of non-action and silence, into harmony and freedom. It is the outline and the law of the universe, and the way of heaven and Tao itself. By following the way of nature, everything would be in order. The weather would be favorable and society would be peaceful. By deviating from the way of nature, everything would be chaotic and disorderly, disasters would occur frequently, the world would be turbulent, and people would be contentious. By fighting against heaven, our suffering would be constant. By fighting against the earth and each other, our suffering would be endless. By fighting against Tao, our abyss of misery would be endless. The way of nature is profound, mysterious, and can neither be measured nor understood by human intelligence. It is full of vitality which can be neither resisted nor refused. The place that obeys it is heaven, but the place that goes against it is hell. Tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes, typhoons, gales, thunderstorms, floods, droughts, scorching heat, hail, epidemics, insect plagues, and so on in nature are all caused by human society's failure to follow nature's way and all of its warnings to mankind. Wars, turmoil, fighting, riots, revolutions, dynasties changing, diseases, hunger, and other phenomena that occur in human societies are the results of human violations of nature and are its punishments to mankind. How has human society deviated from the way of nature? Things that bring trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, horror, fear, sadness, or despair to people but cannot make them happy, joyous, free, or blessed deviate from the way of nature. I hereby affirm that the developments and inventions of science and the inventions and applications of all tools do not deviate from the way of nature. The 5 main things that deviate from it are as follows. Legal systems with laws, judges, and lawyers have all violated the way of nature. Western societies that govern themselves with artificial laws deviate from the way of nature. Look at the plants, animals, and insects. They have never needed laws or legal systems, but are they not running well? With judges and lawyers, human societies lose their natural attributes and human nature becomes forced into distortion. The people who want to build several houses on their own land are regulated and restricted, and people's attributes of truthfulness, goodness, and beauty are restricted and controlled by laws. The existence of countries violates the way of nature and is equivalent to artificially building a high wall to imprison people within this big prison called nationhood. Migratory birds migrate freely, so why cannot people? According to the principles of nature, human societies must have governments, but just as bee and ant queendoms have bee and ant queens, governments should only be symbols to unite people's hearts, not organizations to manage and regulate them. When governments expand out of proportion and implement their wills upon every aspect of human life, then they completely deviate from the way of nature. The more problems they create, the more bitter their people become, and this is where those governments develop strong wills and subvert the way of nature. Fewer problems exist and people live in peace and contentment when the government has complied more with the way of nature. Our marriage systems deviate from the way of nature because they bind couples together forcibly. They conform to neither the laws and principles of nature nor to those of human nature. If they did, then there would be no phenomena of cheating and betrayals. The thoughts and practices of trying to change other people and their natures go against the ways of nature, such as mutual torture and devastations between married couples, mutual condemnation and strife between political parties, mutual hostility and competition for believers among religions, mutual restrictions and sanctions between countries, and human transformations of nature, such as reclamation of the sea, deforestation of forests, building hydroelectric dams, and transforming rivers, grasslands, wetlands, lakes, deserts, and so forth. All of these thoughts and behaviors violate the ways of nature. All success studies, nutrition studies, talent studies, Prenatal teaching, fast learning, doctrines, truth studies, Western medicine, cloning, and so on violate the way of nature. Violations of the way of nature will definitely be punished by it. The way of punishment is to make people suffer, fear, despair, and even die through disasters. Human intelligence will attend to one thing while losing another. The way of nature is the only law that mankind should obey. People in the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world follow it purely. So everything is peaceful, safe, warm, and satisfying there. Attempting to follow nature would confuse people. They would ask an unlimited number of questions about how issues would be handled. Without countries, who would protect us from them? Without legal systems, who would handle disagreements and resolve disputes? Without political parties, who would manage our lives? How can humans reproduce without marriages? Were people allowed to migrate without controls, would they not all move to the prosperous big cities? Without controls, would the human population not expand indefinitely? Without the police, would people not destroy the ecology and misbehave, and would bandits and robbers not be everywhere? Without strong interventions and restrictions, would we not fight for resources everywhere, and would armies not appear and vassal states not arise that would conquer and kill people everywhere? To eliminate these doubts and obtain answers, we should neither read the writings of human thoughts nor imitate the experiences of human history, but read the books without words, read the heavens, the earth, and all of nature. Were there no humans on this earth, would the kingdoms of plants, animals, and insects have any of these problems? Of course not. We would discover the principles of mutual generation and restraint of the way of nature, its principle of natural regulation, and discover that when anything goes to excesses or extremes, a restraining force always comes into being. If you think that human beings following the way of nature would move them toward the law of the jungle, then look at the state of the 1,000-year world of heaven, and we will surely learn sensible, reasonable, and legal answers from it. Shenxing. The Nature of Celestial Beings. Xiefeng. November 22, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Nature is the characteristics of all structures, things, and even lives. The kinds of structures present determine the kinds of natures there are. All beings have their own natures. Gods have divine ones, Buddhas have Buddhist ones, demons have demonic ones, celestials have celestial ones, people have human ones, and beasts have animal ones. All things have their own ones. Mountains have mountainous ones, lakes have watery ones, soil has an earthly one, stones have rocky ones, and trees and flowers have plant ones. The Compendium of Materia Medica introduces more than 500 medicines with each having their own medicinal properties, natures. Each of the 118 chemical elements in the periodic table have their own characteristics and natures. The differences between some lives and others, and between some things and others, are determined by their structures. Different structures have different natures. In order for one kind of life to transform into another kind, its structure must be altered toward that desired end. No life's nature will change if its structure remains the same. While it is impossible to change life structures directly without genetic surgery being performed, their life structures are non-material, invisible, and intangible. It is still impossible to alter non-material life structures through surgery. To change a life structure, you must start by changing its consciousness. For example, if you want to become a celestial, then you must transform your consciousness from one of a human to one of a celestial. However, the transformation of a consciousness cannot be reached without centuries of self-improvement and self-refinement. Consciousnesses are too complicated. They penetrate into blood cells, bone marrow, time and space itself, detention information space, and even into one's life trajectory. The components of consciousnesses are enormous. It can often be very difficult to distinguish between human ones and celestial ones because they are ambiguous and specious. Unless there is a higher level of life to point out the direction, it is that the true face of the mountain Lu is lost to my sight, for it is right in this mountain that I reside. There is a shortcut through which people can become celestials, that is, to follow the celestial nature, and it is relatively simple to do this. You do not need to read books on celestial cultivation and spend your limited lifetimes trying to understand them from the principles of truth, meditation, immortality pills, praying to gods, worshipping the Buddha, or reciting the scriptures every day, because even illiterates who follow the celestial nature can become celestial beings. So, what are the natures of celestials and what are their manifestations? People can be divided into these 5 groups: ignorant commoners, laities, mortals, sages, and celestials, saints. Celestials can be subdivided into these 5 types: ghost celestials, human celestials, land celestials, deity celestials, and super celestials. Here I will only express the nature of celestials in the thousand-year world, because this is the easiest state for people to reach. If people can follow the nature of celestials in the thousand-year world, then they will join them to live the lives of celestials after their deaths. The nature of celestial beings is that they have the following 8 characteristics. They follow what is predestined, are open, leave things to fate, and are free and unfettered. They conduct themselves limitlessly, follow situations, and act flexibly. They are amorous yet never attach importance to affection. They possess nothing and are totally unfettered. They never do anything yet all things happen through them because they follow Tao. They feel no mercy or pity but are natural and unrestrained. They neither contend nor argue, but associate with other celestials. They behave with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being by talking cheerfully and humorously. A life with the above 8 characteristics is celestial one. If you follow their 8 characteristics, then you will possess their nature, and you will have doubtlessly become one already. Humans can never achieve any of these 8 characteristics of celestial nature, not even one of them. Of course, people occasionally show signs of celestial natures, but they are just flashes of light and disappear quickly. It is easy to understand theoretically and logically, but extremely difficult to achieve, so it is not easy to become a celestial. For example, could you follow what is predestined, be open, leave things to fate, and be free and unfettered? If you were placed in a cell where you could only eat grass roots, everyone would scold and bully you, and snakes and scorpions would be rampant. Another example would be, could you possess nothing and be totally unfettered if you knew that you were about to die? Could you be free from the worries of the people for whom and the things for which you care? Would you have no fear or regrets, and could you really be totally unfettered? As for conducting with no limit, no mercy, no sadness, those are much more difficult to achieve. Only people who are born with celestial roots can become celestial beings. As humans, you had better stop your wishful thinking. A leopard cannot change its spots, so just be an honest person. 先性解析 Analyses of the nature of celestial beings. Xiefeng, November 23, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Following that which is predestined, being open, leaving everything to fate, and being free and unfettered. Conducting yourself limitlessly, following situations, and acting flexibly. Being amorous everywhere, but never attaching importance to affection. Possessing nothing yet being totally unfettered. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao. Feeling no mercy or pity but being natural and unrestrained. Neither contending nor arguing, but walking with celestials. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being, talking cheerfully and humorously. Here, we shall analyze each of the above natures of celestials. Following that which is predestined, being open, leaving everything to fate, and being free and unfettered. Following what is predestined is following one's luck and letting it come naturally. Being open is being bold and open-minded, but not adhering to etiquette and customs. Following what is predestined and being open means that whether you live in a 5-star hotel or a thatched house, whether you eat delicacies from the land and sea, genetically modified coarse bread, or even moldy leftovers, whether people you get along with are civilized and reasonable or completely savage and uncooperative, whether you live in a hot place with lots of mosquitoes or in a cold place lacking vitality, whether you wear brocaded famous branded clothes or torn rags, that you accept what comes to you, always have a peaceful mind, treat things with an open mind, be generous, and do not care about worldly eyes and comments. Leaving everything to fate means letting fate arrange everything. Being free and unfettered means being at ease and traveling leisurely. Leaving everything to fate and being free and unfettered means believing in Tao, in cause and effect, that what you give is equal to what you get, that everything is arranged justly by the Tao, leaving everything to the arrangement of destiny, not wanting to change anything, not wanting to obtain anything, and not wanting to achieve any purpose. When blessings are here, enjoy them. When disasters are here, bear them delightedly. Neither resent nor blame anyone. Whether in good times or adversity, always remain natural and unrestrained, free, carefree, leisurely, contented, calm as water, and smiling at your situation. Point 2. Conducting yourself limitlessly, following the situations, and acting flexibly. Conducting yourself means going forward or stopping. No limits means no boundaries. Conducting yourself with no limits means that I, Grandaunt, as long as I am not hurting any other person, society, or nature, can make myself as comfortable as I choose, and that I, Grandpa, under the same rules for proper behavior, can be as happy as I want to be. Following the situations means moving according to situations and changing according to their changes, and not sticking to old systems, traditions, dogma, or the scriptures and the master's preaching. Acting flexibly means managing oneself according to situations. Following situations and acting flexibly means having no fixed precepts or rules in your mind, and that no rules and regulations are set in advance. Buddha has no set rules because they always conform to meeting situations. All affairs should be treated, handled, coped with, and ascertained flexibly. 3. Being amorous everywhere but never attaching importance to affection. Being merciful everywhere means that no matter whether dealing with people, animals, or nature, you must be merciful in words and actions, never reaching an impasse, never being merciless, but never saying never. Never attaching importance to affection means not falling into affection, not having too much affection for someone, something, an organization, a person, a party, a country, a system, or a religion. Attaching too much importance to affection will tie you to one of the aforementioned and make it impossible for you to be natural and unrestrained, and therefore make it impossible for you to become immortal. 4. Possessing nothing yet being totally unfettered. Possessing nothing means owning nothing at all. Not the sky, not the earth, no real estate, no power, no reputation, no relatives or lovers, no organization. Everything belongs to the greatest creator, everything belongs to nature. So I possess nothing, I am united with the greatest creator, with Tao, with all things, and even with death itself. Totally unfettered means having no one and nothing on your mind, that you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want without hesitation, worries, or fear, and that you can stay when you want to stay and leave when you want to leave with absolutely no worries. Because you have nothing, you do not worry about thieves, robbers, people borrowing money from you, being deceived, degraded, nor insulted, nor do you even worry about death. Because you have nothing, there is nothing to contend with and nothing to guard. Whether the sky falls, the earth fractures, the sea floods the land, or the land sinks into the sea, you have no anxieties, no worries. Life is like a bubble, and everything is as passing clouds. 5. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao means surrendering your life to the greatest creator and leaving your life to the management of Tao with no ideals, wishes, plans, or pursuits, but trusting that nature will arrange everything, never having any special requirements or anything special to do. You work and rest each day as the sun rises and sets, because all active dharma are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Accomplish doing nothing and attending to non-affairs. If it is funny, play with it. If it is not, do not. If you meet water, then erect a bridge. If you meet a mountain, then open a road. If you meet neither water nor a mountain, then build neither. Do whatever you do with joy and happiness. Drink some tea, enjoy a chat, bask in the sun, or stroll leisurely. Following Tao means taking the way of nature. Family affairs, state affairs, and work. A revelation from the structure of graphite and diamond. Xiefeng. Graphite is an allotrope of carbon. Can be considered a blessed person because when I counted the treasures in my spiritual warehouse, I found several brand characters worth mentioning. Two male secular friends are Shui Binyi and Lu Jinkai. Two male Chanyuan celestials are Tongtian Celestial and Qinci Celestial. And three female brand celestials are Huiying Celestial, Jingying Celestial, and Xiangrui Celestial. Their common features are that they all have rich personalities and first-class quality. They are picturesque like mountains and rivers or poems and paintings, high in taste and state, treat me sincerely and without deception, have never made me feel uncomfortable in the slightest degree, and have helped me a lot. We should cherish brand objects while using them and treat them with awe because they are expensive, and do the same with brand people. When facing the brand people whom we are lucky enough to have in our lives, we can only venerate and admire them in our hearts without the tiniest secular affection or lust. It is best to enjoy them as quietly as you would appreciate peerless landscape paintings. Never take them down and hang them up repeatedly. When several government websites described Life-Changyuan as a cult several years ago, I, as its godfather, immediately broke off my relations with Shui Binyi and Lu Jinkai because I did not want to negatively impact the futures of my best friends. Sacrificing oneself and protecting brand friends is the best way to cherish and respect them. Brand objects have exquisite structures, high quality, and long service lives, making them easy to use. Brand characters have rich personalities and are transcendent, lofty, exquisite, sincere, selfless, and desireless beyond words. They are inexhaustible spiritual sources from which one can benefit for a lifetime, so they should only be admired without the slightest profane thoughts. Of course, there are still many brand characters who are worth cherishing in my life, most of whom are Chanyuan Celestials. I hope that my existence will be valuable and useful to my dear friends, and I pray that one day my relationships with Chanyuan Celestials will no longer be as ones between a tour guide and tourists, but rather those of close friends. It is not easy to meet brand characters. Not only does it require a gift from the greatest creator, but also the matching of one's own quality. It is even more difficult to become one. It takes a lifetime of self-cultivation and self-refinement to hope to accomplish that. A person who never meets a brand character throughout their life would not know that there are mountains beyond mountains, how high the sky is, or how lush the land can be. They would always use old kitchen knives without knowing that Zhanzioquans exist, but always think that all kitchen knives are the same. This is both pitiful and pathetic, just like a woman who has never experienced an extreme orgasm never knows what it is really like to be a woman. I hope that I can become like a Zhang Shaoquan kitchen knife or Phillips razor one day. Everything has a sound. Xiefeng. As long as there is movement, vibrations will occur. With vibrations, waves are produced. And with waves, sound is generated. All moving machines make sounds. All living animals produce sounds. All growing plants have sounds. Plants grow with sound. White clouds drifting across the blue sky have sound. Butterflies gracefully dancing among flowers have sound. Mosquitoes buzzing as they suck blood have sound, and the movement of the intestines has sound. Flowing water has sound, and even seemingly still mountains, rocks, and the earth itself have sound. This is because they are not only moving with the Earth's rotation and its revolution around the sun, but also because the molecules within them are in motion. Any frequency of oscillation produces sound. The crashing waves of the sea have sound. Animals running and walking on the earth have sound. Birds flying in the sky have sound, and signals emitted by television stations, radio stations, communication towers, including the signals from our mobile phones, have sound. All light has sound, not only the radiant waves of the sun, but also the faint glow emitted by a lit candle has sound. The flowing underground springs have sound, blood flowing through our veins has sound, and the upward flow of nutrients within the branches of ancient trees that have lived for 100 years also has sound. The brain has brain waves, the heart has an electrocardiogram, and our mental activities, thinking consciousness have sound. The universe has sound, empty space has sound, positive objects have sound, and negative objects have sound. The greatest creator who created everything in the universe has sound. Evil kindness. Xiefeng. The noble die for their confidence. As someone influenced by Confucian culture, I also hold this view of life. While I doubt whether I could die for a confidant, walking the path with those who understand me, sharing joys and sorrows, is what I pursue. Drinking tea, chatting, climbing mountains, Traveling with those who understand me always brings a sense of delight. True friends are hard to find in life. Although they say, grass is green everywhere under the sky, in this finite life, if one finds a confidant, discovers a patch of green grass, and fails to cherish it, assuming there's an abundance ahead, they are likely to miss opportunities and regret for a lifetime. If we do not walk with those who understand us, should we stay with those who do not? Repay kindness received with gushing gratitude is a value I adhere to. When someone helped me at a critical time, pulling me out of a predicament, guiding me out of confusion, showing me hope, healing wounds, how could I forget the pain? Repaying kindness is the virtue of a true gentleman. Repaying kindness with enmity is the conduct of a petty person. Before going abroad, I encountered a confidant who was the CEO of a limited industrial development company that I met after starting my own business. I mentioned his name in the postscript of Life Genuine, saying, "Meeting you during my journey, receiving your help is like being nourished by the rain. I throw a spiritual beam toward the sky, wishing you a smooth journey ahead." This is my blessing for him and for all the other confidants I've encountered on my life journey. After going abroad, I discovered a massive potential market. In gratitude, I soon wrote to this CEO, informing him about the considerable profits from overseas markets. He was excited and promptly replied, appointing me as the manager of the company's overseas department. Everything was running smoothly for a while. To expedite progress, I made a request to the CEO. I need to rent an office, set up a telephone, and buy a car. Please have the corporate headquarters consider this request. Anyone who has run a company overseas knows that an office, a fax machine, and a car are basic necessities. However, those who haven't traveled abroad might think riding a bicycle or taking public transportation suffices. Stalled. After my request, I received no further response from the CEO. Later, I learned that the hitch occurred due to several vice presidents, the CEO's spouse, and caring friends who concerned about him. Upon learning of my request, they cautioned him, saying, "Be cautious, do not fall for his tricks. This person is ambitious. He might be a fraud." A great opportunity, capable of bringing the CEO immense wealth, fizzled out, vanished, and miscarried. This happened in the name of kind concern. Later, the increasing success and growth of many Chinese compatriots in this place confirmed my initial judgment. Instead of the kindness and warnings from those around the CEO, if he had taken swift action and seized the opportunity, this industrial company would have evolved into an entirely different entity. Upon pondering this for a long time, I realized the kindness around the CEO was a kind of evil kindness. Evil kindness always presents itself as sincere, considerate, caring, and "it's for your own good." Yet, it consistently sets invisible obstacles in the way of others' development, ruining their bright prospects. You must be careful. Be cautious not to fall for it. Always be cautious of others. This person is ambitious. You must be cautious. Allow me to speak frankly. I'm doing this for your own good. Evil kindness not only ruins someone's bright future, but can also crush their beliefs, create discord among brothers and sisters, make friends and colleagues turn against each other, cause divorce between spouses, sow hatred between parents and children, lead partners to court, cause the downfall of political parties, dissolve organizations, bring turmoil to nations, and bring disgrace to ethnic groups. Evil kindness is everywhere, always cloaked in kindness, making it hard to guard against. Those with a twisted mind, lacking genuine talent, those with a cunning mind but no substantial intellect, insistent on displaying themselves as frogs at the bottom of a well, and those who cannot argue logically, provide evidence, and thrive on baseless speculation are the breeding grounds of evil kindness. Benevolent evil. Xiefeng. Once while watching Animal World on TV, I came across a scene. A tall tree with a bird's nest, a big bird cruelly driving away a young bird seemingly not fully feathered from the nest. The young bird, panicked, tried to hide, squeezing back into the nest. The bird mother, seemingly lacking any sympathy for her daughter, flapped her wings, squawked, not letting it take a step back, eventually forcing the young bird to fly away from the tree nest and clumsily spread its wings for the first time. The fledgling bird landed clumsily on the grass, and the big bird promptly flew to a branch not far from it, preening its feathers. But observing the newly liberated young bird, chirping and hopping joyfully on the ground, it seemed to say, "Mom, look, I can fly. I can hop on the ground. Life outside is so much freer and comfortable than in the nest. Look, Mom, I can even catch insects. Oh, the outside world is wonderful." At first glance, the mother bird's act of driving away her offspring seemed evil. Yet, upon seeing the joyful scene of the young bird on the ground, I immediately recognized that the mother bird's seemingly evil actions were, in fact, a form of benevolent evil. Inspired by the big bird, I employed a kind of benevolent evil in raising my own child. Starting at 13, my child took charge of the family's dinner, learned to drive at 14, and began driving to school at 16. I never did tasks he could manage himself. At 16, he competed for the position of the student company's general manager and succeeded. Regarding university, I said he could choose any university in the USA, UK, Australia, or South Africa, except elite schools like Harvard or MIT due to unaffordable tuition fees. Eventually, he researched online, contacted universities, and chose a top-ranked university within the global top 100. At 18, he left home, the nest, went to the US and UK embassies to apply for his visa himself, bought a plane ticket, registered in the USA, found accommodation, opened a bank account, and everything went smoothly. Finally, like the big bird, I drove my child out of the nest. Consequently, just like the young bird landing on the grass, he discovered a broader world and a space of freedom beyond the nest. His academic performance remained outstanding, and he received care and support from various quarters. People who know us envy our obedient and sensible child, but little do they know that I employed an evil educational method. Whether educating children, managing employees, or governing countries, leading people should adopt benevolent evil. Pure kindness ultimately harms oneself and others. Only benevolent evil can save both. To those who are ignorant, the most effective approach is to employ a strategy of benevolent evil, as they are unresponsive to reason and unmoved even in life-threatening situations. Resorting to a fascist dictatorship is inhumane, leaving us with no option but to employ evil methods. To those who damage nature, those who cause trouble without reason, those who lazily parasitize, and those who are fanatics, the most effective way to rescue them is through a form of benevolent evil. If we spend too much time waiting for them to understand it, it is too late and humanity will be on the brink of catastrophe. Children who cannot swim insist on bathing in the river. Those unfamiliar with electricity want to touch high-voltage wires. Those lacking faith insist on freedom. And those unfamiliar with Chinese culture and the human spiritual world insist on advocating private ownership. Is it wise for them to follow their own whims without considering the consequences not only for themselves, but also for the future of others and the entire nation? Humanity faces an immense potential disaster. We are standing at the edge of a precipice. It's time to wake up. 98% of people are currently in the nest. Don't you want to fly freely like the young bird? All authoritarian systems are nests. Can there be prospects for those crowded and fussing within these nests for an extended period? All religions are nests. Can there be prospects for those dreaming with closed eyes within these nests for an extended period? Like the big bird, Life Genuine aims to encourage the young birds to leave the nest. Only by flying out of the nest can you understand the benevolent evil of Life Genuine. Soar into the world, and it becomes yours. Remain behind, and it leads to a dead end. Find the best coordinate system and the best coordinate points of life. Xiefeng. This article was inspired by the annotation to the Analects. Shui Er, verse I. Once the roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. Having roots is the way to be human and how to learn about the universe. If you understand how to be human, you can lay the foundation to understand about heaven and the earth. If you do not understand how to be human, it will be difficult to learn about heaven and the earth. What is the way to be human? In my humble opinion, we must first understand our place in the time and space of the universe. Namely, that you are neither God, Buddha, a celestial being, a ghost, a devil, nor a beast, but that you are a mortal human. Knowing that you are a human, you need to do human things, speak human words, take the human way, and seek human business. You should not do ghostly things, speak the God's words, take the devil's way, or engage in absurd businesses. How does one do human things? Show filial piety to your parents, respect your teachers and seniors, care for the young and lonely, help your siblings, show concern for your relatives and neighbors, show compassion to plants and insects, and protect the landscape and the environment. These are human things, and anything that is contrary to them is inhuman. How does one speak human words? Consider if others were in your place and speak respectfully. Do not spread unsubstantiated rumors. Help others to resolve their differences and bring them peace. Advise others to do good things and not to go astray. Motivate people to make progress and fight for their futures. How does one take the human way? Be committed to your own duties. Manage your household with diligence and thrift. Be studious and make progress. Cast off your destructive habits. Take only what is right for you. Study that which is worthy of being studied. Take only the way of Tao, and do nothing against righteousness. How does one practice human business? Engage in farming, forestry, industry, commerce, or politics. They are human businesses. Human business is the foundation of social stability, and it underlies the success or failure of the family and the state. People who actively participate in these endeavors and pursuits are doing human business. If it is not a human business, even if it can bring you much quick wealth, do not do it. How does one avoid doing ghostly things? By not being sneaky and afraid of being found out by victims or the legal system, doing things that are offensive to heaven and reason, cheating a superior or deceiving a subordinate, dishonoring one's parents, bullying the young and the weak, wrongly accusing and murdering the good and virtuous, insulting the sovereign, duping the ignorant, speaking ill of one's peers, bearing false witness, rebelling against the clan leader, taking credit for the work of subordinates by bullying them, seeking favor by flattering, disrespecting one's countrymen, disrupting state affairs, rewarding unjust acts, harming and implicating the innocent, slandering the saints and sages, undermining morality, filling the cave and covering the nest, harming conception and breaking eggs, stealing others' achievements, discrediting their good conduct, disclosing their indecent secrets, injuring their appearance, separating children from their parents, wasting other people's money and resources, engaging in illegal conduct, forcing young girls to prostitute themselves, damaging marriages, taking away people's beloved, harboring murderous hearts, blaming others, desecrating ancestral graves, destroying homes, deluding with heretical doctrines, bewitching minds, talking about ghosts and monsters, or by poisoning the spirituality. These are some of nearly 100 items enumerated in Life Genuine, Life and Life. How does one not speak the God's words? They are the words of gods in heaven and are unknown to those who have not attained Tao. And even those who have attained Tao must be very knowledgeable about the truths of the universe. It is not something that ordinary people can understand. If you do not know how to be human but speak the God's words, then you are either talking nonsense or you have lost your mind. How does one not take the devil's way? By not misleading living beings, pursuing special magic arts and powers, inciting to rebel, promoting tyranny, touting heroes, singing the praises of totalitarianism, teaching others not to do the things of ordinary people, and other heterodoxical doctrines. All these are the devil's ways. How does one not engage in deluded businesses? By not farming their own land but still expecting wealth to arrive, not working but scamming, not studying or learning but expecting to know, not attending to their own business but wanting everything, being the blade of grass that wants to be a flower, the flower that wants to be in the orchard, the tiger that wants wings, or the bandit who want to be a deity celestial being. All these are absurd businesses. If roots are not established, then everything will be void, but if roots are established, then everything will be done. First be a person, then be a lady or gentleman. After that, follow the examples of the saints and sages, and then pursue the way to become a deity celestial being. Alas, the secrets of the Great Way are hidden to most people, but they reveal themselves to those who are enlightened. After seeking the Great Way everywhere for 3,000 years, it still hides in narrow margins. Therefore, to be a human being is the best coordinate system and the coordinate points of life. Fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings. Xiefeng. Foreign dignitaries visiting often opt for stays in five-star hotels, never considering ordinary roadside inns. Recluses choose picturesque mountains and rivers as their places of cultivation, avoiding desolate and barren lands. Virtuous ministers select noble leaders to serve, while birds choose worthy trees for their nests. Harlots attract promiscuous men, and debauches specialize in tempting women seeking extramarital affairs. Gamblers revel in murky, obscure environments, while sages prefer abodes with serene and fresh air. The environment not only shapes species but is also shaped by them, just as filthy places attract flies, while blooming flowers welcome bees and butterflies. Planting different trees attracts different birds. People who browse the internet daily tend to favor websites that suit their temperament and personality, occasionally visiting other sites. Birds of a feather flock together, and individuals group based on shared interests. Scammers and thieves find it easy to communicate with each other, while sages seek companions with kindred spirits. In the eyes of lovers, beauty lies in the beholder, while evildoers may perceive others as troublemakers. Tyrants often surround themselves with sycophants. In the heart of enlightened beings, there are few living souls in the mundane world. A phoenix avoids barren lands. Enlightened souls do not consort with common folk. Rain avoids deserts. Peonies do not grow in the Gobi Desert. These are common sense, not needing exhaustive illustration. To those who have entered life genuine, I wish to convey, a pure heart attracts celestial beings. Consider this. When in a chaotic place, overwhelmed by countless tasks, it's hard to deeply contemplate a single matter or write a valuable article. Only in tranquility, free from desire, does the mind become sharp and clear, writing effortlessly, a state called, when the mind is calm, ideas flow naturally. A tangled mess is distressing for anyone who encounters it. In a society with disorder, it is difficult to establish a positive moral atmosphere. Noise is irritating, music brings joy, orderly lines are soothing, and the chaotic arrangement of structures in a painting disrupts one's thoughts. Higher quality life tends to favor order, while lower quality life leans toward chaos. Saints and sages would never guide people towards rebellion, rioting, plunder, or bloodshed. Those with distorted mindsets eagerly anticipate chaos in the world, hoping for frequent government overthrows, thinking, why isn't the world in chaos yet? Chaos is good. Amidst the chaos, one can fish in troubled waters and seize power. The virtuous individuals who enter the Life-genuine community appreciate order and abhor violence and plunder. Even amid a storm, they remain as the wind blows, the mountain stands still, leaves fall silently. This is not a matter of moral quality, but rather a question of life quality. Disorder ravages life. If scorching sun today, biting cold tomorrow, morning serene, afternoon a deluge, month after month, year after year, can there still be traces of life on this earth? If a person's emotions fluctuate unpredictably, desiring to engage in business today, aspiring for politics tomorrow, thinking of marrying Xiao Wang in the morning, and wanting to wed Lu in the afternoon, month after month, year after year, can they still lead a long life? So, what does a pure heart attract celestial beings mean? A pure heart signifies a state of tranquility and order within the mind. In this state, the heart resembles a babbling brook, a field adorned with blooming flowers, a serene and elegant garden, towering and overlapping mountain ranges, a tranquil lake with rippling waves, a blue sky with drifting clouds, and the vast expanse of the starry night sky. When the heart resides in such a state, life thrives, divine blessings abound, and celestial beings visit. How to achieve purity of heart? In the intermediate stages of cultivation, I discussed that a heart harboring evil thoughts is impure, a deluded and fantasizing mind is impure, an incessantly greedy heart is impure, seeking undue advantage taints the heart, deceitful behavior soils the heart, speaking nonsense stains the heart, insulting gods and Buddhas clouds the heart, disrespecting parents darkens the heart, engaging in conflict, killing, and robbery contaminates the heart. Ambiguous thoughts obscure the heart, and impure. Body defiles the heart. A dirty and disorderly living space pollutes the heart. Deception, fraud, and manipulation sully the heart. Lacking compassion stains the heart. Ignorance and irrationality darken the heart. And blasphemy against the greatest creator stains the heart. A purified state of mind is the realm of celestial beings. Achieving this state naturally attracts the presence of celestial beings for spiritual guidance. A pure heart attracts celestial beings. The words spoken by Jesus, Buddha, Shakyamuni, and Laozi all emanate from a pure state of mind. Attaining purity of heart enables one to tap into the wisdom of Buddhas and celestial beings. Understanding the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, and Laozi becomes as effortless as turning one's hand because, as the saying goes, fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts are frequented by celestial beings. From penicillin allergy to the formation of Saraira. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In 1999, I drove a Nissan car with my lover and child from Harare to visit Victoria Falls, which was over 800 kilometers away. During that trip, what amazed me was not just the grandeur of the waterfall, but a young European girl, not even 20 years old, who was bungee jumping. Between Zimbabwe and Zambia, there is an iron bridge over the Zambezi River. The bridge is approximately 1 kilometer above the river surface. Standing on the bridge and looking down, the river water surged and huge rocks protruded, making one feel dizzy and amazed. On that bridge, people often came to play bungee jumping. It involved tying a specially designed rope around the waist and feet, and then jumping from the bridge. This jump wasn't from a 3-meter-high wall to the ground. It was a leap beyond the limits of death, not to mention those who have acrophobia, heart disease, or nervous disorders. 90% of people in general wouldn't dare to try it. Some men could be seen playing bungee jumping, which seemed acceptable, but seeing a delicate and beautiful young girl doing it left people dumbfounded and speechless, unable to break a sweat. Even some men still had pale faces after finishing their jumps. However, when this girl was pulled up to the bridge, someone asked her how she felt, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Wonderful, oh my." While others were almost scared out of their wits, she found it wonderful without changing her expression or heartbeat. Is she even human? It suddenly dawned on me that this girl's mental and emotional makeup was different from others. What ordinary knowledge considers strange phenomena held no strangeness for her. She treats it as simple, ordinary, and normal. It turns out that people are fundamentally different from one another. Despite all being human, the differences between individuals are immense. Some people are allergic to penicillin, while many others are not. Some people are allergic to pollen, while others are not. Some people are allergic to metals other than gold and silver, while others are not. When reading Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio by Pu Songling and Ji Xiaolan's Notes from the Orchid Pavilion, we discover that some people turn pale at the mention of ghosts, while others, upon encountering a ghost, treat it as casually as they would treat a cat, showing no signs of fear or disturbance. Perhaps some would argue that Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio and Notes from the Orchid Pavilion are metaphorical stories and should not be taken literally. I believe there is some truth to that. However, in broad daylight, when someone puts on a ghost-like mask, some children tremble in fear while others not only show no fear but even burst into laughter. This is a fact. I remember in 1989, after the students in our school watched the movie Painted Skin at a theater in Zhangjiago City, Hebei Province, some of them were afraid to stay alone in the dormitory that night, and they didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone. Yet, many others were completely unfazed. I still remember when I was in middle school, Dongxiang County No. 3 Middle School in Gansu Province. One day, a classmate carried a 1-meter-long snake and stood on the podium, shaking it to intentionally scare the female students. The girls laughed and giggled, but a tall male student sitting in the back row screamed and turned pale. The image of fear from that student is deeply etched in my mind. It has been 30 years, but the memory remains vivid, as if it were yesterday. What's there to be afraid of a dead snake? Yet, my classmate reacted as if he had seen a ghost. Freud or parapsychologists might be able to explain it, but regardless of the explanation, it is a fact that this classmate's psychological makeup is unique compared to ordinary people. On the eve of a life-and-death battle between enemies, some people sleep soundly, snoring loudly, while others toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Beethoven could compose the heroic symphony, so why can't we? Da Vinci could paint the Mona Lisa, so why can't we? Newton could discover universal gravitation from a falling apple, so why can't we? Einstein could find the equation for mass energy equivalence, so why can't we? Because people are fundamentally different. This means that using our own understanding to judge the thoughts and actions of others often leads to incorrect conclusions. In the future world described in the Bible, everyone is free from illness. In the Buddhist scriptures, the Pure Land is described as a realm where everyone lives eternally. In the Life-Genuine description of the 10,000-year world, people can fly. Do we believe in these descriptions or not? After the death of Buddha Shakyamuni, his remains were cremated, and numerous crystal-clear, colorful, and steel-like solid sarira were discovered among his ashes. In December 1990, after the passing of the Singaporean Chinese monk Master Hong Chuan, 480 colored crystal-like sarira were found in his ashes. In 1994, during the cremation of Master Yuan Zhao's body at the Fahua Temple on Mount Guanyin in Shaanxi, his heart remained intact and transformed into a dark brown, hard relic. For the past 10 years, I have been almost free from illness. On rare occasions when I feel discomfort, taking a painkiller quickly relieves it. Why is that? It's not because I have naturally good health, but rather because of my cultivation practice. I have developed a simple and effective method, and the results have been remarkable. When practicing, I am oblivious to extreme cold or hot weather. My mind becomes empty during the practice, and afterwards, my mind is exceptionally clear. The Viagra that can excite human nature, as well as opioids, heroin, and other pain-relieving drugs that can evoke intense emotions and a sense of transcendence, may have no effect on some people. Perhaps you have not heard of this before. In the recent days, in the article, The True Face of Chinese History in 5,000 Years of Up and Down, published on the website Chinese Soul, the author Xin Yuan stated, "The perfect return of the Yellow Emperor indicates that human beings can return to the heavens through cultivation. The only channel of communication between humans and gods is cultivation. The Bible, the Quran, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching all contain basic knowledge. However, many people are allergic to this basic knowledge. Regardless of the content of these scriptures, as soon as they hear the word scripture, they become allergic. Furthermore, some people randomly interpret the scriptures, making the originally profound and spiritually scientific wisdom appear mysterious and unfathomable, causing people to feel intimidated. When the seasonal flu virus arrives, many people may catch a cold, but when SARS strikes, some people will never get SARS. In 1348, the Black Death, a widespread outbreak of bubonic plague, claimed the lives of 1/3 of Europe's population. But why didn't the remaining 2/3 die? When periodic cosmic waves arrive, many people die. Whether you flee to the ends of the earth, dive underwater, or burrow underground, you cannot escape the impact of these waves on your nerves and psychological structure. Only those who have cultivated and practiced to an advanced level, whose nerves and psychological structure resonate with these waves, not only do they not feel the arrival of cosmic waves, but they are also unaffected by their negative effects. If you receive the cowpox vaccination, you won't get smallpox. If you enter Life-Genuine, you won't fear periodic cosmic waves. In the next 3 years or so, perhaps several extraordinary phenomena will occur, and by then, people will understand the true meaning of the birth of Life-Genuine. Are you allergic to penicillin? What are you not allergic to? Do you have sarira in your body? When will you have sarira? People, what are you really living for? Where are you rushing to in your busy lives? What have you truly understood? Gratitude, the first element of life's sublimation. Xiefeng. Deformities lack beauty and make us feel unutterably upset and irritable or even disgusting. This is not a man-made feeling, but an instinctive rejection response like a physical allergic reaction to certain substances. Those without gratitude have deformed life structures, and this is the reason why we dislike and even hate some people. Life is a non-material structure which can be either deformed and unbalanced or perfect and symmetrical. Lives with more perfect and symmetric structures live in higher spaces of life, while lives with more deformed structures live in lower ones. All animals have life structures which are less perfect than those of human beings, so they can only survive at animal levels, while humans with perfect human natures and standards are celestial beings and live in higher-level spaces such as the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world because their life structures are superior to those of mortals and deities. It is like gases that exist at different levels of the atmosphere: the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere. Life's ultimate goal is to evolve into higher-level spaces of life which result from the sublimation of one's life. This sublimation of life means letting one's own life, non-material structure transit into perfection. How does one transit? Gratitude. Who and what should we be grateful for? Here are 8 with reasons for each. Thank the greatest creator for giving us bright eyes to enjoy our beautiful universe with starry skies, rivers, lands, and all the trees and flowers. Ears to enjoy the splendid melodies of the nature. Love and affection between men and women to enjoy physical and emotional pleasures which are blissful slices of heaven. Who designed and created the free but invaluable air and rivers of pure water, and who allows our easy survival and reproduction. We are bathed in sunlight and moistened by rain and dew. So how could we not thank the greatest creator? Thank Jesus Christ for his favor when he came into the mortal world to atone for us with his precious life and brought hope to our suffering lives. Then thank Buddha, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu for their favor. Their wisdom resolves our inner sadness, sublimates our humanity, maintains our human dignity, and gives us inexhaustible and precious spiritual values. Thank your parents for their kindness, who exerted tremendous effort to bring you up, whose love is so heavy that even a green mountain cannot carry it, and even time and space cannot extinguish it. Thank your children for the joy that they brought to you. Thank your friends and relatives for their encouragement, comfort, and help when you were in trouble. Thank your teachers for their hard cultivation. You see because you stand on their shoulders. Thank people with high ideals for drawing their swords and rendering help to you during emergencies. Thank your colleagues, classmates, and even strangers for their sincere praise and cooperation. Real happiness belongs to appreciative givers of thanks. Real light belongs to them, and bright futures belong to them. Those who are without gratitude, have no love in their hearts, never repent, are short of humanity, and only fall into the evil wallows of power, money, and fame, will never attain the chance to ascend to a higher space of life. It is by giving thanks daily that we can be bathed in the spirit of the greatest creator. Our life's non-material structure can ceaselessly evolve into perfection, and we can finally achieve the quality of becoming celestial beings. Comrades, learn gratitude. Even dogs know how to wag their tails to give thanks. Are we not as good as dogs? If there is no retribution, there will be no natural law. Xiefeng. What is natural law? Natural law is the set of operational laws and principles of the universe and is the reward and punishment mechanism of Tao for all lives. What is retribution? Retribution is the set of rewards and punishments given by natural law according to each life's thoughts, words, and deeds. Is there natural law? This depends on whether there is retribution. If there is no retribution, then natural law does not exist. But if there is retribution, then there definitely is natural law. To know whether there is retribution, we have to analyze, sort out, summarize, verify, and judge from the ups and downs of human society, the rise and fall of each nation, and the joys and sorrows of each individual. We can also analyze and summarize the history and actual facts of each family and draw our own conclusions. If you find that there is indeed retribution, then you must follow natural law and not violate it. But if you find there is no retribution, then you can do whatever you want. Natural law is shapeless, formless, shadowless, traceless, invisible, intangible, and inaudible. To know whether it exists, we can only perceive, sense, and feel the changes in nature, in human society, and in everyone's status quo. To know natural law by way of retribution is called verification. We can also deduce whether it exists through logical reasoning. For example, if you killed a snake and had no son but then found that most people who killed snakes had no sons either, you could conclude that those who kill snakes generally have no sons. A connection between killing snakes and not having sons could be reached. If you kill a snake, then you will either have no sons or they would be accidents. If this were a common phenomenon, then it would prove that killing snakes is retributive, but if it were not a common phenomenon, then it would prove that there is no retribution for killing snakes and that retribution does not exist. Another example would be between married couples. As long as the wife's aura exceeds that of her husband's, they will give birth to a daughter, but if the husband's aura surpasses that of his wife's, then they will give birth to a son. The formation of this aura correlates to the degree of love and respect that each person has toward their partner. If the wife's degree of love and respect is low, then her aura will be strong and daughters will be born. But if her degree of love and respect is high, her aura will be low and sons will be born. In the same way, if the husband's respect for his wife is low, his aura is strong, and then they will bear sons. But if his respect is high and his aura is weak, then they will bear daughters. Whether this principle is true or not needs to be verified from a large number of cases. If facts prove that this principle is true, then it proves that retribution exists. Otherwise, retribution does not exist. Due to their lack of experience, young people do not understand retribution, so it requires older people to tell them about it, and that if it exists, then people must be careful not to talk, act, eat, go, or think indiscriminately, otherwise there will be retribution. Once it is proven that natural law exists, then we should follow it because if we do so, we will get its corresponding retribution, but if we do not follow it, then we get the corresponding retribution for not following it. For example, I see a phenomenon in cyberspace that no matter who you are or what you post, you will always be scolded. If you are sincere and have good intentions, then you will be scolded. If you publicize Jesus or Buddha, then you will be scolded. If you promote the goodness of communism, then you will be scolded. If you respect your ancestors, then you will be scolded. If you speak from your heart honestly, then you will be scolded. If you spread truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, then you will be scolded. No matter what you say, there will always be someone out there who is ready to scold you. Even gods, Buddha, celestials, and saints will be scolded when they appear to preach. This cursing is so harsh that it brings bitter winds and miserable rains and makes dust and stones fly. It is so harsh that even good people bow their heads, thinkers dare not write articles, and those who want to do good deeds dare not do them. In addition, some people demolish other people's houses with plausibility, drive others out of their homes, add drugs to food, inject fake vaccines into children, cheat people out of money, dump garbage into rivers, and so forth. They are very aggressive. But you do not need to worry because if the existence of natural law is proven, then retribution will surely come. Natural law cannot be controlled by anyone. No matter who they are subject to its rewards and punishments. Otherwise, millions of the Ming Dynasty imperial family would not have been killed. All 10 clans of Feng Xiaoru's family would not have been killed because of implication. Emperor Chongzhen would not have hanged himself. Ceausescu would not have been shot, and Saddam Hussein would not have been hanged. Some retributions appear immediately, some take years, decades, or even longer to manifest themselves. Therefore, when we study and explore whether retribution exists, we should not just analyze, sort out, summarize, and judge by only one event at one time by one person. We need to explore across time and space. If the retribution mechanism is real, then it can be foreseen that the Chinese nation will face a catastrophe. But if there is no catastrophe, then natural law does not exist and people can do whatever they want. Knowledge and wisdom. Xie Feng. In the movie Fearless, Hua Yuanjia is a master of martial arts. His shadowless fist allows him to overcome enemies, catch them off guard, and make them defenseless. It is an unstoppable technique that leaves opponents unable to defend themselves and provides them no room for counterattacks. The power of the shadowless fist lies in its lack of a fixed pattern. It is highly versatile, constantly changing, and adaptable to any situation. It may seem complex with only one move, yet it contains endless variations and techniques. The shadowless fist is a technique without a technique. If you were to ask Hua Yuanjia, Master Hua, how many patterns does your shadowless fist have, and how can one learn it? Hua Yuanjia would not be able to give you a definitive answer because even he himself is uncertain. The secret of the shadowless fist lies in its embodiment of the essence of martial arts. Regardless of the specific martial art, philosophy, thoughts, or methods, once it becomes one with the Tao, it becomes unfathomable, only to be comprehended through personal insight, impossible to express in words. Confucius once questioned Laozi about the Tao and later said to his disciples, "Birds, I know they can fly. Fish, I know they can swim. Beasts, I know they can run. Running beasts can be caught in a net, swimming fish can be caught with a mesh, and flying birds can be shot down with an arrow. As for the dragon, I simply don't know. It rides the winds and ascends directly to the ninth heaven. Today, having met Laozi, isn't he just like a dragon?" Confucius, a sage renowned for his profound knowledge and wisdom, when faced with the wisdom of Laozi, lacked the ability to fully comprehend it. He could not perceive the limits of Laozi's wisdom because Laozi's wisdom, much like Hua Yuanjia's shadowless fist, is something that is without action yet accomplishes everything. It is elusive, just like not seeing its head when approaching, nor its tail when following. It is like a tiger trying to swallow the sky, with nowhere to find an opening. The Buddha, Shakyamuni, spent over 40 years teaching the Dharma, yet in the end, he stated that he had not truly said anything, nor had he given any teachings. He said to Subhuti, "Subhuti, do not say that the Tathagata thinks, I must expound the Dharma. Do not have such a thought. Why? Because if someone says so, he will truly slander the Buddha and be unable to understand my teachings. Subhuti, when the Tathagata expounds the Dharma, there is truly no Dharma to teach. Yet, this is expediently termed as teaching the Dharma." He went on, circling around, reversing and repeating, but ultimately, he informed us that he had not said anything at all. Wonderful, because Buddha Shakyamuni attained enlightenment. When I was contemplating how to explain the origin of the universe, unsure of how to effectively articulate it, one evening, as I was reading the Diamond Sutra, I burst into laughter. I laughed so hard that I had to bury my head in the blanket and suppress my laughter. I saw Buddha Shakyamuni laughing heartily too, and saw the greatest creator smiling as he walked away with hands behind his back. In the novel, Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, by the renowned Master Jin Zhang Sanfeng teaches Zhang Wuji a unique sword technique. The peculiarity of this technique lies in the ability to forget about the sword technique itself. No matter how many moves or forms are taught, the ultimate goal is to reach a state where, after learning everything, one realizes they haven't learned any specific sword technique. Yet it seems as if they have mastered all sword techniques. In reality, the sword technique taught by Zhang Sanfeng to Zhang Wuji bears a resemblance to Hua Yuanjia's shadowless fist in its profound nature, with the essence lying in the entering of the Tao. The entire universe is composed of different levels of life. We can liken this universe to a courtyard of life, or a home of life. However, to understand the mysteries of this courtyard of life, one must utilize Zen. Zen, in this context, refers to ascending to a state of great wisdom through profound insights into life. The significance of life genuine lies therein. The purpose of the Revelations section is to provide explanations and insights into everyday phenomena, inspiring everyone to gain enlightenment. By extrapolating from specific instances and making connections, one can ultimately enter the Tao. In Revelations, I only write 100 articles, but in reality, I could write 100,000 articles, a billion articles, even countless articles. However, if readers cannot attain self-realization, no matter how much I write, what purpose does it serve? In order to expedite everyone's path to enlightenment, let me provide a definition for knowledge and wisdom and explain their meanings and differences. What is knowledge? It refers to the understanding and experiences acquired without personal contemplation and profound insights. Everything learned from schools and churches, everything acquired from parents and masters, and everything obtained from books, magazines, movies, and television are considered knowledge. What is wisdom? Wisdom refers to the ability gained through one's own brain's contemplation, analysis and judgment, or the perception of the heart. Wisdom cannot be obtained through sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. Wisdom is the crystallization of thinking, the child of thinking, and the outcome of thinking. When entering life genuine, one should not focus on acquiring knowledge, but instead strive for wisdom. Otherwise, no matter how much I said, it will be in vain. Silence might be better. The more I speak, the more confused you become. In order to stimulate the birth of wisdom, I will now present several questions for everyone to contemplate in their free time. By the time I finish writing the 100 articles of Revelations, I hope to witness the emergence of a large number of individuals who can attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme, profound, and perfect enlightenment. If fate allows, I will then discuss advanced spiritual cultivation and the chapter of preaching the Tao. Why are there so many stars in the sky? Where is the greatest creator exactly? How did the earth start moving initially? Why is there only one moon hanging in the sky? Will the human population on Earth continue to increase infinitely? What is the best way to limit population growth? How was the atmosphere formed? Are wolves the ancestors of dogs? Why don't humans have eyes on the back of their heads? Why do species vary greatly, while human faces differ immensely? Why do orange trees only bear oranges, and peach trees only bear peaches? Despite being born from the same mother, why do siblings have such vastly different destinies? With the same earth and the same sky, why is there so little rain or snow over deserts and wastelands? Why do carnivorous animals have lower reproductive abilities compared to herbivores? Why? In the universe, which direction is up and which direction is down? Is empty space truly devoid of everything? Assuming no major obstacles, to what extent can human development ultimately reach? When someone unexpectedly encounters a car accident, is it a coincidence or a necessity? Who am I, really? Laws which keep life immortal. Translation edited by Chinyu. Every morning, turning on the tap to wash my face, I noticed that the initial water flow was murky and not clear. This happened every day. It then dawned on me that life truly resides in movement. The house I lived in had 3 bathrooms. Once, one of them had a leak and was temporarily closed. Since there were 2 others available, there was no hurry to repair it. To prevent anyone from using it, my partner not only covered the toilet seat but also sealed it with transparent tape. However, she overlooked dealing with the water remaining at the bottom of the toilet. About 10 days later, we noticed tiny flies frequently flying in the hallway. Our room was cleaned daily by the floral workers, and it was challenging to find even a speck of dirt. Throughout the year, we rarely saw flies. Why did they suddenly appear? Despite searching everywhere, my partner and I couldn't locate the source of the issue. My partner prefers cleanliness and tidiness. She not only got upset at the sight of a group of flies, but if even a single fly appeared in the room, she had to either crush it to dust or chase it out to feel at ease. As expected, while I was typing at the computer, I suddenly heard her excitedly exclaim, as if she had discovered a new continent, "Honey, I found it." I went over to take a look, and there were already hundreds of tiny flies hovering inside the toilet she had opened. The water at the bottom of the toilet, once clear, had turned murky and filthy. We used a bucket to flush the water and then sprayed it with a solution called Toilet Active Kills Germs for washing. Finally, we scrubbed it with a cleaning agent. After more than 3 hours, all the flies retreated, and the room returned to cleanliness. The lessons from these 2 natural phenomena are: flowing water does not stagnate, and a door hinge does not get worms. With both coming and going, peace naturally prevails. A further lesson is, water only stays pure when it keeps flowing. Life remains eternal only when it keeps moving. Movement is life. Stillness is death. As life comprises 2 parts, the physical body and the spiritual soul, it demands simultaneous movement in both aspects. For the physical body, a person must be active regularly to keep the circulation of qi and blood flowing. This circulation effectively delivers nutrients and oxygen to all parts of the body, keeping the body vibrant. For the spiritual soul, this movement requires continuous thinking without allowing the brain to remain dormant. Similar to water flowing from its source to rivers and oceans for eternal existence, life must connect with the past and envision higher-level life spaces to endure eternally. We often lament someone's rigid thinking, likening them to rigid wood that's difficult to carve. The reason behind this is that they adhere to their own views and confine their thinking within a dead pool of specific doctrines, ideologies, thoughts, or isms. Over time, they unknowingly become rotten and stinky, neither accepting new thoughts, fresh water, nor willing to come out of their closed well to flow into rivers and oceans. As a result, not only does their original purity deteriorate, but they also create many flies, polluting the surrounding air and environment. For instance, major religions consider their own religion as the only true one, branding all others as false. They clutch onto a few scrolls and seek disciples everywhere, advocating the pure nature, eternity, and truth of their dead pool, showing such stubborn bias and ignorance that they are unaware of their own extremity. What future could they possibly have? For example, some scientists believe that only scientific matters are universally applicable truths, and that only science can ultimately save humanity. They prefer to run vigorously on a one-way street, completely ignoring the existence of the non-material world and negative universe. Can they see through everything? For example, life needs a track. Jeffing. Many talented people living among us appear to be mediocre, not because they are of low intelligence or are not gifted, but because they have either not found their own tracks or they have taken the wrong ones. Everyone has unlimited potential, but the main reason for not having given play to their potential is not because they are born stupid or have insufficient mental skills, but because they have never found their best life track from start to finish. No matter how excellent an aircraft is, it will never fly if there is no runway, for an aircraft with no runway will never be more than a pile of metal. No matter how much potential an excellent sprinter or long-distance runner has, his or her talents would remain buried without a racetrack, knowing not whether they are a mediocre horse or a swift horse until death. Life needs a track, and battlefields, business markets, officialdom, farms, and social realms all have lots of them. We must choose the track that best suits us, because it is only with the right track that we can give full play to our talents. Generals Eisenhower and Patton demonstrated their outstanding military talents because they had the track of war. But if there had been no tracks of war, who would even know their names? Zhu Jun, Yang Lan, and Ai Ping, and others have become the focus of millions of people, sparkling with brilliance, simply because they shared the track of television. Who would they otherwise be? Jet Li and Andy Lau rose to fame far and wide simply because of the track of movies. Throughout the history of Communist Party of China, many outstanding politicians, strategists, and diplomatic talents have emerged and many commoners became generals. It was because they took the track of the communist movement that they had brilliant lives. But without this track, their talents would have been drowned in life's ocean. Many people turned onto this track and formed the backbone of the state, and many others became millionaires or even billionaires because they took the business track after China's reform, when it opened up, and they gained much wealth. But what would their lives be like today without this track? Nobody knows. Many eminent Buddhist monks showed their superior wisdom because they followed the track of Buddhism. If you want to make something out of life, you must choose a track that suits your personality, because you cannot give play to your talents without the right track. Without the correct track, you will drown in the crowd. The internet is a track, and many people are shining with brilliance upon it, creating their own blogs and gathering their own social connections. A large number of authors, writers, critics, and practitioners are emerging on this track and are demonstrating their talents. You have to find your track, but if you do not see the proper one, you should build your own. Why? Because you will play better, be better at the game of life, and make your life more colorful. Do not pretend to be aloof and say that you are too good to engage in this, because that would be finding excuses for your incompetence and failures. A soldier who does not want to be a general is never a good soldier. A life that does not want to have a glorious course is never a good life. If you want to make big money, be the boss. For being the boss is the track to making the most money, and if you want to be an official, build your social connections. For building social connections is the track to being an official. There are numerous tracks, and they are everywhere. But if you want to play your talents to the maximum, you will have to choose a track with infinite prospect. If you choose a good track, you can have a good life. But if you choose a bad track, you can only have a bad life. Zhang Guotao abandoned the track of the Communist Party and eventually, unknowingly froze to death. On the other hand, Deng Xiaoping stuck with the track of the Communist Party and eventually had his wishes fulfilled. If you choose polishing shoes, then you will unconsciously be on the track of polishing shoes. If you choose to steal, then you will unconsciously be on the track of crime. If you choose to reap without sowing, then you will, over time, get on a greedy, selfish, and parasite track. If you choose a mass movement, you will be on the track of confronting the government. If you choose Life Genuine, then you are naturally taking on the track of trekking and climbing to the highest realm of life and life. Which is the best track? It depends on you. You must choose your track completely on your own. The best track is one that you can follow for a lifetime. Tracks can be regularly replaced if they are not good, because some tracks have no futures and lead to dead ends with steep precipices. You will have to sharpen your eyes to think and judge. Some tracks seem narrow and bumpy at first, but the more you walk on them, the broader, brighter, and more brilliant they become, while others look broad, densely populated, and big. Yet the more you walk on them, the more your feet hurt, you become confused and frustrated, and the narrower and darker they become. If you have the ability to rule a country, the ambition to ride on top of the world, and have both superintelligence and indomitable willpower, then you had better build your own track. If you do not, then you can borrow others' ready-made tracks. For example, instead of creating your own blogs with few hits, you might want to promote your ideas and display your talents on another's website or bulletin board. Instead of creating your own website with painstaking care and precision, yet having no visitors, you might as well demonstrate your skills on someone else's websites. Once you have chosen your track, you must not give it up too easily, for giving up means failure. Remember, 1,000 sails pass by the shipwreck and 10,000 saplings thrive beyond the withered tree. No one will sympathize with you if you fail. At most, they will express regrets and pity. Once you find that your track has no future, you must give it up as soon as possible and try to blend onto the track with the most brilliant prospects at once, because if you bite the bullet and play hard, you will only miss your opportunity and then grieve it for a lifetime. Remember, the earth will rotate the same, with or without you. A life needs a track. As long as the route is right, you can stride ahead. I hope you follow your splendid life track. Priorities. The order of importance and the emergence of life. From the long-term perspective, we know that each life lasts for only a fleeting moment. Regardless of how capable we might be, we are incapable of escaping our inexorable doom. How to spend this fleeting life is a question deserving our serious consideration and discussion. Look at life from the perspective of life. Life is only a journey, a flash of light in the infinite time and space of life. Since life is so transient, we need to explore the routes and risks of our journey. What kind of life is the most beautiful? As we are all people, we must first consider how to be people. The greatest creator of the universe, created us and meant for us to be people, not ghosts, devils, celestial beings, Buddhas, or gods. If we surrender our humanness to devote our life, time, and energy to becoming higher forms, then we are doing it against the will of the greatest creator. It is only when we first conduct ourselves as people living by the will of the greatest creator that we can hope to attain Buddhahood at the end of our life's journey. It is as if the boss of a company hires someone to be a clerk. The clerk's purpose is to dedicate his efforts toward his own duty, not to ask his boss to consider him to be a section chief, because it is only after he performs his clerk's duties well that the company boss should offer him the opportunity to be promoted to the position of section chief. The intent of the greatest creator in creating us is to enjoy life and not to make us suffer at all. Because for human beings, the greatest creator is love, great love. I do not worship men of the hour or heroes who gallop onto battlefields, nor do I worship those great people who are admired by the masses, or the ordinary people who become Buddhas and gods of the mortal world. I only pay tribute to ordinary, simple, honest, and hardworking people, because those people's lives conform to the way of being mankind. Those who sacrifice their present life pleasures to focus on grace after death do so against Tao. The moralization teachings that people can only obtain well-being after going through affliction and suffering definitely leads them astray. The preaching that asks people to cultivate achievements with intensity, regardless of their family responsibilities, in an attempt to attain special magical powers and arts to glorify the mortal world is questionable. Could it be the devil's temptation? The practice of hyping celebrities, successful figures, distinguished scientists, outstanding entrepreneurs, millionaires, experts, emperors, great men, and heroes will prove to be disturbing, causing people to crowd onto the single plank bridge and to forget the meaning of life. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Life Achanuan preaches that the ordinary life is the best life. Life's priorities and orders of importance and emergence should be as follows. The paramount thing in life is to revere the greatest creator, which mainly embodies reverence of nature and reverence of life. If we consider nature as appendages that can be arbitrarily spoiled, treat life, including animals, beasts, insects, fish, trees, flowers, and grass, as dirt, then we are defying and profaning the greatest creator. Our life is one of evil and is doomed to extinction, and we can no longer have a bright future. The first thing to consider and pursue in life is the beauty of the soul, rather than the accumulation of power, money, fame, and desirable people. If one's mind is not beautiful and their soul is dirty, then their life is bound to slip into hell. They are bound to keep company with devils and demons, and their life is a definite failure. The most important thing in life is to explore the mysteries of the universe and the meaning of life. The greatest creator always rewards the wise who have spiritual natures and wisdom and offers them wonderful spiritual enjoyment. If we affix our eyes only to the limited time and space, or even on meeting the needs of our lust, then we are bound to be lost and the water of life will evaporate. The most urgent questions in life are how to elevate the non-material structure of life, its spiritual nature, toward the development of higher life space directions, and how to sublimate our personalities and to perfect our spiritual natures. None of us know what will happen tomorrow. One certain thing is that our life structures will determine the life endings we will have. Everything in life should revolve around this point, because if we die tomorrow, all that we own in the mortal world will be gone. All of our efforts will be in vain, and our precious lives will go wasted for nothing. I am talking about the great way of life. You may take time to think about this. Everything is of no importance, but what is important is that Life Achanuan can lead a person's life into an infinitely wonderful world. Mahjong, holography, and Chinese culture Shuifeng. The root of Chinese culture is holography, or rather, the major vein of Chinese culture is holographic culture rather than Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Holographic culture completely conforms to the Tao of the greatest creator. However, to be chaotic also means disorder, thus it is difficult to accurately express the meaning of the way of the greatest creator. So I regard the root of Chinese culture as the holographic culture. Many Chinese intellectuals have written articles calling for the renaissance of Chinese culture. After reading their articles, I feel bewildered and ask them in writing, which part of the Chinese culture do you want to revitalize? Not one of them can give me a definite answer or explanation. This shows that those who want to revitalize Chinese culture only have a good wish, but do not really understand what Chinese culture is. Chinese culture is actually holographic culture, and the renaissance of Chinese culture means the renaissance of holographic culture. The cultural primogenitor of the Chinese nation is Fuxishi, whose main contribution to culture is Hechaluo Book and the 8 Diagrams. Taiji, the 8 Diagrams, Book of Changes, Liujia, Jiuxing, and Feng Shui in traditional Chinese culture all are derived from him. Hechaluo Book is also the origin of the theory of main and collateral channels and acupuncture point in traditional Chinese medicine, and the origin of Book of Changes, Feng Shui, Yin and Yang, and the 5 elements, the 8 characters about one's birth, Zihui Dishu, the selection of auspicious dates, divination, and necromancy. What Hechaluo Book expresses is a holographic phenomenon, Fuxishi's telepathy between man and heaven, and the scene of the universe resulting from the unity between man and heaven. The connotation of holographic phenomenon is the hologram of the universe. It's so expansive that nothing is excluded, and it can also be so small that nothing can be included. Every phenomenon and everything has a hologram telepathy with the universe. There is nothing independent of a thing, and no phenomenon independent of a phenomenon. To put it more vividly, the fluttering of wings by a butterfly in Alaska of America can trigger a storm in the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. A coughing by an Eskimo in the Arctic region may induce the fall of an Australian from a building. When interpreting the thinking of mankind, I discover that the most profound thinking is holographic thinking, which is followed in order by non-form thinking, Taiji thinking, visualized thinking, elusive thinking, and the like. The Confucian thinking is the material thinking, the lowest level of thinking. Taoist thinking is Taiji thinking. Buddhist thinking is non-form thinking. The Western thinking based upon science and technology is image thinking and associative thinking. The currently prevailing thinking of the new era, for example, Seth's thinking, conversation with God, the law of one, the disappearance of the universe, A Course in Miracles, and so on, belongs to elusive thinking. The ultimate road that man will take is holographic thinking, or rather, mankind will inherit, carry on, and promote the holographic culture. We can get to know and understand the holographic culture from the four phenomena revelation, the 8 diagrams, Huzi, and Mahjong. Revelation means the observation of the astrological movement in the sky, the search of the law of the earth, and the study of animals and plants, the close examination of what is near and the speculation of what is far away. In one word, we can have a direct dialogue with the greatest creator. The revelation that I have written may serve as an introduction for others to come up with something more valuable. The 8 diagrams means that Wuji gives birth to Taiji, Taiji gives birth to Yin and Yang give birth to 4 signs, 4 signs give birth to 8 Gua, 8 Gua gives birth to 64 Yao images, 64 Yi images give birth to every phenomenon in the universe. Once the changes of 64 Yi images are understood, it will be easy to understand the dialectical relations between changeable and unchangeable and understand the holographic principles. Huzi was the teacher of Lizi. Huzi could skillfully apply the holographic principles. By studying him, we can understand what holographic phenomenon means. Mahjong is a game popular among Chinese people. Do not disregard Mahjong, because it is really what holographic principle is about. A regular set of Mahjong has 136 pieces, consisting of 4 east, 4 south, 4 west, 4 north, 4 center, 4 fa, 4 white, 36 tiao, 36 bing, and 36 yuan. These pieces combine to form the astronomical numbers. Therefore, we can say that even if a person plays Mahjong every day all his life, he may never encounter a combination that is identical to any other combination or array. You feel as if lost in a maze. You may know things as they are, but do not know why they are so. It seems that everything is a matter of accident. There is no order to anything. Every time you play Mahjong, you hope for chance and luck, and are not sure whether you will win or lose. However, to be holographic is to be orderly. There are rules and laws to what is holographic. The rules and laws are meticulous and allow of no loopholes. What seems to be accidental and random is actually orderly and inevitable. People who play Mahjong all attach great importance to luck. If they win, they say they have good hand qi, luck. And if they lose, they say they hand qi is not good. What is hand qi? Everyone can have a try. If you do not have adequate sleep, if you are not in a good condition, or if you have had sex within the 24 hours, you will not have good hand qi. And the possibility for you to lose will be much higher than the possibility for you to win, unless other 3 people are in an even worse situation. Meanwhile, the direction you are facing and the 5 elements of all the players all have influence on whether you will win or lose. Therefore, if you want to win at Mahjong, you must maintain your vigor and good health and refrain from sex during the short period. If so, you are likely to enjoy good hand qi. Now the problem is, the combinations of astronomical numbers, which seem like a series of random occurrences, are actually closely in line with the hand qi of Mahjong players. If you do not have a good hand qi, you will lose the game no matter how well you can play it. This is where the holographic principles are working. Now let's take a look at these phenomena in the society. Many rich people and people who are good at making money actually have not received much education and do not work very hard, but they are very rich and can make much money. Many people in the officialdom do not have very high intelligence and are not so kind-hearted, but they have many opportunities and are promoted smoothly. On the other hand, many well-educated, intelligent, kind-hearted, and hardworking people are poor and cannot in any way have any opportunity for a promotion. And the secret is the holographic principle. One may fall victim to his own cleverness by outsmarting himself. Why? This is because of holographic principle. Mr. Zhang Baosheng, who is most accomplished in special skills in China, has not received very high education, but his thinking is in a holographic state, and this is the secret. The more concepts one stuffs in his head, the less holographic he will be. The more moral principles one stuffs in his head, the less holographic he will be. The more knowledge one has and the more reasons one understands, the less holographic he will be. The more rules one masters, the less holographic he will be. The more one pursues, the less holographic one will be. How can we be more holographic? Lao Tzu told us to return again to the innocence of baby. Jesus Christ asked us to become like a small child. Zhang Sanfeng told us that to obey is to be immortal, to disobey is to be an immortal. The matter is always shifting between obeying and disobeying. Buddha teaches us to stay away from all forms, let our minds abide nowhere, which is the highest Buddhist principle. The way of the greatest creator is the way of holography. What Life Genuine conveys is holographic information and holographic principles, and what Life Genuine is doing is building holographic culture and revitalizing the root culture of China and the most quintessential culture of China. This is infinitely profound and very interesting. No love, small love, and great love. Xiefeng. As a child, I used to herd sheep. I observed that when the lambs knelt to suckle, the mother sheep always turned her head to lick the lamb's bottom, which seemed an unfortunate, unclean habit for a mother sheep. While teaching in high school, my son had 7 or 8 cats at home. Watching the mother cat after giving birth, it hastily licked the sticky dirt off the kittens. I could not agree with the mother cat's unclean habit. While conducting business abroad, my wife kept several dogs. I noticed that within a dozen days after the mother dog gave birth to puppies, she licked the urine and excrement of the puppies inside the doghouse daily, which I found extremely disgusting. Sitting under a tree contemplating quietly, I realized my astonishing stupidity. Isn't all of this the greatest creator telling me what love is? If the mother sheep does not promptly lick the thin stool from the lamb's bottom, it will quickly form a scab, preventing the lamb from defecating, leaving the lamb with only one option: to die. For the lamb to grow healthily, the mother sheep must lick its feces. This is not an issue of hygiene, but a matter of whether life can survive and continue. After the kittens are born, the mother cat must quickly eat the afterbirth. Otherwise, the kittens will suffocate inside the afterbirth. If the mother dog does not lick the excrement and urine of the puppies in the den daily, the den will inevitably emit a foul odor, the puppies will stink, and bacteria will breed massively. Flies and other insects will swarm the den, causing not only the puppies to be unable to grow healthily, but also leading to their rapid illness and death. This is love. For the sake of love, we should not just consider hygiene. We should not hesitate to endure even hardships. So, how to define love? I believe love is an inner liking and selfless dedication without any conditions. Based on this definition, let's compare it to the love in human society. If a person does not properly care for the elderly or raise their children, then that person lacks love. Being unable to show love for both the elderly and children makes such an individual extremely selfish and cruel, nothing short of human waste. Given the opportunity, such a person, apart from neglecting wildlife, deforestation, and polluting rivers, lakes, and oceans, can even betray friends, their own ethnicity, and their country, all for personal gain. Any heinous act is within their capacity as long as it satisfies their self-interest. If a person loves their own elderly, children, and family, yet neglects siblings, neighbors, and nature, then this person possesses only small love. There's not much difference between this person and animals. For the sake of their children and family, if conditions permit, they may not hesitate to engage in actions that violate their conscience, involving deceit or theft. If a person not only loves their own elderly and children, but also cares for the community, nature, and the future and fate of humanity, this person possesses great love. Those with great love do not care about personal gains and losses. For the sake of others and humanity, they are willing to endure all hardships and injustices. In the human world, the one with the greatest love is Jesus. It's the heart of Christ. To save humanity, he sacrificed his blood and his own life. Despite the Roman soldiers cruelly nailing nails into his hands and feet and humiliating him, he not only didn't hate but also prayed for the greatest creator to forgive them. This is a tremendous amount of love. Humanity. Should we doubt Jesus' identity as Christ? Is there any hatred we cannot let go of? Is there any psychological knot that we cannot untie? People should possess great love. This is not just moral preaching, it's not teaching you to be a good person, but but because the magnitude of love directly involves the future direction of your own life. In general terms, those without love will definitely end up in inflamed layers, frozen layers, netherworld, or animal world. Those with small love will at best return to this world. Only those with great love qualify to ascend to the higher realms of life. Death is not the end of life. This is not superstition, nonsense, deception, or lies. It's a fact. It's not because other realms of life do not exist, but because our spiritual perception is too dull. It's not because this world lacks light, but it's because the blind cannot see the light. It's not because there's no sound in this universe, but the deaf cannot hear the sound. It's not because the Pure Land does not exist, but our vision lacks that function. The greatest creator is fair and selfless. Gods and Buddhas love humanity. What can I say that you will believe? Out of the Egypt of the Spirit. Xiefeng. The ancient Israelites were delivered out of Egypt with God's help, out of slavery and into freedom. Egypt is defined as the land of slavery, and the believers could only rid themselves of slavery by going out from Egypt. Where is our real Egypt? It lies within our hearts. It is easy for the body to be out of Egypt, but it is much harder to discard it from the mind. We all suffer from the slavery of the Egypt of the Spirit in various degrees, and we lead our lives with the Egypt of the Spirit on different levels. You are a slave to your own Egypt of the Spirit because you have not felt the breath of the new era. An unimaginable era is coming. A wave of energy will reach from the universe to the earth. Its prediction has been shown. When this wave reaches the entire earth, only those who are out of the Egypt of the Spirit will be able to survive it, for their common frequency will resonate with it, and those who remain within the Egypt of the Spirit, those who cannot resonate with this wave, will completely disappear from the earth. I, Dayform Buddha, have come here to inform you, to give you this sacred inspiration, and to lead you out of the Egypt of the Spirit and into the new Life-Chanyuan era. You should never resist me, for the consequence of such resistance will be your death. I depend on divine power, the love of Jesus Christ for human beings, the profound wisdom of Sakyamuni Buddha, the great ideal of Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, the profound and lasting meaning of Fairy Lao Tzu, and the great mercy of Mao Zedong, who tried to liberate all the poor people who suffer from oppression and deprivation at the bottom. They must all focus on me and came together to form a magnificent picture, a mysterious force which is the strongest and the softest dark energy in the universe, able to withstand all the sludge and turbidity that will lead the people out of the Egypt of the Spirit, but who are pleasing to the greatest Creator and who are into the new Life-Chanyuan era. I, Dayform Buddha, by the revelation of the greatest Creator, do face all earthly citizens equally today, regardless of your sect, party, organization, nationality, or race, whether you are a king, a president, a civilian, or a prisoner, and no matter what your magnificent feats or unforgivable sins in the past have been, will treat all of you equally. You have an equal opportunity to accept this information and to have an equal opportunity to be out of the Egypt of the Spirit. You must not resist me. Upon learning this information, you must think it over quietly, digest it carefully, and sensitize yourself deeply. I will take nothing from you, place no chains upon you, and force no compliance out of you. Instead, I will lead you out of the Egypt of the Spirit and into the new Life-Chanyuan era to enjoy the finest life with the maximum freedom. See the leaves falling. They should have felt the winter coming. See the willow becoming green by the river. It should have heard the footsteps of spring approaching. You do not have much time to waste. I want you to set all your inflexibility aside to no longer attack each other and to waste no more time trying to overthrow political parties and regimes. Do not adhere to the opinion that we are right, they are wrong, because you have to think about your future. You can keep to your beliefs and faiths, but at the same time, you need to master the new knowledge and the new information as soon as possible and never to regard your own belief and faith as the only correct one. You must also not hold the feeling of being able to offer salvation because you have neither enough wisdom nor enough energy. Not only do you not understand the non-material world, but neither can you make the correct judgment nor choice with what happens in your own home. Live on the eve of great changes, you should feel joy and happiness and neither fear nor worry because you have a chance to enter a new era by your own efforts. Do not blaspheme my words, for unhealthy words will hurt and eventually destroy you with a precision. But this is not me, for I am neither ego nor non-ego. The greatest classics are still the Bible, the Quran, the Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching. You have to admire Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu in your heart. Before you read these four classics, you had better not say more or judge anything, because what you would say could never equal to their wisdom. What you would say would be nonsense before you understand these classics, which run in the opposite direction. The majority of people skim across the surfaces of things. You do not see the colossal forces below that support the icebergs above, and you think you are performing deeds of merit, but the truth might just be the opposite and you are actually sinning. I believe that you possess kindness, but kindness without great wisdom will more often than not lead to bad results. Taiji Celestial, the living messenger of Jesus, teaches us how much you have known of Tao and how much you can preach. Never judge or comment on things of which you do not know. Do not be an apologist, but be a preacher. Do not use any of these sentences or paragraphs to threaten or intimidate others, or you might be threatening and frightening yourself unless you can answer a series of questions from others. Family, nationality, race, party, and religion are the Egypt of the spirit. So you must walk out and just keep the greatest creator and your parents as your sacred territory. Do not rack your brains for your own family, nationality, party, race, or religion. It is helpless. It will not benefit humanity and is selfish behavior. These things will not exist in the coming Life-Genuine era. Do not sacrifice for things that are about to disappear. You need to have the courage to fail, to forgive the people who hurt you, and to make your mind up to surrender the mindset of a vengeful and hateful attitude. This kind of attitude is helpless in the sublimation of your life quality, but it will distort your soul and evolve the structure of your life into false, ugliness, and evil. As a conclusion, even trotting our enemies under our feet and killing them is helpless for the evolution of our spirits toward truth, kindness, and beauty. If people do not forgive others, but just want to satisfy their vanity, get some small psychological satisfaction, and have revenge followed by more revenge, the whole human psyche will be trapped in a vicious cycle and never find peace. The greatest creator is pleased by people who revere him. Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, peace be upon them, were fond of their loyal disciples, and I, Dayform Buddha, also like those who can be my friends, and I am willing to give the visas of life to those who are willing to be my friends. These visas of life sound ridiculous at first and seem to be nonsense. However, have you ever considered that life is a kind of non-material structure? If our spirit is sensitive enough, we can enter sesame seeds and go forward negative 10,000 kilometers to its center, and we can understand the meanings of life to see its structure. Quantum mechanics and string theory cannot explain the true meaning of life. Einstein and generations of master of scientists have tried to establish a unified field theory, but they have all ultimately failed. The reason is that they never understood the structure of non-material. What kind of life you lead depends on the attitude that you keep. It was said by Taiji Celestial